Yo. Sorry, I took a little long. I needed a shower. And toilet, and I was making pizza dough and stuff, so... Lots of things and stuff. So, we're gonna watch this interview here, and... I'm a little bit... confused as to where I should put my cam. Am I gonna put my cam straight in the fucking middle? Is that what I'm about to do? Just right in the middle? Here we go, I guess. Ta-da! I guess I'll be here. Is this the center? Not too far off, right? This is where we're gonna be. Right. Okay. I forgot my phone. Not that I... Yeah, we'll start it. Music up. Let's see.
So, welcome to Tabber Talk. Thank you for having this conversation with us, talking about 0.5, the reveal you guys...
It's really impressive that they got 2.5 hours of them, and they're all there. Like, usually they just give about an hour. Like, let me just... That is really fucking impressive. I don't think any other company would have done that. And, like, that's really cool.
Guys have showed and some other things.
Maybe they paid them.
Today, I don't know the number of the podcasts we're on, but it doesn't really matter. So we're going to get started with some opening questions. So I'll just pass it off to Ghazi to kind of get started with the icebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just start off with obviously 0.5 being the largest patch, quote unquote, ever, right? And just curious about the nerves and excitement of levels of that leading up to the reveal trailer itself.
It was pretty crazy because the development honestly felt very scattered because they were working on so many things at the same time. Like normally we're working on like there's usually one focus, but because we're working on so many leagues at the same time, it was just really, really hard to bring together. So I would say it's honestly been one of the toughest development cycles in terms of just like getting the studio to be able to handle everything. Because like even just like a review session, we would go through one and have a look at a bunch of stuff and then be like, oh crap, we totally forgot about this total other area. Like honestly, like so many times I'm like, we've forgotten how much content is even in this damn release.
Okay,
we would just miss stuff.
I don't mean to be hating on Jonathan's room, but what the fuck is the room he's sitting in? Like, there's a massive couch, which is cool. And then he obviously has his PC set up. Is this like a gaming room? Does he have like a TV over here? Like, what's the couch for? He must have a TV right here, yeah? Something like this with a gaming setup. Also, this door here, can that open? Or is that just perspective that's fucking it? Like, the room is fairly small, right? And there's a massive couch. And it's not just like, it's a corner couch. It has to be basically like a gaming / office room, right? Man, I'm kind of jealous of the couch, not gonna lie. If I had a couch behind me and just be like lying down watching these things, that would be fucking dope. And the fucking painting confuses me. Like, you have that exact thing out the windows and you have a painting in between them, bro. But maybe it's there for sound. Like, I have an inflated fucking air mattress in here right now, so it doesn't... Because I have nothing on the walls and there's only my setup in here, so if it's not in here, the room sounds like ass.
Yeah, like it just made it really, 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 really difficult.
So,
but also, yeah, when there's so many different scattered...
We still got a bed in here, but we swapped from like a box mattress, it's called in Danish at least. And now it's an air mattress.
Things it is quite stressful because you're like you just have this feeling of like, am I forgetting something all the time? So yeah, real tough one. But The thing is, like,
Looks like a
in
nice
the
couch, though.
having that
Not gonna
extra
lie.
time between the announcement and the release has actually been really, really good because
Like, there's no way it's his living room, right? Like, he's too rich to have such a small living room. It must be like an extra room, and the couch is so nice. Yeah.
of kind of getting everything back together again. Like, we can sort of see it as a cohesive thing again, and that's honestly been really, really important, especially for doing.
Dude,
the
Mark
game
has like a fucking bachelor,
Did there come a point when you guys were
fucking
developing
alcohol
where
and like
hey, okay, we have
trophies
too
and
much on the
shit.
scale, like, this is where we have to stop. Like, 'cause I remember in one of the interviews, Mark was saying he was looking at notes, and you had so many
Place.
notes that you got to a point where you're like, I don't even remember making these notes. You know, you kept
Yeah.
cooking so much.
The problem that we had is that because we wanted to really make sure that the message was like the end game has totally changed, on some level we just had to do sort of everything. So yeah, even though we might have liked to make it smaller, we kind of honestly couldn't. Which isn't to say there wasn't like a bunch of stuff that we didn't end up cutting anyway, but still, it's been we sort of had to do something. And then like it kind of led to this fact that then we're like a month later than where we'd hope would be, and that kind of thing as well. So like there's been stuff like that that's kind of definitely been downsides. But overall, I think it is really important because it's just a really important change. Like it really does very fundamentally change how the end game feels. And I was even seeing recently like
I hope it does.
there
The
are
end
just a lot
game
of
is a
people
weak
who-
point.
they wouldn't play the end game of PoE 2 because it just doesn't have a like you need something to sort of like give them some direction, and we just didn't have that. And so now I've got people who are like friends, so they've like played through the PoE 2 campaign, but they've never really been an end game player. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, I actually am going to play this. Like that's been a thing that I've seen. So it's something that I'm like that I think was really important to do.
Yeah, the direction.
That's primarily like
The direction when you hit end game is important. Like it's not that I needed to know what to do, but I needed to feel like I'm doing something, right? Like in PoE 1 you had the completion of the map, so you just had this constant like, oh, now I need to do this. Oh, now I need to do this. I need to look for this. I need to do this. Whereas in PoE 2 it just felt like kind of you're just thrown into a fucking endless map, and it's just go. Like go where? Go where? Like I could go anywhere. It's like, yeah, you just go. Where? Like, and the fact is, it doesn't matter where. You just go, and things generate, right? What part of the game are they discussing in this interview? I think mostly endgame. Both DM and Gassy are... Well, Gassy mostly, I think, is a really hardcore PoE 1 player. DM's kind of a... He started as a mobile game guy. And because of Diablo Immortal, the most predatory mobile game ever designed almost, probably, he swapped into D4, and then his channel took off, and he's branched from D4 to both PoE 1, PoE 2, and all of that. So I think he's also pretty hardcore endgame at this point. So yeah, it's probably going to be mostly endgame. But the direction at the end game is important. It's not that you need to know, like, it's not that I need to know what to do. It's that I need to know that I feel like I need to know that I'm making progression towards the thing I want to do, right? Like, I need to feel that something's happening, and it just wasn't there before.
the reason they didn't play the end game was because of a level of confusion of like, what do I do next? Or do you feel like you didn't have enough like things in it to make it interesting? Because I remember
Both.
something you come back to like pretty continually when this point gets brought up is like, if an area feels like too big or like uncomfortable, that
Right.
a lot of times it's an indicator of not having enough things in it.
I think that can be the case, but I do think in this situation it really was more the direction. Like, you got to the end game before it opens up, and it's like, okay, well, now I can just kind of go wherever, right? Like, there wasn't really you do need a quest line, like you do need something there, just to give you some form of understanding what to do. And I find even myself, I'm like way more interested in doing end game stuff right now than I was before. Yeah, like it helps a lot.
Yeah, because you feel like you're making
Say that
progression.
this is a focus more of the idea of creating a getting off point, or is it more towards just creating a sense of direction? Like, which one matters the most, or is it like a mix of the two?
It really is a mix of the two. Like, both of those things are important. And we did, I think, before we got to developing 050, we were mostly talking in terms of giving people direction. But during 050 timeline, when was it? There was a moment, I can't remember when it was, Mark, but there was some moment where we were kind of like, we realized like the problem with PoE 2 right now is that you don't know when to stop playing, and therefore you have the situation and people just get like more and more bitter about like the fact that they're just doing the same thing again.
Yeah, there wasn't really any. It's not It's a way to say it, right? Like no place to stop playing, but there wasn't really any milestones to reach, right? Like, and milestones is obviously where you decide to stop playing. But I think it would be better to just say milestones, right? There wasn't enough things that you could work towards because it was just like go endless, keep doing the loop, and it's like, well, eh. And then especially if you're like, okay, I want to do all the bosses, right? It's like, okay, so where do I go? Somewhere. It's like, hello. How do I get this boss? It's out there. Whereas in PoE 1, it's like, okay, I want to do Uber whatever. Okay, you got to go do tier 17s. It's no longer tier 17s, but back when I did them, it's like, go do this tier 17. It drops the fragments. Do it until you have the fragments. Haha, let's go. Or like, I want to do the King in the Mist. Okay, spec into the notes on your tree and go farm ritual until you find the thing. Whereas for PoE 2, it's just like, haha, go do something, and it will maybe spawn, maybe not. Maybe you will find the breach guy. I want the ritual guy. It's like
there just wasn't. Yeah, that getting off point thing was just super important. So that was definitely an 050 time horizon when we realized that, and that's also been one of those things where we sort of somewhat later in development, we realized that we had to make the time it took to do the stuff shorter. Like it getting longer and longer was actually a problem as well. Like we actually had something where the amount of time it would take to finish it was too high. And that's even been something we've changed in the last like few weeks even more. So previously we kind of assumed that it would be fine to have like, I can't remember the number there was. There was probably like 25, 30 maps, something like that in each of the areas for the
oh, Jesus.
Individual leagues. And you had to do all of those in order to get all the points for a league tree. And we were kind of like, that seemed fine at first.
25?
Like, we sort of thought that would be okay. But actually, the amount of time that an average user takes to do 30 maps is actually quite long. And in practice, when you're playing it, it just kind of felt like there was too much there. So then what we decided to do is make it so that when you kill the pinnacle boss, you get an extra 6 points. So basically, and you can effectively not do 6 of the maps. And then if you go into the infinite and get more keys and kill it again, you basically get 6 points. So you can effectively complete it 2 ways. You either do all the maps one by one, or you kill the pinnacle boss more times to get more points that way. And effectively, that means that the time taken to actually do one of those league trees has been reduced. And so we're really focusing on basically just making sure that it doesn't.
So
it
it's
doesn't
still
feel like
30
it takes
maps
too long to do an individual league. So you can make sure that you the cleanup phase part does not feel annoying.
Sure. We I think we're now at the where I see it discussing with others, but I think I'm the same. Where I'm gonna get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss.
Oh, his mic is annoying.
Fast.
You're kind of cutting out a little bit there. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit on
me as well.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Seems better.
Everything working here, testing? Yeah, not sure. Anyway, we're at the point now
Oh
where
yeah, too much of a gate on.
when I'm playing, and I've seen this a few other more high-end players in the office as well. I think we really wanted to get to the point where we, as a good player, you should think, okay, I'm going to get to the pinnacle boss, kill the pinnacle boss for each league, including the fortress, and then go into the infinite. There's something about wanting to do that, and when the completion time for everything was so long, there was like, okay, this is starting to feel too grindy, and I want to get out there. I want to get more pinnacle kills and all of that, and yet I'm feeling like I'm having to. I guess it's that not wanting to have to turtle for too long. That the same thing the original tower mechanic had, and it started to feel that way, where it's like I want to get out there, but I can't, and I want to move to the next league, but I can't, and so yeah, it's at this. Like I think the number of towers when we first did the presentation to was 8 on the fortress, and each tower meant every time you killed the arbiter, you could complete a section of maps. Now it's 5. So like we've been shortening that, and I think the number of maps. I think the total number of maps you have to run to finish the fortress, if you were to just shortest path then go farm the infinite, is now like it's probably actually less than if you were to finish the whole fortress, which it's interesting because at first I was like, surely for doing the whole fortress should be less maps total. But actually, just due to the fact that you don't have determinism when out there, and you're finding other things, you're on other little kind of effectively side quests. It does end up being that you kind of want it to be less maps overall because you're constantly having to do all these other things while in the infinite. So it's at this nice fine line now where it is balanced. It's feeling a lot better. Whereas like before, it was definitely, and immediately from a handful of our staff that were playing, they're just like, holy crap, this is taking forever. So it's in a real good spot. And then, yeah, as Jonathan said, now just even all
This
the leagues
doesn't
have
fill
the
me
same
with
thing. So only
confidence.
the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree. It's feeling really good, for sure. And yeah, hopefully we'll have to see, because it's that kind of thing as well, where when you play it a second time, you're going to have a little bit of a different feeling about it. And so we'll have to see how that comes as well once we have another league start at some point.
Is that sort of
But
what?
that's usually how it...
Go on,
Sorry.
bud. Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, that's kind of like the whole cadence of playing something for the first time, because I think that point one was the early access launch was like one of the most exciting things ever. Everything was new. We got to experience everything. The second time we play through it, that's when we go nitpicking. Like, you know what, that area is a little too large, or that issue there. You start being, seeing the downsides of things you got annoyed with on the first playthrough, which was overshadowed by the positive things. I'm just curious if this is the reason you guys kind of want to have both of the last acts coming for 1.0 instead of sooner. Is that the same kind of reasoning there?
It's not. That isn't the reason, although that will be an advantage, I suppose. But the actual reason is just that we think that 1.0 needs to have something that like is like. There's a lot of people, especially if you're talking about the sort of more casual audience, who the thing that
I mean, it makes a lot of sense that the final release is where we get to see the story, right? Like, I know a lot of the hardcore players aren't gonna give a shit, right? But I think most of the players do care a little bit about the story. And I think them having it, if that was released in early access, I think there'd be a lot of people who was a lot less excited about starting up the game whenever they got to play it than if they hadn't bought into early access, right? Like, I think it absolutely makes sense that the quest line finishes out of early access. We've already seen their pinnacle bosses, right? Like, they didn't hide those, so there has to be something big and juicy for the final release. And I think the acts are perfect, because a lot of the guys that don't care are playing the early access because they're end game grinders, right? Like, and they'll still play the early access even if it was there or if it wasn't. Whereas you got a lot of people that are way more casual that's been like, yeah, I'm gonna try it when it comes out. Right? And to have that thing be still for them whenever it comes out, still be new, they aren't spoiled, they can go through it. If they were going to be spoiled, they'll probably not be as fast as everyone else, so they could be spoiled anyways. But I think it makes sense.
they're interested in is campaign stuff, and so by finishing the campaign in 1.0, those people are just going to be attracted to sort of make that release like a good release. And at the same time, I don't think there's like a lot of risk there for us in terms of like we know how to make an act now, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not going to be one of those things where we're like, we have to make sure we're testing this because it's gonna it's gonna go off the rails or something like that. Like, we know we can do it, so therefore we feel quite safe just putting something like that in 1.0. So yeah, that's kind of like the ultimately it comes down to that. And also, like, right now, the other thing as well is, like, if we hadn't have added the interludes, we'd probably be feeling pretty differently about this. But because we've got the interludes there to kind of mean that you don't have that whole thing which we originally were going to have during the entirety of early access, which is where you'd have to repeat parts of the campaign. Because we don't have that, it kind of means that, like, we don't have that thing.
Yeah, the interludes are good,
making the early access feel worse as well. So. But I think the thing that has been interesting, is like all that sort of campaign replayability stuff as well. That's been something that I'm really hoping that people will see that we've made some pretty big strides there this time as well. Like, the replaying thing, the more times you replay it, the more annoying certain things get. And I saw some frickin' short recently that DM made with you like being like, oh yeah, I hit it as soon as Act 3. And actually, that was the moment, by the way, when I saw that. It's like, I'm gonna fix this frickin' lever thing that everyone's complaining about. It's actually sorted
Hell
out.
yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't want that to be the video that I'm seeing again. That one. So then that was like one of the few things in the campaign replayability section I patch noted specifically because I was like, people are going to be happy to see that thing. But there are stuff like that all around the place, right? Like we're improving.
I actually didn't mind the levers too much.
There's just some areas that were there were some areas that were too big and stuff like that, and like sort of annoying layouts.
Actually, I didn't care about those levers. Now that I think about it, you run around and you pull them all. It's like, I don't think I really cared. If anything, there may be a bit too many, where it's a bit too much of a pull lever to get to next path of maze. That isn't really a maze, you just go where you can. But it is kind of a maze, right? Like, maybe they could have shortened it a little bit, but instead they took out the levers, and now you have to stand on some tiles instead. I didn't mind the levers. If you're trying to go fast, I can understand, because in order to do the levers, you'd have to kill everything, and when you go fast, you try to skip a lot. So the paddles are definitely going to be better for those players.
Like, just some simple examples is there was like, after you kill Viper, there was like a little bit of extra level after killing Viper, and now after you kill Viper, it's like directly onto the exit to the next zone, and it's just stuff like that all over the place that we're doing, you know, just streamlining and smoothing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping Act 3 will feel.
So when I said that they were going to talk about the endgame square risk, in fact they were talking about the campaign. so the really early game is what we're talking about.
A lot better now than what it has in the past. Like, I think it's a pretty significant improvement. But the other one as well is like, and this one, so I had an interesting experience recently where the build that I was playing was like not good, and it's been a little while since I played a really bad build. And like, the monster density and the interludes when your build is bad is actually pretty damn terrible in terms of like the ability to clear through them. Like, it was oppressive. And at some point I realized, like, I was playing in an area called the Stones of Searle, which is like that one with the standing stones. And I was like, at what point did we get it to the point in the interlude where you no longer have to move? Like, you never use movement. Like, every single thing you're doing is just attacking. And then because there's so many monsters, like, you're just attacking your way from one place to another, and it just like never ever ends. And I'm like, this is actually kind of like, this is a grind. Like, this is actually not good. Like, campaign should not be like this.
I feel like he's taking the wrong lessons from this. The problem with that is that in order to kill everything, you have to do combos. You're attacking all the time because you're forced to do like 5, 6, 7 attacks before your shit does anything. Especially in the campaign, because once you get to the end game, that's when you get the items and the power and the amount of talent points and the ascendancy points and all of that you need to skip some of these things you require to build combo. Because in the campaign, let's just take Twister, right? 1, your attack speed is lower, so your shit comes out slower, right? So you have to do 3 whirling slashes to get the big circle that you need to fire your Twister, right? Then, oh wait, do you need to do? Oh, maybe you need to do that first. Actually, sorry. First, you gotta create a elemental surface. Now that is a skill or 2, depending on what you need. Flaming ground, say you can make shock ground, and you can make frozen ground, right? So you know, I don't know if there's a chaos one. That's not elemental. So you gotta make a ground surface, right? So it's at least 1 ability, right? So you cast that off, then you do your 3. It's 3, right? It's not 4. I think it's 3. 3 whirling slashes. Then you press your barrage, and then you can do damage. So it's like freaking 5 button presses before you do the thing that does damage. And if your build is then bad, then you gotta do it again. Because it's not like, okay, if your build is bad, then you just kill them with the whirling slashes, or you kill them with the thing that creates the ground surface. No, because those things do no fucking damage because you're not building for them. And they're combo combo pieces, so they do no damage. Like whirling slash, you don't care about damage on whirling slash, you care about getting it out fast, because what you're going for is twisters, right? So that's the problem. The problem is not that, oh, there's too many monsters and it's really oppressive and all I do is attacking because there's so many monsters. No, all you do is attacking because you got to do 5, 6, 7 attacks before your attack does damage. They need more lightning spears. Every single weapon set should have at least 1, 2, or 3 lightning spears. One button clears the screen. Bam, 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 bam. Have the rares that have way more HP so that you realistically can't really do that with lightning spear, and then you kill that with the combos. So I only have to stop when there's a magic or a rare or especially a boss. That's what I think they should do. The problem is not density. The problem is not, oh, it's just a bad build, right? The problem is you have to do 5, 6, 7 attacks before it does damage. And when it then becomes super oppressive is when the build is bad and you have to do it again.
And so then it sort of forced me to be like, okay, there's some serious issues here. And we actually found, and this one's actually a little bit, I don't like fully know that this is why this happened, but I think what happened was that there was some things about the pack density and campaign where we had like the last few areas get to a certain density. What used to be the last few areas being like, the last couple of areas of Act 3, and then some of that stuff kind of continued on like deeper into the campaign than whereas it should have like dialed back again after being higher in those last few areas. And so I think that's probably what happened, but it just meant that some of those areas and especially Interlude just got ridiculous. And so that's something that I don't think I would have realized if I wasn't playing such a crap build. Because but I suspect that a lot of players getting that experience. So that's been something I really want to try and address a little bit more. And I think that there's even some of that going on at the start of Endgame as well. Like there's a few things there that that if you're got a crap build, like you don't notice it if you don't if you've got a good build, but if you've got a bad build, it can actually be really oppressive. So like another one recently, I don't know if you want me to talk about this about the whole poise thing with powerful bosses. Like, are you good for me to mention that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so here's an example of something. So I was playing something that required freezing. It was the werewolf freeze combo, right? And I encountered it, but as I said, my build was crap. I was not building it well, and I got to a powerful boss to get the map upgrade, and I was like, okay. Normally, plus 100% life would kind of like, sure, it makes the boss fight twice as longer, but for some reason I was hitting this powerful boss and it made the fight feel like 3 times or worse. Like it was like really, really hard, like way harder than I expected. And it took a little while of asking around to try and find out what was going on here. But effectively, because my DPS was so dependent on getting the freeze, and we had a thing where when the boss gets life is doubled, effectively the poise thresholds, which we use for calculating, like resistances to things like getting frozen, got doubled as well. It meant that effectively.
Oh, so it took him twice as long to freeze it, but he doesn't get a longer freeze duration. So instead of being able to do it in like, if it says it takes him like 10 seconds to freeze the boss, and then freaking he has like 2-3 seconds of burst, right? So he had to do maybe like 3 or 4 rounds of that, because also it takes a lot. But then again, when you try to freeze it again, it takes even longer, right? So it's like if it takes 10 seconds the first time, it probably takes 15 or 20 the next time. And if then it's just 20 instead of 10, and then it's fucking 30 or 40 instead of 15, 20, and you gotta go through that a couple of times, yeah, it's gonna fucking scale, brother.
my DPS was getting like, maybe not halved, but something like halved due to the fact that I wasn't getting the freeze. So my damage was half. The monster had double life, so it's effectively taking me 4 times longer to kill this boss than what it would normally take. And I was literally running out of flash charges, and just like not being able to beat this thing. I'm like, I've hit a progress blocker upgrading from like T1 to T2 maps here. Like, this is a bad situation. And I'm like, yeah, sure, my build's crap and I could fix that, but like, why? Like, my crap build should be able to do this, right? Because this is one of those things where, like, if you're talking T1 maps, like, this is something that an average player should not find as the roadblock, And yeah, so it's like there's still things like this around that we haven't realized that we just need to uncover and improve. And like this is one of those things where it really is quite context dependent in the situation where you find something like that. And like, and to give you another example of a random one I ran into just yesterday, is Okay, so the boss in the Bloodwood,
Wasn't the Bloodwood?
I was fighting it, and I was talking to my friend who was sitting next to me, who was, like every weekend, he'll come over and we'll talk about various things. And I'm like, he was like, oh, that boss health bar is really long. And I'm like, well, how long should it be? Like, how long should it take to kill a boss? This kind of thing. This was the conversation. He's like, oh, for this boss, I'd say, because it doesn't have any interesting abilities at all, that it should be a lot shorter. I'm like, this boss does have a bunch of abilities. This is the Devourer. Like, what the hell? And then I realized, hang on a second, the Devourer and the Bloodwood, none of its freaking abilities are working. Like, it just sits there and freaking attacks you, and it doesn't like do the moving around thing. I'm like, how did I never notice this before? Like, and like the problem here is like someone who set that area up, they just forgot to put the markers in. This is what I'm assuming, right? I haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming they just forgot to put the markers down that control the place where that boss can move. And like, you look at something like that, and you're like, and it's like it's so easy as a higher end player.
The second area?
Just to fail to notice stuff like that, because it's one of those things you only run into when your build is crap and when it's taking you longer and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's so hard as a developer to notice this stuff, quite frankly. Like, and you just lose sight of it. So yeah, the hope is just that that we can actually find all this stuff and fix it. Like it does. It just it just takes a lot of iterations to sort of actually end up noticing stuff like that.
So I want to follow up on.
You go with first.
Yeah. I want to follow up on one point you said there, because I'm actually really interested about it, which is you said you realized you had a bad build, right? And then you were feeling swarmed because you got a bad build. And you're getting swarmed by mobs, right? So how do you come to the diagnosis of when it's like, okay, my build is bad, but also like part of the problem is I'm getting swarmed, as opposed to like, okay, maybe some of these skills aren't really in the position where we feel like they should be in order to clear the mobs. When do you decide that it's the content is the issue as opposed to the skill you're utilizing?
My first reaction there was to compare effectively default attacks, because the werewolf build I was using was like shred, and like there's stuff that there's stuff that I should have done for supports in order to make that better and so on. But we just sort of like looking like the first port of call was go to designers who know about like getting the numbers right, and basically say like, is my build okay? Is the numbers right in terms of comparison? Like you just have to get that information right, and like we decided, like it is like what you've got here with your build isn't good, but in terms of the underlying skills, it is okay. Like the numbers are fine. So like that was an investigation, and then there's the question, okay, like your build is bad, but are your items just bad? And no, they were, your items are fine. It's like, here's a look at your passive tree, and it's like, okay, so my passive tree was like bad in the way that like you could definitely be a lot better, but I was kind of on purpose this time taking a bit more of a defensive approach. Like I was like, if I'm the kind of person who's going to allocate way more defenses and way less damage, and just like sort of see how that goes for me.
He doesn't have to test that. You could just go watch Quinn.
That was like kind of part of what I was doing there. So
all defenses, 0 damage.
Can be okay even in that situation. There's also this other situation where if you're a good player, then because you're hitting the whole screen, like the amount of monster density in a situation like that isn't necessarily, or at least like depending on a build, right? Most builds that are good have some kind of, they've got big AoE clear, right? Like they have the ability, like it doesn't necessarily matter whether there's like 40 monsters on screen or 15 monsters on screen in terms of like their ability to clear that content. So it sort of matters more for a build that doesn't have that as much, which I wasn't doing as much. So, in the situation where you're a character like that, then the only thing the extra monsters are really doing is just giving you more drops in experience. And so we sort of have to make sure that like we're able to make sure that that's not broken. But I do think that we don't need, quite the level of spamminess that we had, in terms of just like tiresomeness. Like even something as simple as.
I think they have to be really fucking careful not to take too many mobs away. Like a lot of mobs is a lot of fun. Not a lot of mobs, not a lot of fun. It's like if you take too many mobs out, you take off some of the fun away. And there are also certain skills that stop kind of functioning when you take too many mobs out. Like lightning spear, for instance. If you only have like 3-4 mobs, that shit doesn't really do anything. But if you have like 15-20 mobs, ooh, hits all screen, right? Especially when you spend a power charge, right? Like if there's only like 5 mobs on the screen when you spend a power charge, it's like And especially with the change they made where they can no longer chain to the same enemy, it's just, yeah. I think they got to be careful here.
Like there's a moment between
40
one
to
fight the
15
next
is a
where your
lot of
energy shield
difference.
can recover, you know, like just
Yeah.
literally something as simple as that can be like something that can matter a little bit there. Like if it's just absolutely continuous, then you know there is a problem there, especially during campaign.
One other follow up about this point, then I'll pass it off to Ghazi. As you said, you were kind of purposefully taking a more defensive approach, and I'm kind of curious at what realizations you came to. Like, what was your conclusion about making a building? Like, I'm going to heavily, more focus on defenses this time, as opposed to damage on the tree. Like, what was your experience like with that?
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, the thing with defense that's really hard to solve is that it's way harder to appreciate defense when you allocate it than damage. Like, it can be quite, like, it does save you, but it's really hard to know that. And, actually, I've got another thing a little bit with Runic Ward here as well, which I noticed as when I was doing this, which is that,
You reinstall loot filter and price checker. Might you know that they're putting price check in the game? You don't need a price checker. Unless it does it automatically for you and you don't have to search. But like the price checker I used was Awakened PoE Trade or something. But that functionality is being put in... you don't trust it? What do you mean you don't trust it? You can what it does is you click the item, and the item opens up the auction house that you can search through, and then you search through and it gives you your item there, and you can tick or untick the mods on there, and you can find. That's how you price check with Awakened PoE Trade, at least. So they're putting that into the game. So you just search and you can see what the things are up for, right?
So I had some Runic Ward, and Runic Ward obviously, you get to one life, and then it saves you and so on. But that's another one of those things that's really hard to appreciate. And I'd look down at my life sometimes, and I'd notice that my Runic Ward was like halfway filled, and I'm like, okay, so at some point there I would have died, and I just didn't know that because I'm like flasking or whatever, so I've got.
So what he's just saying here, he looked down and he was on half runic, right? Now that would imply that he wasn't spending Runic Ward for skills.
Like, I've got like a half health at the point where I look, but yet my ward is down as well. It's like, I actually didn't appreciate the fact that that ward had saved me. So then I was thinking about this, and I'm like, we actually need something like an audible, like, oh, my ward, I've lost my life, my ward is broken. Like, we need some kind of sound to indicate that, to sort of say that, like, you actually got to the point where that ward helped you, so you actually can appreciate the fact that the defense worked. But then I was like, hang on a second. Why do we not have a sound for energy shield breaking? Like, how have we gotten to this point and we don't have a sound like that? And then I actually looked into it, and it turns out we do have that sound. There is a thing there. It's just that because it happens when you get hit, and because when you're getting hit, there's a lot of sound going on. There's immediately this, like the thing where effectively you don't hear it, right? You might as well not hear it. And what we really need is a sound that's more like when you get heavy stunned. There's like, sorry, not when you get heavy stun. When you heavy stun a monster, there's like sort of sound that's quite distinctive that kind of cuts through everything that you sort of like learn to hear. I really need to sound like that when your energy shield breaks, because that's a moment when you should be thinking, oh shit, like you need that moment. And I think that having that audible sound, like we actually do need to lean into a little bit more of those kind of things. Where like there's not like necessarily a realistic sound, but it needs to be a sound that can cut through all the other stuff that you're hearing, so that you just sort of know that you've hit that moment.
And you need to be able to turn that off.
Defensive layers is like just more of those cues. Now I'm not sure how you do that for something like armor or like things like that. Like there's like evasion, even like ideally you would be able to feel when you had more evasion versus not, and right now you just kind of can't. But I do think that it's something that you need to do to make those defenses be more appreciated, because
if you need a sound to appreciate evasion, it would have to be every time you evade a thing, you're like, hoo, hoo, hoo. Dude, imagine some of the maps where there's just thousands of mobs and it's just like, hoo, like fuck, that sounds annoying. But it's interesting though.
It's just that you often don't appreciate that they do.
I have a few things on your build, by the way, which I honestly think your passive tree is 100% fine.
With armor, you believe the hit sounds different?
I don't even think it could be.
But if the hits sound different, are you really appreciating the armor? Right? Like, because the thing with the energy shield is that you hear the sound and you're like, oh fuck, my energy shield is broken. Now I have to be careful, right? That means you appreciate the energy shield when you haven't heard the sound, right? With it's the same with the ward when it's like doom or whatever. Oh shit, ward is here. But then for evasion, right? Like I said, it kind of has to be when you evade stuff for you to appreciate it, I guess. Well, I guess it could all. You want a higher sound when you get fucking hit, or does it just not have any hits? I don't fucking know. And then armor, you'd want this. You'd want to make it so that you could distinguish between hit sounds of all the different hits and how much your armor mitigated. That sounds complicated. But I mean, maybe white mobs hitting you sound like rain on a window. Yeah, I guess. I don't think I care enough about defenses for this.
That much better. I think it's completely good. Your gear, completely fine. And by the way, and like because I was looking at your character and I was like, when you're clearing, you're quite tanky. It's appreciable. It's fine. And then so I was like, okay, the gear is good. The tree is fine. Like, sure, it could be better, but like, on a level that honestly shouldn't be necessary. I was like, you are defensive. Like when you're playing, your character's not just like, up and down in life all the time. It's like quite consistently, if you're on full life, and it's certainly you have decent armor, decent energy shield. It's working. But yeah, it was interesting. I think you said to me at that point, because I was like telling you, I was like, you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? And then you were like, what did you say? You said, what? Okay, if it's not my character, what do I have to change as a person in order to be able to do this? I was like, well, honestly, the biggest flaw you had was just your support gems. That was the biggest actual issue. But it's like you didn't do the wrong thing there.
I think the patch gonna be interesting. ES is nerfed for sure.
You just did what was intuitive.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think ES being nerfed is something that'll make players enjoy the game more. I think it's one of those things where the ones that don't play ES are like, ES is so overpowered, they should be nerfed. But what they really want is that their armor or whatever was better. Like well, maybe I'm weird, but I don't take joy in other people losing stuff. I take joy in me gaining. Like, and it's like, so if ES is nerfed, but I wasn't gonna play ES, it's like I don't benefit because now other people are like having a worse time, right? It's not like armor got better because ES got nerfed, right? Like it got comparatively better, but it didn't get better. Like the experience of armor is gonna be the same, right? Like it's like you like hard content, but you don't like it's optionally hard for you. I mean, that's fine. Like ES being too strong is definitely an issue, right? But the point I'm trying to make more is that there's so many people who the whole ES versus evasion and armor has pissed me off to no end, because people are like, so many of the large content creators are just like, they have 30,000 ES, but I only have 3,000 life. I should be able to get at least 15,000 life or whatever the fuck they said. It's like, brother, you have armor or you have evasion. You have to factor that in. And it's just every time there's none of it. It's just like, okay, so they just mitigate the same as me, but they have a 3,000 HP they have a 30,000 health pool. And I'm like, no, they don't mitigate the same as you. And Mark said it. It's like, you don't compare ES to life. You have to take armor and stuff into account. So I'm so happy about that. But in that whole discussion, it's always been nerf ES, armor's not strong enough, so nerf ES. It's like, that doesn't make armor stronger. It just makes ES weaker. And if ES is overpowered, obviously it needs to get nerfed. But you're not you're not getting better on your armor build from ES getting nerfed. It's like you should be asking for armor buffs.
Like, there's some highlighting there, and it's like, because you said you followed the recommended supports for Shred.
So that is
And
the
I
thing
was
that I was
like-
doing specifically, yes.
And I was like, you did, but you were also the developer that said what they were. And so you could have made it. There's a question of did you make a wrong decision as a player, or did you make a wrong decision as a developer? And there's an interesting thing there. So I was trying to assess which of those went wrong. And so then it's kind of like, okay, sure, those fixed and made it a bit better, but we did make a pretty hyperactive set of changes based on your play experience. Because when you were like, yeah, what do I have to change as a person? It's kind of like, well, honestly, you should be able to kill this boss. You should be able to get further, and this is too hard and isn't working correctly. And then there were a number of encounters, and it was actually quite interesting to just, because I just watched you play for like 4 hours, and I was just like writing stuff down the whole time of just like, you know, because it is true. I don't have a relatable personal experience to what was happening there. Like I would normally be in a substantially better position to just have a bit either via more planning or again, I don't put in the wrong supports. I even when you were like, what are the right supports? I was like, oh, just search for this. And then it's like, how do you even know to look for that if you didn't know to look for that? So there's a bunch of interesting things here where, it identifies when you are watching someone with a bad build, be it an in-game or IRL one, I guess. I can't really. You kind of like...
But then you run into number inflation. Like right now, you'd say ritual full juice is relatively dangerous. Same with the boss. However, as a CIES character, you're immune to most stuff that's dangerous. The gap is just too big. Well, right. But that is a CI thing, right? Like, and that is ritual. Ritual is obviously chaos damage. A lot of it, right? Like you get right. Like that's CI. That's not energy shield. ES is just different to. It is absolutely. It is. It gives you a much larger health pool, right? And with a much larger health pool, any source of DR becomes very strong, right? So in order for armor and evasion to catch up to that, they need to provide substantial amount of DR, right? Because it's not like if you get energy shield, you can't get any DR or anything, right? Like there are DR options, less in PoE 1 probably, but they are there. And like if you're mitigating 10% of all damage and you have 30,000 HP, that 10% is going to go a lot longer than fucking if you have 3,000 HP, right? They are absolutely different. And now the recharge has gone down a lot, right? So now it'll be much harder to sustain your energy shield, probably. It'll likely still be fine, right? Hopefully, I guess. Otherwise, that is going to be fucking ass to play. I'm not saying ES isn't too strong. Like, that's not the position I'm taking. I'm just saying that whenever somebody is saying armor is too weak, nerfing ES is not going to help them. Because if armor is too weak, the state of ES has no bearing on it. The only thing they get out of it is that they feel less shit playing armor when ES is then comparatively not as overpowered, right? And that's not something you should be aiming for, right? Like, if ES is overpowered, ES needs to get nerfed. If armor is underpowered, ES doesn't need to get nerfed. Because armor is underpowered, right? Like, it doesn't follow from armor being underpowered that ES needs to get nerfed, right? Either armor is underpowered or armor is comparatively underpowered, right? And then you have a question, do we buff armor, do we nerf ES, right? But that's not how I understand it, at least. Because if armor was fine and ES was overpowered, then I don't think people would be complaining that armor is weak, right? They would be complaining that ES is too strong, right? There's a difference. And I think what's been happening is that ES has been too strong and armor and evasion have been too weak, right? So you need both. You need a nerf to ES and you need buffs to armor. But it's like, you personally think armor is nice, but life pool is kind of harsh. Yeah, it could be armor is just fine, but you don't have the health pool to utilize it, right? It's one of those things where armor and evasion definitely have a very close tie to the amount of health you have, right? So it's not, I don't even think it's wrong when people have been, when all of the all of my raging at the large content creators that've been going like comparing health pools to ES, as much as I rage at that, I'm also not saying that they're wrong, right? I do think the health pools are a bit too small, because if you have a health pool of 3,000 versus like 5 or 6,000, right? Then the DR needs to be twice as big to really matter, and that's just kinda, I don't know, untenable, right? Like, it's also sucks that armor and evasion can't go triple prefix. They can't go triple prefix, and ES can. Is it recharge or whatever? Oh, life. You need life. ES just gets triple ES prefix, and armor has to get life, yeah. I don't think that is a problem. And let me expand on that, right? Because the reason you get life is not that you can't get triple prefix of armor, right? It's there. It exists, yeah? You can get both flat, percent, and hybrid, right? You can get that. It's just that the hybrid value is significantly lower than the value you'd get from life. And the reason ES doesn't get life is that the value from ES is larger than the value from life, right? I don't think that's an issue. I think that's fine. I think that's good, honestly. You would want that, I think. Because then you get, if you build some sort of armor stacker, then all of a sudden the equation might change, right? I also don't think it would be good if every single defensive option just went triple prefix, right? That's bad as well, right? Because the fuck are the other prefixes there for, right? Then there's no incentive to make them good, right? I think it's good that armor and evasion rating gets the life prefix, and I think it's fine that ES doesn't, but they still need to be comparative in their mitigation, right? Like, that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter. Like, honestly, it doesn't fucking matter if ES has 10,000 nodes on the tree, right? And armor only has like 7. If they comparatively are equally strong, for balance, that is. Like, it's annoying for build diversity and all of that, right? Like, so it's a very inflammatory argument. But the point is, if you get like triple prefix ES and you can only get double prefix armor because you have to get life, if that chest that gives you armor, percent armor, and life protects you just as well as the chest that gives you ES, then there's no issue in my opinion. Like, it's fine. It might be harder or easier to craft, but that's the name of the game, right? Like, wands in PoE 1 are really hard to craft, right? Much harder than, say, a axe or whatever, right? Because they have both attack and spell multiple. What are they called? Both attack and spell mods, right? Does the chest give you yes or ES? Well, I think you would say that if the chest is ES, you'd go yes. So both, I guess. But like it, I just don't see the issue with the prefixes not being the same, right? I think that's good. Like, you having to get life on evasion and armor is just the way that that defensive works, right? You need the life for armor builds serves as like kind of a multiplicative bonus to your armor, right? Because, well, the other way around, I guess, but because armor is DR, right? So the more health you have, the better that DR is going to function, right? And for ES, It's just that is going to give you your hit pool. So when you roll ES, you're going to take whatever increases the hit pool the most. If you're playing ES without CI, and you're not using ES for anything other than defense, it might be double ES and 1 life, right? But if you're playing ES without CI, then you're leaving a lot of power on the table. So I just think you comparisons between at least 2 of them, like Armor and Evasion, are very similar, right? Very similar. They're kind of good at the same, and they kind of do the same, right? Whereas Energy Shield is so different. And you got to be careful when you compare them. The only thing I think you should compare is the effectiveness. I don't think you should compare the effectiveness and how much investment you have to do to reach it, right? So it's a problem if Armor and if Energy Shield are equally powerful at endgame, but Armor takes like 20 points and ES takes like 80, right? That's a problem. You could argue they're not the same power then, right? But the level of investment definitely needs to be similar. And then when you are comparing them, it simply needs to compare how much it protects you rather than how it does it and all that. I feel most games usually always have these easy ways to play, and so it's gonna be with PoE2. It's just some people has no tolerance when their build is not as strong as the easy build. Feels you have to play the shitty weird builds and not fail to the bow ES meta build. I think it's fine that there are easy builds and the harder builds. I think that is one of the things that makes games good. Like WoW specifically used to be really good at this, right? Like there were these certain specs that like you could play with a garage door opener, right? And then there were other specs that you kind of needed a PhD to do optimal rotation in. And then there was a bunch in between. And you could kind of pick and choose what fit you as a player. So you have 2 avenues of picking class, right? Or spec or whatever, right? You could pick based on your skill level. Like what kind of resistance do I want from my class when I play? What do I find fun? Or you could pick from, I think this is cool, right? And then deal with whatever difficulty or ease it had. And that, I think that's so good. In terms of like defenses, I don't think it's going to be like, oh, armor is easier or energy shield is easier. I think they should probably roughly be. I don't think that's where you should find the difficulty. I think it's a problem if you have something that's like... Evasion is kind of different there because that is always one of those things where the less mistakes you make, the more powerful evasion is, right? So evasion is really good if you barely take any hits, right? But if you for barely taking any hits, you have to play a certain way. But yeah, I just think the discussion has been so volatile and it's highly unhelpful the way it's gone. I think you need to look at how tanky does ES make you versus how tanky does armor make you at the same level of investment. And they need to be roughly the same. And then talking about how CI is like stupid overpowered for certain things, it's like, but that node is so fucking cool. I don't care. That node is so cool. I think PoE is a lot less if you take that node out. Now the question is if you can make something similar for armor, something similar for evasion, that then mitigates other things, right? Because the problem kind of is that if chaos is the only thing that really threatens you, then like trivializing that trivializes the game, right? But armor is getting the whole armor applies to elemental damage, right? Where if you then do the convert physical to elemental damage, right? Or convert, is it just converting elemental damage? There's a way that you can get, or maybe it already does. There's ways you can get your armor to apply twice, kinda, if you split it up, right? Because armor is based on the higher the hit, the less mitigation, right? So if you split the hit into 3, right? So you take one hit, say you take 100,000 physical damage, right? If you then split it so that 25 25,000 of those is elemental, is lightning, and 25,000 of that is lightning. Did I say lightning twice? Fire. Then you only take 50,000 for your physical mitigation, and then you got 25,000 and 25,000 that you're then applying your armor to through those nodes, and then your resistance, right? That could mean that while if they get the balance right, then CI is the king for, say, ritual, but then armor is going to be the king for something with a lot of elemental damage, right? If you get that right. And then the question is finding something for evasion, right? Maybe evasion is like, you find a way to make it super good against projectiles specifically or something. Maybe evasion is the king of Trial of Sekima, right? Something like that, right? I don't know. As long as they all get their niche and the niche is valuable, then that is the best way, right? Like, I don't think people should look at CI as being like bad for the game because, oh, it just trivializes chaos damage or whatever. I think they should look at it like everything should have something like that, right? So that you had to pick. I think that's cool. That's my take. It really does good for the game's player base overall. Not everyone wants to spend 10 hours a day figuring out what works and what doesn't. Yeah, and that's like for PoE specifically, the solution to that is guides, right? Not everybody wants to just figure out their build. Some people just want to play a guide. And like there are guides for both top end things, but there's also guides for like less giga things, right? But just cool concepts and stuff. Now, everything can be made to be super strong in PoE 1 at least. Probably in 2 as well. That's one of the beauties of it, right? If you throw enough currency at a PoE 1 build, it'll be giga. But the meta ones will probably be better and at a significantly less of an investment level, right? But yeah, I think CI being strong is good, but there needs to be alternatives for other things for other armor classes, right?
You know, what's actually wrong here, and it is true that it is quite hard to relate with, especially on like a personal level. So I'm quite good at, when I observe, I'm quite good at seeing things that people often don't see as well. And but yeah, it's been a really fun amount of like really looking at the early in game, really iterating on it. And I've had the same from a bunch of other developers as well, a bunch of the designers that Jonathan's also been talking to, where they're just like, it's been really fun just getting like, here's the list of problems every day that Jonathan's run into, and they're just iterating on them, and they're all so fundamental. They're all like, and I think this is something I want to stress.
Here's
and goes
the
back
list
to it's something I mentioned.
Here's
to
the list
Ziggy
of
as well,
problems
with respect to,
Jonathan
like, even
ran
just
into.
the defenses on the tree. Like, there's just fundamentally missing things. Like, and this is a really important thing that you know, I would say the in game not having goals is a fundamental problem, but I would go as far as the things like the balance go, the basics, the life, the poi, all that thing that Jonathan was talking about. We honestly haven't hit the fundamentals, and this is why, and in the monster density, and this is why it's really important between 050 and release, that we're not like adding, and we can actually go, okay, like we need to just make the baseline actually the quality it needs to be. And it's really, really hard to do that when you're making what we just did for 050. Like, you'll notice I don't want to say it's void of balance changes, of course, but it doesn't reach the standards of probably what people expect. And that's just because we were making all the new stuff. So hopefully now with everything, filled everything in, we actually get to go back and assess all of those fundamentals about the passive tree. You start with the really core things, the base skills, the base passive tree. They're like, you know, you don't.
I am so excited for them to get a pass at skills and fucking passive tree, because I am not very excited about opening up my passive tree in PoE 2. There isn't that many things where I'm like, oh, this is cool. And if they are, it takes me like 40 levels to get there. Like anything close, I'm not super... And I guess that's the way they want it, right? Like the more interesting, cool things are further out, so you don't just fucking do the PoE 1 thing where you take everything in the starter zone. But the starter zone feels really bad some places. The monk is really good, though, specifically. That has a lot of shit where I'm like, ooh, want. But a lot of it has movement speed, and that might be why. I'm really excited for them to take a pass at at the passive tree, as well as the basic skills, right? Because especially fucking maces, and I think I've talked about this every day now, but Earthquake as a starter skill, it does not work, bro. Hit the earth, wait for 3 seconds for it to do damage, and that's your ability? That's the thing you got? Fuck off. Like, that is not working.
Don't get into too much of the nitty
Maces or troll,
and all the multipliers and combo.
Nah, I
pieces
mean,
that
so
come.
maces, I feel like it's not that I disagree with. Maces has plenty of cool skills. I think the volcanic fissures are cool. Now, I feel like they should be juiced up a little bit. I feel like they could go a lot crazier, and maybe they can with the right stuff. But where I got to, I feel like they should have been a bit crazier, like just more of them, right? Like it didn't feel like I could really get, rather than just the 2 or 3 I was getting pretty easily, it didn't feel like I'd be able to make like a bush or like a tree or whatever of it, right? But volcanic fissure is really cool. The hammer throw, smithing hammer, whatever, throw hammer down, war cry, spiral of fire, that thing is cool. I like the earth shatter one. It's in itself, it's not that big, right? It's just like a little spike that pops up, but it's a slam, so it can activate your fire things. And when you then war cry, it does a huge burst of damage, right? And then you got Sunder, which is a bit slow, the animation, right? Like, that's annoying. But then the whole fucking ground just going outwards, really cool. Also, Earthquake itself, I really think that thing is cool, especially with a little bit of investment into AoE size, with a little bit like Fist of War, right? Like, or whatever it's called, the one ancestrally boosted. That's what it was. If it ancestrally boosted, right? That's a really cool skill as a like extra or supporting skill or combo skill in some way, like something that you use in addition to other things. It's really cool. I'm sure it happened to you, but when you're like, you slam the fissure down and it goes into a wall and you get this long a fissure. It's like, aw. I didn't take my pants off. I didn't have to see that.
Together of what makes a build crazy. It's like really that baseline, life of monsters, damage of monsters, defenses of the player, and via the passive tree, base items. Like, I honestly think that the base items of, like, say, weapons aren't in a good enough spot. There's just a bunch of implicits that a weapon has an implicit and its damage is penalized, and the implicit is just trash. And it's like, why is this even here? It's not interesting. It's not fun. It's just a bad weapon to find. And there's still a bunch of that.
Shit, yeah, that's insane.
That's our lowest level thing.
There are some of them that has like stun stuff, right? Which is like, maybe it's useful. I think for the way I level on the warrior, the stun stuff is actually useful, because the way I do it is basically just find something that'll stun him up, and then I hit, is it Bone Shatter? And that clears everything. Bone Shatter and Herald of Fire, right? Like, just... And that's the kind of the way you play a campaign. Walk up to mob, hit it with a basic attack, prime for stun, hit that thing, which is really stupid, and it speaks to how bad the mace skills are, at least in the beginning.
Everything else is built on top of that, and we haven't even got that base thing entirely perfect yet. So we have a bit of a plan, and we're going to go a bit feral with it, but I really just want to make sure, we're addressing all of these fundamentals now that we've got, which hopefully will make, I don't think Jonathan should have to change much. I think the balance is just wrong, and I think that he should be able to kill that boss, and now he can, by the way. Just to be clear, we did address that immediately. But it's like, it seems like such an obvious thing, and it's like, how the hell have you not done this? But
I think it feels a little... Maybe I'm thinking too much into it, and I definitely am, because they know each other, right? But when he says Jonathan should be able to kill that boss, what I think he should have said is Jonathan's build should have been able to kill that boss, because it just kind of feels like he's calling him shit. You're not good enough to kill the boss right now, and we need to nerf the boss so you can. And that is not the situation as I've understood it. It's like, The situation was Jonathan deliberately picked something that wasn't quite up to snuff to try and play through it, and now all of a sudden, that's the level Jonathan's at. It's
Could be
like,
producing so much content. Like, and I don't even just mean for this patch. It's just been like crazy developing this game, the amount of stuff we're making. It's really hard to actually go, okay, now let's get it to the right spot. And a lot of people compare it to a lot of people compare it to PoE1, and they're like, yeah, but the PoE1 tree has this and this and this and, you know, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, I remember iterating on that for like 8 years personally.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's like, you know, there's a bit of a time disparity here, like with our new philosophy. So we will be able to do it. We'll be able to do it pretty quickly. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years, and we'll be able to
thank
get a
God.
hell of a way towards perfection, I would say. That balance is ever perfect, as I like to say. But yeah, it's going to be bloody nice now that we've got this absolute behemoth of a patch, you know, coming to a conclusion. Not to say there won't still be stuff to fix around that, but that's part of that as well, to be able to actually go and look at, okay, let's figure out what kind of person, what kind of build, what kind of character actually should be able to get to what point of the end game, the campaign, etc. Like, what are the mistakes people are making? What is the flaws in their builds that shouldn't be flaws? Be it the recommended gems, be it the base skill damage, be it itemization, passive tree, everything, and just getting all of that as refined as possible. Which is exciting, by the way, because I find that stuff to be some of the more fun work. So it's kind of...
What's the...
You know,
Go on, Gazi.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, listening to the both of you talking about this, it's obviously we're expecting this, but it really sounds like there's a ton of minor adjustments from the veterans players' perspective, but might be large changes for newer players' perspective that is coming to the 0.5 update that is not necessarily in the patch notes. Something I was really curious about to hear from the both of you was what portion of this update do you guys predict to like make the largest beneficial impact for the player's experience? Because we heard from Jonathan talking about his situation there. Are we talking about changes in that sense in the campaign playthrough, or are we talking about the Infinite Atlas? I just want to hear your thoughts on your prediction on the most beneficial impact for new player experience.
If you're talking about just for new players, I definitely think that it's going to be the sort of early in-game, yeah, like monster density, like things around there, like, and yeah, like late campaign, early in-game monster density, things like, you know, just, I mean, we were just talking today. Okay, so here's another random example of a thing that we want to try and do. I hope it'll get an 050, but I think it's going to be a big deal, which is that, like, there's another one of those realizations of, like, you know, I'm fighting a rare, it's got, like, a shit ton of mods on it. And I'm like, if I just stop, like, fighting for a second here, just, like, put on God mode and just watch this rare. Like, I'm just going to look at what this rare is doing right now, if I'm not killing it. And there is a fucking endless amount of bullshit spewing forth from this rare. And I'm like, there actually is no capability to have any gameplay, like, counterplay to this thing beyond just tanking it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really able to dodge it. There's so much crap coming out of this thing that, like, effectively my defenses have to be good enough, and there's really nothing else that I would be able to do about it.
That's an endless amount of bullshit, dude. That is so accurate. Like, it just pops everything out of it all the time, like fire circles and pustules and fucking farts and bullshit. Just fucking, yeah, tank it, I guess. If you have to fight it, that is. If you don't, just it's gone. But
essence monsters in particular, I believe it was an essence monster.
Oh yeah,
that I was looking
essence.
at the time.
Yeah.
And you know, something like that. And it's like, okay, we need to do something here, right? Like, it shouldn't be that when you get a bunch of these mods on there that so right now, there's all the different effects that can happen. So we call them daemons. They're like the things that sit there and cast, like, you know, like when you get like the circles of lightning damage or whatever the hell it is, you know, just like various things like that trigger from a rare. Like, every time you add one of those, it doesn't like slow down the rate of the others, and that's like a thing we want to do, effectively make it so that the more of those that go on the monster, like, it doesn't, it's not that it like that it casts the same number of them as what it normally casts. Like, it would have to increase, but it shouldn't increase where like you get 2 mods and now it's double the number of those effects, because otherwise there's just no ability to get any kind of counterplay with that. So we need some kind of thing that can control, like, when lots of mods go on a rare, that it doesn't just turn into an absolute shit fest of like random spam. And so like this is another kind of one of those like fundamental
dude, this is a different kind of, is this official? Like, a shit fest spews forth bullshit? Do they usually talk like that? Holy shit. that sounds interesting. Like, but I'm a little bit curious as to how you're gonna keep the balance. If you make it so that there's a delay, right, that it doesn't fire off, then aren't you effectively? Let's say you have one thing like detonate dead, right? Mob has detonate dead, right? If we then that's one of the things that kill people in PoE1 at least. Let's assume detonate dead is the worst thing it can have, so it's the most dangerous, right? If you then put a rate on how often it fires detonate dead in comparison to all the, like, whenever it has more mods on, right? Aren't you then gonna hit a situation where if you get a mob with just detonate dead, that's gonna be a bigger threat than, say, a mob with detonate dead and 2 other mechanics that aren't nearly as dangerous? Because then all of a sudden detonate dead is gonna come out like X% slower, so there'll be X% less detonate deads. I wonder how they're gonna solve that. Is it gonna just detonate more whenever it does it? That could be a thing. But then you still run into the risk of no counterplay, right? Because if you fill up if every single ability fills up more of the screen with shit, then it coming out less often doesn't really change anything, because the problem before was that the entire screen was filled up with shit. That is curious. I'm looking. A good thing that they know better than I do, but that is something I'm curious about.
Things to identify. And like we'll try to get that in 4050, but I think that one of those things is those are the kind of things that I really do think affect new players, because there is a level beyond which of like screen like covering crap that you just kind of give up on it, and now it's like, yeah, it really is just a build check. Like, I'm not going to dodge this. I'm not going to actually try to even do that. It's like, so now my build just has to be able to tank it, or that's it. So that's
or
again,
outrange
another
it.
thing that another one of those fundamentals like that.
What's the?
This came up a while back. This came up a while back for essences more so, because again, it is a thing that veteran players are noticing a lot more, where they're like, okay, you especially that Silent Caverns, I think it is unique map, right? And you're like, okay, there's now, you know, this one monster with 6 essences, and we're like, yeah, what we should be doing is implementing like a system where there's like, you know, one or two of the daemons, as Jonathan explained it, one of the kind of more hidden skills that are outputting, the effects that are going on, they occur on a specific cooldown, and the more there are, the longer the cooldown is, and there's some whole system for it that we wanted to do. But like, that was an example of where we checked the, you know, obviously the more extreme case. But then if you actually just come back to fundamental monster mods, like it's even a monster that only has 4 mods, for example, and 3 of them happen to be something where it's like just spamming a bunch of stuff. And the other thing is, each of those just has their own independent cooldown. And so the monster, and let's say it happened to get 3, and each of those cooldowns is, say, 10 seconds. Well, it's going to do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds, and then do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds. So that gets a different thing where at least you get the wait. But if it happened to be that, let's say there was a 5, a 10, and a 15-second cooldown, or some numbers like that, it's all of a sudden now it's like just skill, and then you're like, okay, well, when do I actually get to DPS? So it kind of varies a bit, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's also just resulting in a bunch of just spam all over your screen.
If you do 5, 10, 15, right, like, there it's still gonna do all of them at first, right? So it's just gonna be bam, and then at 10 it's gonna do 2, and at 15 it's gonna do 2, but at 30 it's gonna fire off everything again.
And it gets so much worse at the high end, like to the point where, and this is part of what contributes to the, like, as you said, you just need to be able to survive it, and if you can't, and it results in these things where like I died to something, there was effects everywhere, and now I'm dead. Something happened. But honestly, again, that's just because okay, we're talking about 3 or 4 mods. Well, you can get more than that. So obviously, right? And so all of a sudden now you've just got this barrage of onslaught of emissive, you know, flashbangs going on your screen, and hopefully you survive. So it is a problem, but it's one of those things where it's really easy to look at the extreme cases and just be like, obviously we need to address this. And when we come up with some plan, and then you kind of go, well, it is affecting only the top end, you know, so is it as important as these other fundamentals? But then you actually go, okay, let's look at this problem from not the top end perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely still a problem. And so that's a good one to get highlighted, and then you can address it, and it turns out it just fixes it for everyone. So yeah, we're hoping to even do something about that this week specifically.
On the same topic of that is like, here's another one I just happened to notice recently as well, which was that like I was playing some maps and I realized, hang on a minute, I feel like in the last 10 maps I've run, every single one of them had a mod in it that caused curses to be going off. Every single one of them. And I'm like,
yeah, that's fucking annoying.
That just means that your entire experience of the map, even when you're not fighting anything, there's just like circles appearing on the screen all the time. And so I asked someone about this, and they were like, "Oh yeah, the reason for that is because there's a bunch of curse mods, but because they're all weighted the same as all the normal mods, it means that like the overall weighting of just any curse, if you look at it that way, is very high." And so the answer is just divide all the weightings of those curse mods so they're just less common, right? So now you don't have that thing, because like I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be that every freaking map you're running has got these circles appearing like that. So like it's just stuff like that. Like it's just lots of little things like that.
But that mod is kind of free though. Just don't stand in the circles.
It can be hard to notice that stuff unless you're really thinking about it. And like when you're going in with the mindset of like, okay, like what are we doing to reduce the spam? Like when you're actually playing, you have to, and it takes a little while of appreciating it as you go through of like, what is actually the cause here? Yeah, like there's a lot of things we can still do. So yeah, that is a bit of a kick that we're on right now, is the like try to reduce the spam a little bit. Ideally without sort of hurting the top end cases where people want to make sure that they're getting the monsters that they need and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that part of what also brought it to a head a little bit is that because the tree adds so much now.
The new Atlas tree.
With the with the stuff, because it can get out of hand pretty quick. So that's something that we have to care a lot about.
We've definitely had to reevaluate what our base levels are versus what our, without like really going, okay, we just want everything to be, meh. Like we still want the excitement, you still want the thing where you can spec into all these things and create these crazy situations to happen. But yeah, with the tree being a lot larger and the Atlas Master System and all of this, it's like, we've certainly had to reevaluate the base simply for that, just from a like, okay, if we had just kept the same base and added all that, then all the investment would end up having to be quite low, because you just can't have every single map being an absolute clusterfuck. So,
kind of want that though.
Reevaluating all of that is also
I like
helping, honestly,
clusterfucks.
with that just onboarding into maps thing anyway, where you're not
overwhelmed
with like 8 things going on.
If you have the damage to deal with them,
what the fuck is even happening? Like, what's this purple thing here, and this blue thing here, and this green thing here, and this yellow thing here, and you're like,
It doesn't matter what they are. Don't stand in them, right?
You don't even know what they are, because nothing's told you what they are necessarily. So, yeah, I think
if you don't know what it is, it's bad. Don't touch.
The onboarding for new players, even though it's weird to think about new players in the case of endgame. But our hope is that they can get there. What I did see, and I've seen this with personal friends, even my brother and stuff, they got to endgame. He's like, I don't know, I just ran a couple maps and now I'm done. I guess I'm finished. So I'm hoping that they get there and stick it out and actually have that goal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't immediately run into brick walls. And
I think what they've done with putting the things on the map, right, especially the fortress, and but also the league mechanics, right, Abyss and all of that, putting those on the map where you can see them, as well as putting quests in maps that tell you go here, and then it shows you on the map, and they also get the progress bar, right? I think that is gonna get a lot of people to play a lot longer, because it's like you don't get to the end game and be like, what now? Like go explore the infinite, like vast whatever, right? Now it's like, go here. Do this. I think that's going to be really helpful. And then maybe people stop after they've done all of the... But at least they get to fight the quest versions of all the pinnacle bosses, right? And that alone might be like, oh, fuck, this is fun. Let me do that again, right? But whenever you get there and there's like, here are the things you can do, then I think, myself included, but a lot of people, if not everybody, is going to be way more inclined to be like, okay, let me go do whatever, right? Like, oh, this seems cool, right? Rather than, okay, what am I doing? Let me try and find something cool. Now it's like pointing you to cool. This is really good.
Can actually play through and finish the campaign, finish the end game as if it was just a continuance of the campaign, honestly. Like there kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a like break in the story necessarily so much where they can just be perceived as the same thing ultimately.
It's funny that you mentioned that because one of the topics we wanted to cover in this interview was about the Fortress and Endgame Atlas. And one of the initial questions we had there is to talk about the Fortress. You talk about onboarding people to the Endgame, right? And the Fortress itself, it has its areas inside the Fortress. They're sort of pre-juiced, and the Fortress is required for gaining your Atlas passive points, and also has some pinnacle bosses in it. Like, is this area what you envision players to head to first when they go out there, clear it out in its entirety, then go out to engage with league mechanics? Or is it intended to be your sort of first endgame focused type of content, but you can deviate away from it? And the follow-up to this would be, is this supposed to be an extension of the campaign to be sort of a tutorial of the endgame before people are expected to go to the Infinite Atlas?
So there's a few things going on here. So number one is I do expect that the Fortress is going to be the first in-game system that people engage with. It doesn't have to be, but I think that it will be. And that's seen by the fact that it's the first quest we give you, and it's kind of like the largest visible thing going on, right? So the very first thing you get is like there's a tower that pops out, and Duyani's like, hey, go do that. And that's like 3 maps away, right? So like it's guaranteed.
Oh, so one of the things we talked about yesterday was whether or not drops would be on the channel, and they will. Both the drops and the subs. I just found it in my dashboard. I needed to remember to check today, and it's there. All good.
It's guaranteed the tower is the 3rd map that you do, assuming that you head in that direction. And then it's like 3 or maybe 4 maps more than that until you get into the Fortress. So like it's pretty, like we're onboarding you pretty easily into that thing. So I suspect a lot of people do that. And yes, the pre-juicing is definitely a nice thing because the nice thing we get to do there, by the way, is that so in the Fortress, like it's not most of the maps, but it's like a very large percentage of them, because you can pick where you go. Like you effectively get like pre-juiced maps, but the nice thing is it's like one mechanic at a time. Like when you get those mechanics in those maps, it's like because it's at the start, you have an allocated Atlas point, so it's not happening all the time. You get a situation, you get to experience the feeling of like, okay, here's what it would be like if I like had a bunch of wisps, and here's what it would be like if I had a bunch of strongbox.
So that's really nice. You get to see what the things are.
But yeah, as I said, one at a time. And then as you go through the Fortress, you're obviously adding more of that content that once you've experienced it to your maps, you get to kind of like juice it more yourself. And so by the time you're done with the Fortress, you're going to have like, the not necessarily, probably not the full Atlas tree, because I don't think you're going to just grind out every single map in the Fortress. I expect the much more likely situation is that you pick a path through the Fortress that gets you to the quest goals. You allocate, I don't know what it would be. Like, what do you reckon the percentage of the tree you'd probably allocate, Mark? And by the time you've leveled up and everything, it might be like a third of it or something, like maybe. Like something along those lines. You probably get like a third of it as you make your way to the maybe half. It sort of depends on like how long it's taking you to get up those map tiers and so on. But I'd say a third is kind of
half was more what I was thinking for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, like sort of half to a third, the third half, something like that of the tree. Before we get to that, and so by the time you got to that point, you're sort of ready to be able to go and do all the other objectives. And I sort of suspect that that'll be like most people's general experience.
So you'll do half, and then you'll go infinite farming until you get another crack at the Arbiter? I feel like I'm gonna do all of it. I feel like that's the way I play games. That sounds a little scary. That sounds like I'm gonna burn out on that. But I also have a little bit of a... I haven't played enough PoE 2 endgame since season 1 or 2. So I still have the feeling of strongholds just being fucking impossible to find. Even with the beams in the fog. I still kind of have the feeling of you have to wander so far to find them. What is the Arbiter of Ash is still there, right? Like, is that still the stronghold? I'm curious to see how you get the new guy. Maybe it's easier to get... It shouldn't be easier to get the new guy. He's the pinnacle, right?
And that's not supposed to take too long.
Citadels are easy to find in 0.4. So are they easy to find in the sense that they have the beam and the smoke? Or do you find a lot of them? How many maps do you have to run to find a citadel. Now, I know you are doing something where you run to a tower, see far, and then skip forward, right? And do only some content in the next tower, right? So you're probably traveling a lot. You find a lot of them? Okay. Getting a new class? No. No new class. No, we're not getting a new class. There's no gunslinger. There's a new crossbow type. That's a grenade launcher. Is that what you're talking about, maybe? There's a new weapon. There's a new crossbow type. And it's a grenade launcher. So it's more grenade focused. Well, it's only grenade. It has a grenade focused mod pool. And you can't use regular crossbow skills with it. So that's the closest thing you get to a new class. Other than that, we're getting martial artist and spirit walker. Those are the two new ascendancies, and then Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire are getting some. Chronomancer more so a rework. Gemling Legionnaire is getting like 2 new things. So yeah, at a certain distance from spawn, they made it so citadels spawn in sets, so it's almost like 2 citadels per screen, maybe 3 per screen. Okay, well, that's at least something, but it sounds like you have to go a bit far for it. Hopefully, it'll be good then.
Supposed to be, you know, like a relatively like achievable goal. And
like I played very early end game, if I even made it to end game in the 0.4. I think was I mid Factorio and just really addicted to Factorio? I think I was. But yeah, I played the Druid a decent bit.
It is effectively tutorializing the endgame as well.
The anti-Victoria Factorio, yeah.
You know, like you know, the which is hard. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy.
I just saw. I think it was yesterday. I think I'm close to 90 streams of Factorio. Like, that is that's like 540 hours plus minus. Billy gets 30 maps in a straight line. You should be a Citadel territory. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. But yeah, Factorio is really... I'm not even done with it yet. I'm still going to be doing Factorio while I'm doing PoE now. Probably going to focus a bit more on... Friend plays Factorio, I mean, damn, you tried. If you tried, you'd get hooked. It's so good. I'm probably going to try and do like Factorio like once or twice a week while we do PoE. And then... I'll obviously return to it again, and then, but I wanna not just do Factorio. I try and do a little bit else as well. But we'll see. It's a really good game. The possibilities in that game is endless.
But like definitely not. But it's like, you know, something that you would expect someone to be able to do if they're, you know, taking it somewhat reasonably. So yeah, like it is something that probably would expect to do. Now you can go and do the other quest lines.
Bro,
if you
I'm
want,
boiling.
But the one thing you will run into is that you're not allowed to do. I believe the lieutenant
liar. When the eco bugs get you, it's over, dude. I'm not that much into amassing wealth. Like when my character gets strong enough, then I'm good, right? Like I don't need. I don't need the. Also, I have a buyer. Dude, the only fucking thing that interests me about the economy right now is the fact that there's asynchronous trade. I hated having to leave my maps to trade stuff. Like, whenever I go build up a pretty decent amount of... I was doing mostly flasks in PoE 1, and it was every map. Somebody was like, yeah, I would like to pay you 2 divines right now. I was like, fuck. Like, god damn it, I'm mid-map. And then you'd go out, you'd trade the guy, you'd go in, you'd clear like 3 mobs, and like, oh, I want to buy this one. It's like, I hate it. But the asynchronous trade, insanely cool. But there is a part of me that feels like doing it robs away from the experience. I have to admit, SSF is that's where it's at for me. It's just, I'm not quite good enough at the game yet. I don't know enough to play it fully. So I'm kind of doing my own SSF where I have to find and craft all my gear myself. Uniques I'm allowed to buy. Currency I'm allowed to buy, right? But other than that, it's SSF. So it's it's kind of pussy mode, but it works for me. And like the extra small restrictions that I put on myself makes it more fun, right? Like I don't think it's fun if I just play a shit character or whatever and I grind out enough currency to go buy a weapon, right? It's like, oh, now I have like 40 divines, let me go buy a weapon, right? And it's just I don't like that. I would much rather be like, I found this weapon, or I can craft this weapon, let me try and make something, right? And then if we get to a point where we have all the currency in the world, then maybe we can do it at the end. But I like the journey more than I like the destination.
Whatever this kind of like the pre-pinnacle is before you've got to map tier, it's 11, I believe. Mark, is that correct? Like map tier 11 is what you have to do with that?
Generally 14.
14. Sorry, 14. Yes, that's right. So you mapped to 14. So what that means is that if
making items plus finding them yourself is for sure more satisfying. Yeah, it is. And for rare items and all of that, right? Like getting, obviously, if you want to get like mirror tier items, right? You're gonna have to play the economy, and you're likely gonna. You're not. Somebody's crafting them, right? So that might as well be you. But yeah, like if that's what you're going for, then yeah, you play trade league, you love the market, but making your own items is always more fun. Yeah, I try to play the market for certain things as well, so that I can afford to buy the unique that I know is super unlikely for me to find, right? Like if I want if I want Mage Blood, right, then I'm gonna buy Mage Blood because it's a unique with such a low drop rate, me getting it, and I know you can grind for it relatively deterministically in PoE 1, right? You can do the divination stuff, but it's just those things are like and that's why it's like I have that little caveat of uniques. I can buy those, especially the build enabling ones, right? For this PoE 2 league, the Raven Flux staff that drops, I'm assuming it drops from Tangmazu, right? That thing is so cool. Yo, Toom, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining right now. I appreciate the follow, Raptor. 10 months, Toom. Holy shit, we're closing in on a year. Are you excited for the... Yeah, you are, right? Have you decided what you're going to play? But yeah, like, I think SSF is definitely, in my opinion, the best way to play. I'm just not quite confident enough in my ability to farm all the things I need or the amount of time I need to play to do it with the way I play. Because, again, if I wasted less currency, if I was better at utilizing what I had, then I would probably play enough. But the problem is I waste a lot because I'm just like, oh, let me try this. And then if you're playing SSF and you're like just throwing shit around for dumb stuff, it gets a little problem. If you get into endgame early enough, you can just invest in some things and make hella money in a week or two. In last league, you make like 200 divines just sitting on stuff. Oh yeah, like there's so many ways to play the economy, right? Where you can essentially, well, not with asynchronous trade because you need the gold, but you can essentially not play the game and have all the currency in the world, right? Like Spirit Walker, you'll be leveling Twister into Twister companions. This one will be rather late though. Oh, okay. Also, for the record, in PoE 1, they added an even more times ways to get Mage Blood. Okay. How do you do that in PoE 1? I haven't looked into it. I just know you could farm the divination cards, and I thought that was the way you did it. But I guess there's better ways. I'm looking forward to seeing how good the ritual is in PoE 2 because it only has uniques now. So maybe there'll be a good way to farm out the uniques that you need. Like one of my favorite item probably in PoE 1 is Mjolnir, and I really love that thing. And it just doesn't drop that often, right? Like, but it's also kind of cheap. But yeah, you're Spirit Walkering too. Never tried Twister, but may swap minions because they got so many buffs. Twister is fun. Twister is a lot of fun. The only thing is when you're playing Twister in the campaign, it feels super shit because in order for Twister to do damage, you need to make an elemental surface, right? So that's 1 cast. Then you need to do 3 whirling slashes. That's 3 casts. So you're up to 4 now. And then barrage. So 5 casts, and you have done no damage. So until you get a decent amount of attack speed and all of that, it feels kind of ass to play Twister. Obviously, when you get super attack speed, then you just move around casting Whirling Slash, right? Because it's basically as fast as running. And then you just blast whenever you're ready. And then you probably don't even need Barrage every time, right? The new combo added even more buttons. There's going to be more now for the... I saw that Spirit Walker actually makes it so that you could lower the amount of combo, right? Because the stacks themselves will create the ground for you. So you take that out of the combo. And then the feathers, they add more projectiles, so maybe you don't need Barrage, but probably still need Barrage, right? You'll probably still want Barrage. Haven't practiced it yet, but hopefully be comfortable to do it. 2 leagues ago, you had like a 12-button weapon swap combo on Blood Mage. Yeah, I mean, the combos are fine for bosses, and I think the combos are great for bosses. I don't even think it's an opinion, but boss combat in PoE 2 is better than boss combat in PoE 1 in the sense that, if you play it as intended at least, where you have to actually do the combos, so you have to pay a little bit more attention to what the boss is doing for what you're doing, right? There's some of them, especially the last boss in... Is it the last boss in Act 4? No. It's the last boss in Interlude number 2. Sand boss, right? Like, the guy that sips around. Last time I did that, I was playing a very ground-focused build. So, whenever he sips around, and I'd prepared the area with all my ground effects, and he sips away, I do no damage. So you gotta pay a little bit more attention to what he's doing. You gotta be a little bit more into the dance of the fight and prepare better for you to actually get your combos out. Whereas in PoE 1, if he sips around, it's usually because he's doing something you have to run away from or run to him for, right? Like, and you just keep firing your one button, just... And I get that a lot of the builds in PoE 2 also devolve into the 1 or 2 button thing, but the whole combo playstyle, definitely better for bosses. It just fucking suck on white mobs. Ice-tipped arrows, Fangs of Frost, and Warbanner are the full Twister rotation. Ice-tipped arrows. I don't know what ice-tipped arrows does, but I assume it adds cold damage to projectiles. Fangs of Frost. That's also a buff, isn't it? And a Warbanner. Okay. Fair. You play Spirit Walker, you gotta throw a dodge roll somewhere in there for the feather buff. Yeah, wait, how did that work again? Did you get the feathers after dodge rolling? Is that how it worked? Yeah, probably. Using the dodge roll for combo is kind of shit, isn't it? Do you have a cooldown on dodge roll in PoE? Because I'm getting confused with D4 here, because there's a cooldown in D4 and you have charges. It's just an amazing. Okay, so you no cooldown in PoE. Then I think it's okay. Then I think it's fine.
If you do that as your first one, and you're a new player, so you don't know how to go through the tiers quickly, it's possible that you'd run into that bottleneck at some point if you just did one of the league trees first, and then have to sort of tear up before you went on. Whereas if you do the fortress first, you're obviously going to be T16, or T15 probably, I suppose, if you're not doing the corrupted stuff, and so therefore you're going to have the maps that you need to be able to do those other ones like all the way to the end very quickly. So yeah, I'd expect most people to do Fortress first, in most cases.
Part of the reason for that T14 thing, because I suspect it'll come up and people might be like, why is this gated behind a level? Like, why is...
Look at the Infernalist Ascend. Yeah. Especially the Grinning Immolation. I think I've looked at Infernalist a couple of times, and it is one of those things where I think it's super cool. Let's just... Did it work? Did it work in the other ones? Okay. No, it didn't. Boom, 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 boom. We just do this then. I need to sneeze. I need to sneeze. There we go. Okay. Yo, Daro, welcome. In how many hours is the new league starting? So many questions. Oh, fuck. I opened the wrong thing. It is starting in... where are we? I should probably have that up, actually. Oh, that fucking sneeze got my... 8 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, I've started taking some fucking medication for my psoriasis, and it just fucks my muscles. And then I was like, I called them, and this is making my muscles not work properly. Basically, it makes them fatigued, right? And any little effort feels like I'm at the gym putting in the reps, right? Like, it feels like I'm on the rep 20 or something of an exercise, and it's just burning. And I'm just carrying groceries home from the store. Or now I just fucking sneezed. And I told them that, and they were like, yeah, stop taking it. Stop taking it for like a month, and then we'll see if it's still there or what happens. And I was like, okay. It ended up being 2 months because my checkup was just 2 months away rather than 1 month. So I didn't want to make a new one. And then I come back down there, and they're like, yeah, you should take the same drug but in injection form. And I'm like, how is that going to be different? And they're like, well, you're bypassing your fucking stomach and stuff. And I'm like, how does that how does that change what it does to my muscles? Well, we see some of the things, especially nausea and like diarrhea and stuff, go away when you don't take it orally. It's like, but that's not the issues I'm having. Yeah, you should still try it. Like, so now I'm trying it, and it's the exact same issues. So I have to go and get angry. Sorry, tangent. Become ignited when you deal a critical hit, taking 15% of your maximum life and energy shield as fire damage per second. Become ignited when you deal a critical hit, taking 15% of your maximum life and energy shield as fire damage per second. 50% more. 50% more. Holy shit! Is that the This is the demon class, right? Yeah, this is the demon for class, right? That's the recoup engine, right? So whenever you crit and you go, okay, that's a lot of crit, man. That's so much crit. Did I press this button? Okay, that's so much crit. All right, let's get back to the interview. Here we go. Let's see. Thanks for why. You're following Crip? I don't know who that is. You seem to be doing prolonged duration, so the twister's still going off for 8.5 seconds while you do the next combo, so hopefully it won't be that bad later game. I mean, yeah, it's extending the twisters, right? But oh, what is it? There's a limit as to how many times you can hit the mob with the twister, right? Within X amount of time, right? Not late. PoE 1 starts at 8, but always PoE 10. Is PoE 2 at 10? I guess it is. Holy shit. That's late, yeah. You parry, then Fangs of Frost, and it makes chilled ground. That's only necessary early on. The chilled ground. Why would you not just do the Orb of Winter or whatever it is? Like, there's an orb you can just send out that does chill ground, or did they remove that? When I played, you just sent out that thing, and that did the chill ground. You didn't need to parry anything. The Infernal Flame does the recover, also infinite mana. It's 10? Yeah, it's 10, yeah. Int requirement, maybe? But it doesn't... You don't need to level it. right? You just level 1. You just have a level 1 just there you go.
Is it? Like, let me just do it. Is that
It definitely sounds worse to me to have a parry and then a thing, right? Like, if you don't have to parry, then Fangs of Frost is fine. But if you have to parry first, that sounds ass. Like, that's an extra step, right? Whereas you could just cast a thing. But also, if you're playing Spirit Walker, you might get... parry's only necessary in Act 1 for more damage. Ah, okay. Okay, so if parry isn't necessary, then that solves it. Oh man, I'm just gonna... The combo gameplay in Act 1... I'm not looking forward to that.
we don't want the pinnacles. So obviously, there's a quest version and a non-quest version, right? The non-quest is harder. That's what you do afterwards. Drops better loot, right? That's the quest version, where it still drops loot. It's not just given nothing. It is still a fixed level.
Ice
we
Bomb?
wanted all the pinnacles to be at the pinnacle, right? Around
That
10.
generates chilled ground, right? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know which things does what. You're going your perfect build, Crown of Ice Infernalist with new face breakers. What does Crown of Ice do? I feel like I know what it does. It's the strength stacker from PoE 1, right? You use it for stacking strength in PoE 1, right? Increase and reduction to spell damage also apply to attacks. Oh, okay. And then face breakers? That sounds fun. That sounds fun. So you're gonna be like a demon that goes around punching people? That is a cool idea. That's I hope that works out well. You're a sucker for buckless parries. Going to make a build around parry once again. Probably once again be disappointed around level 85 to 90 when it's not working for mapping. Yeah, if you have to run up to a pack and be like, hit me, come on, then you're going to have a slower time for sure. You need to Ice Bomb, collect Infusion Frost Nova. Then you have ground. Okay. Maybe Abyss Lynch and sack a bunch of spell power from summons. That definitely sounds like a... I actually haven't looked at the Abyss Lynch. I think that's one of the coolest things, right? That they put in a... That's so cool, man. Like, they put in an alternative ascendancy because it matches one of the fucking themes. That's so cool. It sucks. That sucks, but it's cool. Oh, it's insane? Oh. Maybe support gym or something. I mean, ground should be pretty easy to come by.
15, tier 16 difficulty, right? So you'll generally find they're about level 79, whereas the farm ones are like level 82. Now, that doesn't mean a lot, but it's just, obviously item level of drops, and then obviously, whatever custom difficulty we want to do at those level thresholds. However, because often the pinnacles are...
It's great for stat dumping, but otherwise it's boring. When you say stat dumping, what do you mean? What does it do? Is it in here? How do I go about becoming an Abyss Lich? And you can't see, I know. Oh, right, okay, here. Umbral Well node. I'm gonna take it over here. Umbral Well. There. Skeleton minions you would create instead grant you Umbral Soul for each minion you would have created. Okay. What does Umbral Soul do? It doesn't say. Some very different nodes. Do not see many people play it though. Dude, it's so cool. You have no... Oh, so Umbral Well converts your minions into stats? Okay. Dude, Abyss Lich, I don't care. Like, for what I'm saying here, the power of it doesn't matter. But Abyssal Lich is so cool, right? Like, you have this endgame thing that makes so much sense to have, like, some sort of necromancer vibe tie into the classes, and they just shadow dropped. Nobody knew about it until somebody accidentally found it, right? Like, so cool. Doesn't the POB support the new... Oh, it's in there. It just doesn't say what it does. I think it says it's not updated or not supported yet. It just doesn't say what it does.
Are not...
It says the stat. I can find the Abyss Lich. It says the Umbral whatever, and it says your skeleton minions. You sacrifice... Basically, for every skeletal minion you would have summoned, you gain Umbral Soul or whatever it was. But it doesn't say what Umbral Soul does. I think maybe I'm wrong.
Traditional waystones, as in you can't.
Not supported in PoB yet, and it doesn't say what it does.
We have to gate the thing directly before them to be the difficulty that is the closest. Like, for example, let's say you got to tier 11 maps, you killed, say, Tulanesh, and then you got the Twisted Domain key, and so tier 11, and then you're jumping.
You don't see Martial Artist yet? I just updated it now, and no, it's not in. Martial Artist is not in yet. I just updated it. So I guess it's not in yet. I guess they haven't... Yep, it's not in yet. I'm guessing they're gonna kind of wait until they have the talent tree. Maybe.
To level 79. Like, the difficulty jump is just gonna be insane. And so it's like, well...
Because I think we have everything in we have every information about the martial artist, right? Like, we have all the notes and all of that. We can see everything already. So I don't think the martial artist is secret, but I don't think all the changes to the passive tree is so it's probably going to be one of those things where either they're working on it now, or it's going to just happen really close to league launch, I guess. Or we're really close after league launch. After league launch at 10 p.m. It's either going to come. I'm gonna come.
No. I'd rather gate that boss to be literally just one step before the Twisted Domain, so that if you do it, you earn the key. You're probably ready to do it. Like, you don't have to like now go and waste your key and go, okay, that was impossible. What the hell was that? So. People will often probably run into this block, but it is important that when they kill those penultimate bosses, that they are probably ready then. That is their proving grounds to say, okay, you can try the pinnacle now. And if we have those be too early, yeah, people are just going to be like, okay, what the hell? This difficulty jump is out of control. And then they'll fail. They have to go do a bunch of stuff. It'll feel bad. Or they might just be like, nice balance, thumbs down.
Nice balance, thumbs down. So the
I
penultimate
think
boss.
The lesser evil was definitely to have the gate.
So the penultimate boss is basically as hard as the pinnacle boss, roughly. So I don't know how I feel about that. What he's saying with it being the gatekeeper makes a lot of sense, but it does feel like the pinnacle boss should be a step up in difficulty. Like, if you just beat the penultimate boss, I don't think you should be capable of beating the pinnacle, but that's kind of what he's saying that you will be.
There are a few other ways to do this, but the other thing I didn't want to do is have it that let's say you did them in a different order. Like, let's say it was tier 11, as we said, the restriction on Tulanesh. If you then, and let's say Twisted Domain was T12 difficulty instead of the 14 and 15 that I have them at. If you did it breach first and did it naturally, it'd probably feel fine. Now, if you go and do the whole fortress, you get all the way to T15, you kill the Arbiter, you do that whole quest line, and then you go and do Breach. Well, now it's just tier 11 and tier 12, and you're going to be like, well, that was a joke. What the hell was that? And so that also doesn't feel good. And then the farm version's obviously high level, and so I think that's also bad as well. So it's just giving a bit of background as to why I want to make sure the penultimates are T14 and the ultimates are around, and the quest ultimates are 15, and then the farm ones are a few levels higher. And there are, I understand there's a few different things you could do here. You could be like, oh, as you complete each, the other ones level up. And as there's all this kind of stuff, but I don't really love doing that. I think
also, if you do that, where when you complete one, the other ones level up, if you do that, then there's a right order to do them in, because, well, at least for your build, right? Because there will be a boss that is harder than the others. There will be a pinnacle that is more difficult. And there'll be a pinnacle that are there will also be some that are harder with certain builds or easier with other builds, right? Like, there will be a pinnacle boss that does chaos damage. So if you're playing CI, you do that one last, right? Like, there will be a boss that is easier for melee. There will be a boss that's easier for whatever, right? So if you do the whole, like, level up, then you will do the hardest one first. And then get the easiest one at the end. And there will be a system and a gaming of it, which sucks. Why do anything other than Abyss, though? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think the reason to do anything other than Abyss is all the bosses, right? Like, you're getting the Bodag, you're getting Tangmazu, you're getting Expedition Spider, whatever that's called, Veritium Monstrosity, right? Like, what else? I guess Abyss already have Kulimak. I actually haven't fought Kulimak, so I'm looking forward to that. The Breach boss, you have Zesht, which is fun. I have fought that one. There's also the new Arbiter. So Arbiter of Ass, I have beaten. And then there's Arbiter of the new one. Fuck Kulimak. GGG confirms aliens are canon in PoE. I'm not sure about that, actually, because the spider, as alien as it seems, it is an alien metal, but it's influenced by corruption, right? Yeah, Veritium is a comet, but that's a metal. And then corruption from the beast interacts with the metal to make the spider. So it's technically an alien. I mean, not if it's born on the planet, right? If it's born off something out of space, but on the planet, it's still an alien, right? Sorry, it's still not an alien, right? Just because it's made of something that came from outer space. If it's... Well, I guess there's two ways of looking at that, I guess. My face is alien. Okay, brother.
It's quite fun to just get to that boss. You get to literally the pre-capstone of the league, and it's like, all right, now get to tier 14, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna go do that. When I come back, I'm gonna come back.
By now, how far-fetched is aliens in Breakers? Aren't Harbingers aliens, though? I think Harbingers are aliens. Right? Aren't they? I think they are. No? What are they? I think they are. Oh, they're outside of... They're outside of space and time. Surely that means they don't qualify as alien. They're alien to the fucking universe, bro.
Mess up and hopefully get my loot, or whatever, or just fail, whatever the case is. But hopefully you get to kill it and get your loot. But yeah, I don't know. It worked out, but yeah, I understand. It's been a bit of a conversation in the office where people have wanted it one way over the other and been a bit back and forth about it, and had the levels based on the distance from the start and all kinds. And I just think that what we've...
Harbingers are mysterious, otherworldly entities from a realm outside of Rayclast. They manipulate the boundaries of reality. Otherworldly, bro. It's an alien. A realm outside of Rayclast. Right? It's a fucking alien. It might not be a space monster. But if it isn't from Earth, it's alien, right? I guess unless you want to argue that they're from another Earth and that makes them not alien. Immortal aliens. I mean... if it's a hole, it's a goal regardless of where it's from.
Landed on is certainly
fair.
The best situation we have of all. But I suspect
if you see it like that, Maven, Eater, and Exiles are aliens then?
So
oh, are they?
It might be a little bit useful.
Did you guys do any changes to the
Oh yeah,
earlier
Maven, yeah, but
levels of the Waystones? Because I know. in one
wait, are
video,
they?
There was a.
That makes sense. I guess they're Eldritch aliens. I mean, Okay, so I guess I'm reevaluating my position a little bit here. Because it makes sense if they're just from another dimension, but wouldn't you still... They're still alien, right? They make reality, Jesus. There's some stupid lore about Maven, Eater, Exile being like between realms. I was just pretty sure that the Harbingers were aliens. Because like exactly what you said, they're otherworldly, right? Otherworldly is alien. But the whole realm thing, that's a bit different, I guess.
Video I was watching where a guy was mapping out and saying like the earlier.
But Maven's a giant
waystones were, like,
brain,
higher
so
levels
she
now.
is an
So, like,
alien.
how
I
do you
get
feel
okay.
about the earlier level curve of the waystones. Has that been fundamentally changed though? Or are you guys okay with the positioning of it currently?
As in level 65, then 6
Yeah.
and 7, then 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Currently the same.
There were some changes to monster effectiveness.
Maven is like a baby old one. Eater's Eldritch Hunger, and Exile is like Eldritch something.
So it's like, what do the numbers even mean is kind of a question in itself, you know, like in general,
Beast
I think
is like
a
call us
common
believe
problem
myth
people
or
had is
something.
that the difficulty difference between
Isn't the beast corruption? Yet their lore is a little complicated. The beast is Kitava. That makes sense. Wait, is it? Technically? Hmm. The beast is Kitava's dead body. Jesus Christ. It makes sense why it eats so much then, yeah.
So it was like, you just kind of just climb and climb and climb.
Right. Yeah.
We've done some changes around that. We went very extreme at the start of this development cycle, and we've now come back on it substantially. Not to say there isn't still a larger difference than what's currently on live. So yes, the difference between a T1 and 15 on live is less than the difference that will be in 050.
Wait, but if the beast is Kitava's dead body, because in PoE 1, in Act... What? Is it Act 3? Is it Act 4? You enter the beast, right? You go into the beast. But then you fight Kitava later, and he's not that big. That's another beast. Okay. That's okay.
As in it gets harder as you climb the progression. That being said, a lot of that was also done through because we've changed what the map mods give as well. So they have I can't remember what the exact bonuses are now, but for example, a subset of the mods do grant effectiveness, so you know, quantum life and XP. And then
yeah, I was about to say, is that the original body of Kitava and now a new one's growing? But that does seem to be the case, right? Because I do remember there was the whole like there was the whole tale with like that's in PoE 2, right? With the with Kitava, the original Kitava being like when they used him to fish and shit. That one's fun. Because it was revived, a new Kitava formed. Okay. Jesus.
But what we tried to do is that every single mod on a map was something you actually were like, oh yeah. Okay.
The beast was being used to turn belief into real. Jesus.
Whereas there were some that were a bit hit and miss before, for sure. So we've tried to do that, and so we've changed some of the outcomes given. But just now by...
So Kitava's worship, along with the other gods, made them real again? Okay. The lore is kind of wild, huh? I enjoy watching the lore bits they put into the game. It's fun. It's a little extra thing to have in a game. Should we just continue the stream like this? whenever I'm playing, I don't have issues sitting for this long. But whenever I'm just watching stuff, my legs start to be like, eh. TLDR, Sin and Innocence killed all the other gods because there are no bad boys. Innocent eventually died. I like the well, in PoE 1 we kill all the gods, right? But I guess we kill the ones that came back, or Innocence has a not Innocence. Sin has the voice line or whatever in PoE 1 where like, brother, I shall spare only you I shall spare, or something, right? You kill manifestations of them, they aren't the real gods. Ah, okay.
Rolling mods on maps, you'll notice that things, because of the effectiveness, for example, that monsters can get harder, but at least then you can kind of control it, which is better than just, okay, we've moved the brick wall from here to here or whatever, you know. It's like not a great change that we made, but yeah,
One dude
I would
turns
say
into Innocence, yeah.
It's not too far off what it was
I am
at a
Innocence.
baseline level. But again, that's where also then ideally, when we do have things like difficulty curves like that, it's something that's in the player's control, not like, you know. Otherwise, again, like let's say Jonathan's build here, he's like, okay,
Yeah, back to Jonathan's
early
build.
Waystones, but like, and I raised the question to him. I was like, okay, but let's say we did this change here. It sounds good. You'll get to your tier 3 or 4, maybe 5 maps, but then you're going to hit a wall there as well, right? So it's about making sure that we do changes that aren't just like, okay, you're gonna quit 30 minutes later instead, or you'll quit the next day instead of the day before. Technically, that's better, I guess, but it's still bad.
By the golden race of innocence, your sad character doesn't say that anymore.
Yeah, it's
By the golden ass of innocence, is that what he said?
Who really wanted it to be that the difference in difficulty in tiers is quite significant. There's a bunch of people who don't necessarily. We tried it. It wasn't good. So having it more as you get more of the tree, more multi-choice, you get the Atlas Masters, and that being fully like agency controlled is definitely a better world than just like inherently every tier is significantly harder than the last, or some sort of more extreme jump like that. So anyway, try it and test it.
Let's talk about the Atlas Masters then, because I'm very curious. There's 2 fundamental changes with the Atlas tree currently coming up in 0.5, one of which is you can basically max out the entirety of the tree. I know there's notables you can change, and that's kind of how you're doing the player agency on the Atlas tree. But also the Atlas Masters are the other, like, fundamentally new, and you call them, like, ascendancy classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So what are the Masters enabling you to be able to do that was something you couldn't, like, be able to put on the tree? Like, why Atlas Masters, and what is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important to talk about with that is that why the old tree was a concern. So effectively,
because it was small, uninteresting garbage. That's why it was a concern, right? Like, you had like 5 nodes. That was interesting, if even. Like, and the map itself, it had a total of 30-something nodes. It was dog shit. Like, obviously it's a concern, man. Like, small and uninteresting, just like my penis. Oh, okay.
The old tree wasn't allowed to have anything on it that could affect content that you could see that you were going to get in advance. And
see, this makes sense, right? Like, I've talked about this to death, right? Like, in literally what he's saying here, it wasn't allowed to have anything relating to content you could see in advance, right? Which makes so much sense, because if you had 0.1, right? 0.1 PoE2, you had that atlas where it said, oh, this one has ritual, this one has breach, this one has both breach and ritual, right? And you implemented the PoE1 atlas tree into that, then the right fucking move would be, before each of these, you respec your entire tree every time. And there would be so many different combinations that you'd have to do it way too often. So Automod did not like you saying 500 exiles gangbanging you. Right. So there's so many reasons that is true. Now things are no longer like that, right? There's no longer things you can see on the map. So there's no need to have the thing, which is what I talked about yesterday, right? Or was it the day before? For the Atlas tree now, you have this entire tree, and rather than doing the PoE1 approach, where you actually get to pick something, right? You now just get everything. And I think that's bad. And then you have all of the mechanic maps on the side. And now that's fine. I'm not going to go too much into that, too much critical of that. It's either or, right? Is okay with me. But the reason they're out there is so you could have them allocated permanently so that you'd never run into content that felt like you needed to then redo your entire tree, right? So they were just always there, right? That's why it was there. But you no longer run into content based on what's on the map, right? Like you no longer see this map has breach, right? You now put the tablets in. So you're never in a situation where, oh crap, I'm about to do this random breach map without me deciding I'm going to do, like, if this random breach map is in my path in order to get the maximum benefit of it, I should swap to a breach tree. You're never going to have that. You are going to pick what you want to play because you put in the tablets and you decide what to farm, right? So them being separate is no longer necessary. Now, it might still be better, I'm not saying that, but the reason they were separated in the first place is gone. So now it's like, should they keep them, or should they do PoE1? Now, even if they don't want to do PoE1, where all the mechanics gets on the tree and you pick your things, which I think is cooler, they could still make you pick all the things, but just have Rogue Exiles, Strong Boxes, Wisps, Essences, bosses, like the Ritual Stones and bosses. Like, you could have plenty of clusters tied to that, as well as Waystone and tablet generation, currency, and all that shit, right? Like, you could easily make a PoE1 style Atlas tree without all the League mechanics on there. And I think that would have been cooler than just you get all the points, right? The agency, like you're saying, having the agency to run what you want is better. And you have that in PoE2, right? You have that. It's better. No doubt about it. You have it in PoE1 as well, but you have it different ways, right? In PoE2, it's just you use scablets. It's scarabs and tablets. It's scablets, right? Like, they're the same shit. Like, it's the same thing, just slightly different. It puts the content in there, and there you go. In PoE1, well, both the scarabs and the Atlas tree and the map crafting puts the stuff in the in the map, right? So there's 3 things doing it, and in PoE2, it's just tablets. But you don't need the breach tree. You could have breach on the tree rather than a breach tree, right? And I'm not talking about the Genesis tree. You can do whatever you like. Again, I don't care either or. If they have separate trees, that's fine. If they have a big tree like PoE1, that's fine. The thing, how many trees do we need? GGT, yes. Well, no, because the new Atlas tree is kind of not a tree, though. It's just fill the bar, right? I get that they have like, you can, but you're getting all of the points. So it might as well just be a fucking progress bar where put this much points in to get this bonus, right? It might as well be a progress bar as a tree. And that's what I don't like. I like the PoE1 Atlas tree. I have to admit, I like that. And whether it's all the League mechanics are separate, I'm fine with that. But I think you should then pick like Rogue Exile, Strong Boxes, Essences, Wisps, right? Bosses. Talent into what you want, right? And then you can then have the content, the League content next to it as well. I think that is cooler. You'll find an area that's overrun by breach by Abyss instead of just singular nodes. Yeah. And then you can swap to tree for breach. before doing that, right? But it's not. That's fine. They have that in PoE1 as well, right? There's no reason you shouldn't be able in PoE2 to swap your tree for that. Because if you find the area, you can just not do it. You can just go around. But if you decide to interface with the content, right? Then in PoE1 you'd swap the talent tree as well. Shouldn't you swap the talent tree for that? Like, is that not a cool thing to do? I understand that if it's often, then you have to have a lot of swaps and then maybe currency and it gets annoying. So having them on the side is fine. I don't mind that. But it's more now when you have other things, right? Like, it's not like there's nothing other than the league content, right? It's not like you can't sustain a tree. Like I said, Rogue Exiles, Strong Boxes, Wisps, Essences, and Bosses all have mechanics that spawn randomly in the maps. Bosses have the ritual circles, right? And then you could also just influence a boss that's in every map, right? That's an option. You could do that. Make it so like you have that in PoE1. You have Maven, right? It's easy. And then, again, you got 4 other mechanics that you can just give me like 3-4 clusters of Rogue Exile things I can pick between. Give me like 3-4 clusters of Strongbox things I can pick between. Like 3-4 Essence things. All of that, right? Like, and then you add some clusters that are like, you find more Waystones. The Waystones you find are already corrupted, but they can have 8 mods. You find more currency. You find less rare currency and more normal currency. You find less magic currency, more rare currency, right? Like, there's plenty of ways that you could have a tree that you could make some meaningful decisions in without needing to have the league mechanics in there. And they have all the things in there. Maybe they make 1 or 2 more things, right? Like, and golden. There you go. And I just think the new tree, where you just get everything, it's kind of boring.
Just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where you know, like you didn't feel like you needed to make those changes all the time. And yeah, the only way we'd had to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses we could give. And then
now this makes sense to me, but at the same time, like the thing he's saying here is right. Like, so you don't have. There was one thing with the cities, right, where they have a 15% chance to be invaded, and if they would put that on a choice node tree, then the right on a like a tree where you build whatever, then the right choice would be to respec your tree in order to get that node every time. But what they're doing now is just making a baseline, right? It's just baseline. It is. So why don't they just make a baseline? Why doesn't the strongholds just have a 15% chance to be like invaded? Why do I need a point for that? Why is that not just the way it functions then, right? Like, it's the same shit. And that's the thing I don't like. It's that they give us a tree and they give us point to allocate in the tree. But the fact is that this is just the baseline, right? This is what a map endgame just has now. And why doesn't it just have it? Right? Like, why is it not just, okay, this is what a map is? Rather than, oh, but if you go through all of these hoops, then this is what a map is. Rather than, oh, you could choose to what a map is, right? I like the choosing. I like the choices. I feel like having a tree where you get all the nodes is just something that should just be intrinsic to the map from beginning. Like, there's no need for me to put in the points. There's no need for me to earn the points if I don't allocate the points in a meaningful way. Like, they just give me a progress bar to fill. Like, I don't know. That's my view on it. It's just, you could easily make these cool things and just make it how it works. Right? Like, but I'm not what anti-sympathetic is it whatever. I'm not. I see the issue of you having to respec before a map, obviously, and I see the design issue they have, and I see what they're coming from. But for this, I just feel like just make it baseline, right? Like, just make it that's the way it functions. Just, I don't know.
Originally, what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't require like so much cognitive overload in terms of doing it. Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay, so the important thing to respec was like, you know, like various more sort of keystone-y type things. Like there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got like effectively like a nice little menu on.
Let us just bring up real quick talent evolution World of Warcraft. See if we have a picture. Okay, let me just find it. World of Warcraft classic talent tree. Here. This. Wow, that's small. This is a talent tree in World of Warcraft Classic, right? You get your points, you allocate them, you can't get it all. There are different reasons, or there are different things, they do different things. There are different things that do different things. Oh, there are different talents, right? And there's different requirements to unlocking said talents, right? Put points into here, then you can go here, then you can go here, right? Put points into here, you can go here. Maybe there's a way to get here, maybe there's not. I didn't play, right? But this is how it was, right? You put points into Eviscerate, you put points into Run Through, put points into Parry. Is this a warrior? This is a rogue, right? So this is not Eviscerate then. And this is not Run Through then. Doesn't matter. You put points into these things, right? And you pick what you want, right? Now, that was the way it was before. Then, like Jonathan is saying, if we could simplify these things, if we could make the choices and put them in one spot, right? For fuck's sake, why are they so small? That is very bad. Is it because I'm opening him the wrong way? Whatever, here we are, right? Does that look familiar now? It's a row with 3 things. You pick one of them. Right? So, if we could make these choices pop out a little bit more, right? The ways you differentiate between things, pop them out a little bit more. If we could, let's see what he, let me just go back and see what he said actually, because he said exactly this, right?
Feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them in terms of doing it. Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay, so the important thing to respec was like, you know, like various more sort of keystone-y type things. Like there's sure
more keystone-y type things, right? It feels less threatening to change, yeah? It's easier to see when you only have whatever choices here, right? So WoW did this 15 years ago. Do you want to see how WoW's talent tree looks now? I feel like you could learn something from this, right? And I feel like you haven't. Or they haven't, sorry. Now, don't get me wrong. In this image, actually, if any of you play WoW, you'll know that these are talent trees, the way where you pick some things, right? And they are flawed as well, but Like there's 2 talent trees here, right? You get X amount of points, you can't get it all, right? You pick. But this middle one, you actually do get it all. So so even here we have kind of the same issue. So even here, this is exactly the fucking this is exactly what the Atlas tree is. You get all of these points, and there's like there's usually like 3 or 4 choice nodes. This one is a choice node. And there's usually more of them, but that is yeah. I feel like they're making a mistake here, and I feel like the mistake has already been proven to be a mistake, and it sucks. It's a little bit sad that I think somebody learned this lesson. A massive game that I know they know of made this choice like 15 years ago and went back on it, and now they're making the same mistake for their game. I think that's kind of bad.
Sure, there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place.
But if there's only that amount of things that are interesting about what you're doing, right? Isn't that a problem of the rest of it being kind of boring? Because do you know how getting Atlas points work now? It's still corrupted zones? No. So whenever you get your first tower, which is very close to where you start, the whole city that you saw in the trailer, you've seen the release trailer, right? With the city that comes out of the ground. That raises up. You can see it here in the background. The city raises up out of the ground, right? And that's the fortress. And inside that fortress, I think there are 5 sections. I think Mark said that earlier. And completing maps within those 5 sections give you talent points. So that's how you earn it. So you complete the entire fortress, you get all the talent points, and you're done. Now you can also kill the pinnacle boss, and then he will complete one of the 5 sections, or that will complete one of the 5 sections of your choice for you. So you don't have to do all like however many maps. You can also just do some, finish the quest line, then move out into world, come back, kill the arbiter or pinnacle guy, and then you'll get a bunch of talent points. There's 2 ways of doing it.
It's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got like effectively like a nice little menu on the side of the thing of like what one of these do you want to be playing on?
After Atlas points, the fort's gone. No, the fort is still there, but you've done all the maps inside of it. And then you come back to fight Arbiter of Ash and new Arbiter guy. Right? So the maps are going to be completed, but it still functions as the hub or the gateway or whatever you want to call it for those 2 boss fights. As far as I understand. But you got to find the keys and stuff out in the world.
And then after that, we were like, okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1, you've got like the 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree. And I've never kind of liked that because like, I don't know, like, how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff? It's like it feels like it's adding even more complexity. So then I was like, okay, is there a way?
The 3 talents, the 3 Atlas, the 3 Atlas trees in PoE 1 does not add complexity. It adds customization. Yeah, like it adds what's it called? Adaptability. It means that you could have 3 different things you're doing, and you can decide at a glance what you want. It means you're not pigeonholed into one strat. It means you're not completely just, now I'm doing this, and I'm going to do this for the next 200 maps, because now I've allocated the points, and it costs resources to reallocate them. So I got to get a bang for my buck out of the freaking talent tree swap or whatever, right? Like, that's what that does, if you only have 1. 3 of them, it's like, okay, I want to do that. And then you're like, okay, I want to do something else. Let me make a new tree for a new thing. And I do that for a little bit. And then I make a new tree for a new thing. And I do that for a bit. And then maybe I'm ready to go back to the first or the second. Or maybe it's like, oh, I want to just swap a little bit. This is good for this. This is good for that. Seems like they're trying to plug that adaptability into the Master of the Atlas. Yeah, but it's just boring. Like, I don't want to pick one of 3. Right? That's the thing, right? It's fine that, okay, so you have 4 rows of 3, right? So you have 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 combinations, right? Oh, that sounds like a lot. But how many combinations are there in PoE 1? Right? Like, it's just cooler, man. Like, why don't they just do the same thing for the passive tree for your character then? Right? Like, just take away all of that and give you some keystones, and you can pick one every 10 levels. How about that? Like, no, honestly, why not? Why not just take the entire passive tree of your character and remove it? And instead, you get, like, I don't know, 5 clusters for defense and 5 clusters for attack. And you get to pick 5 clusters in total, right? So you can pick all the 5 attack clusters if you want. You can pick all the 5 projectile clusters if you want. Right? And you just get that keystone. That ends one. The highest one. Right? Why don't they just do that? Because it's shit. It's boring. It's fun to path around. Right? Like the cool thing is you see what you want, and then you try to find, okay, what's good for me on the path there, and what is the next thing I have to do? How many points do I have to spare? Like, can I go here and make it so I get here as well in the shortest amount of time? Or is there something like on the way that's really good? Actually, I'll take that as well, right? That's the cool shit. That's fun. And they're removing it. I think they're just trying to captivate the normies by not having as many complicated trees, but I agree it's not in depth enough with the Massive Atlas. It's just boring. Like, it's just boring. Like, I don't know how else to say it. It's just boring. Like, the Atlas tree in PoE 1 is not... It's not complicated for a noob, right? Because you just take what you want and you'll get stuff, right? If you're thinking about optimizing it, it is, absolutely. But if you're just opening it up and being like, oh shit, I have to allocate my points, then you read, right? It's like, right? You read, oh, I like ritual, let me pick ritual, right? That's not hard. You just pick every note that says ritual and you go, right? It's like, and then it's like, okay, well, now I have some more. I picked everything that said ritual and I get more points. What am I going to pick? Right? And then maybe I like Einhar as well. So I pick Einhar as well, right? And then you stop picking everything that says Einhar. And it's like, oh, now I'm out of points. Okay. Right? Like, it's not. I've only played PoE 1 for one league. It was pretty easy until I was trying to do tier 17s. Yeah, tier 17s are difficult. They're also gone now. Right? They're gone. You don't do tier 17. Are they completely gone? Or are they just not necessary anymore? I think they're gone. Aren't they? I think they're gone. Maybe they're not. They're not gone? What are they? They did something. You don't... What are they then? They're nightmare maps. Okay. Okay. But they're not farming maps anymore, right? They added 16.5. That's the league you played. Do you play the one with the rose petals? Or do you play the one now? Because with the one with the rose petals, they were still in. Yeah. I mean, it's just, I get it. Opening up a tree is like, whoa. As a new person coming into PoE 2, this 0.5, what is a solid build? Seeing Monk are supposed to be pretty good, but you also like the look of a Titan build. Thoughts? How much do you care about being super efficient, and how much do you just want to like go through it? Are you gonna follow build guides, or are you just gonna try and play your own thing? How much do you care about being efficient? They nerfed tier 7 a little? Oh, really? Okay. Oh no, you can farm then? You think a lot of people are confused about it? I thought they took them kind of out of the farming pool because there was not... They were supposed to just be gateways to the last boss, but they ended up being like the thing you farmed. That was just the overarching best thing to do. I thought they took them so they weren't really like juice worthy. They only remove cancer mount? Ah, okay. Looking at build guides, you'd like to be proficient coming from D2 and D4 farming. Okay, so if you wanna do build guides, then well, every class is gonna be fine, right? There will be So the way I play the game is I don't look at build guides. I just play whatever I think is interesting and I try to make something work. And then I go look at what other people playing, what I'm doing is doing, like whenever I have an issue that I can't figure out how to solve, right? Like if I'm defensively weak and I don't have a good way of solving it, I'll go look at PoE Ninja specifically to see, okay, what defensive decisions has other people made? That's how I do it. But if you're just starting right off the bat with a build guide, I'd probably go find something you think is cool. Like in terms of power, I think you'll be fine almost no matter which like high level creator you find a build guide from. Like if I were to go look, I'd probably go Ciceran's because that's pretty new player friendly usually. If you want to absolutely Giga Blast, I think Fobgon's the king. But his build is usually also insanely expensive. So the question is whether or not you'll be able to grind the currency out, right? I appreciate the follow, Tommy. Started PoE2 with a minion build. Felt like pretty easy. Way to understand the game. Kind of easy mode. Probably don't go Fobguns because it'll be easy. But it'll be so expensive. Yeah. So Falcon is probably the Omega Blaster, right? Like he will likely play the strongest build in the game, if not close to. And everybody knows that, so everybody plays it, and then everything becomes more expensive, right? And it's one of those things where you will get through the game relatively easily just playing what you think is cool, right? But if you want to do like pinnacle end game, like peak end game farming stuff, then a build guide is a good place to start. And I'd probably go for one of the. I think Mathel does a lot as well. I don't know if he does for PoE2. I don't know how expensive his are either. But yeah, so one of those, right? Do you find? There's also Mobile Lytics has a lot. They should generally be more than fine, right? Elton? No, I don't. Bro just pops Edison Craft for 30 hours straight. Holy shit. I think Mobilytics also has a decent amount of guides. I think Maxroll is also putting on a decent amount of PoE2 guides. I'd just find something that interests you. Honestly, like if I was doing PoE2 first time and I thought I was going to do a guide, I think I would do the campaign on my own 2 feet, right? I'd pick a character I thought was cool, an ascendancy I thought was cool, and a weapon type I thought was cool, and I'd just go through that for the campaign, because just reading whatever things do and try to make the combos yourself, try to pick something on the passive tree that makes sense for it, you will get through the campaign. You should get. I did, at least. Maybe, I don't know. I think you will get through the campaign if you just read and think about it and pick moderately good options. And then once you get to the end game, you have a character, then you can find a guide for the character, right? But on the other hand, if you then find a guide for a character that it wasn't the one you picked, then you'd have to re-level, I guess. So it's like kind of a double-edged sword in a sense. You absolutely do not need a guide for the campaign. Absolutely not. You might need one for if you really want to go hard into endgame. Probably. Very likely. But yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Like it depends also how tied up in what you think is cool you are, right? Like if you just like power, then obviously just go for find a build guide. There's Mobilytics, there's Maxroll, there's Ciceran's channel on YouTube. I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't go Fobgun, depending on how much of a blaster you want to be, right? Because it's also going to be expensive. It's going to be the best, probably, but it's going to be fucking expensive. But yeah, evaluate what you what you want and what you prefer, and then either do the campaign and then find a guide, or find a guide. You could also find a guide you think is cool and then don't look at it too much and then play that character through the campaign yourself. That's an option, right? I would definitely advocate towards trying to make the decisions yourself, at least to begin with, because that's just the most fun, right? And then once you get to the point where, okay, now efficiency starts to matter, because through the campaign, efficiency only matters to go fast, right? And if you're a first-time player, you're not going to go fast. Unless, I mean, I guess you could, but you probably won't, because you don't know where to go. You don't know you only know what the game is telling you where to go, right? Like, you don't know all the things to find and all of that, right? Like, where to look for them and stuff. I guess unless you watch a guide for that, which I'm sure is out there. So the first time through the campaign is kind of a special thing, right? Like, it's the first time. I wouldn't rush it, honestly. I would just go at my own pace and pick the things I thought were cool in the moment, try to make them work. There is some reward to trying it on your own 2 feet, right? And then when you get to the end game and you're like, now I'm in end game ARPG mode, then the guide is definitely a good choice, right? And then you can do it then rather than earlier. That's what I would do. That would be my my approach to it. Let's see. You usually do self-imposed SSFF and trade, and then just trade with either friends. Only buy materials to craft and currency exchange. Craft yourself. Only if you dire straits you buy anything. You love the trading aspects. You will only do SSFS like a group of friends. Yeah, so for me, SSF is definitely the superior one. I'm just not quite good enough for it, or play quite enough to do it. And also, I'm too interested in uniques. Oh, I appreciate the Prime Raptor. Thank you. You should have waited until the drops were on, though. Oh, I guess that's 2. Well, then it doesn't matter. For me, SSF, I just think I understand the appeal of playing the economy, and that is definitely fun, right? Like, there is something to just making a crap load of currency on something, and I've had a lot of fun rolling flasks in PoE1. Like, oh shit, I got a good one, sell it, right? There is something cool about that, and then once you finally get enough wealth, and then you can buy the Giga item, right? That is obviously rewarding and it's fun, but there is just something to whenever you get that piece of gear, you take it off the ground or you craft it yourself, right? Rather than you take your currency and you go just buy it and your character's just stronger, right? There is something to that. Like, I made this piece, I found this piece, right? Like that. Yeah, I think that's just, it's just unbeatable. And also, if you're too good at trade, the game kind of gets too easy, right? You kind of just trivialize everything because your character just stomps all over everything and you're just done. So I don't know. Last 2 leagues, you've barely been buying anything because crafting been so easy, but the crafting does, I'm not sure how long it'll hold off. Just fucking, I want the power now. You got 1,200 hours and the campaign still takes you like 12 to 18 hours every league. You're just not a speedrunner. I do too many things as well. You can really cut that down, and probably should if you're on trade at least. I mean, you can make, you don't have to be fast into the trading economy to make currency. I get that you can make a lot early, and that's the way you make the most fastest, right? But you can still make enough currency to get by even if you're a bit slow. Always decide to do something until I hit a wall and conform to a popular build, but with Twister things might be different. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you hit a wall, then you hit a wall, and then you got to do something, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with using a guide at all. I just think the joy of discovery and the joy of, like, figuring out things is what makes these games great, right? And I think as long as the content that's being presented to you are of a nature that is surpassable, right? Like, you can get through it with just a little bit of thinking on, right? Then I think it makes the game a lot better. Now, obviously, if you're standing in front of Uber Exarch or whatever, Uber Cyrus in PoE 1, and you don't have the capability to create a build with that much damage and that much defense, right? Like, yeah, obviously, go look for a guide, right? Like, obviously, but as long as we're talking about the campaign or like Waystone like 1 to 5 or something, you should be able to fart your way through that on like a shit build. That shouldn't be too bad. Mr. Belton has insane crafting videos. Before you watch this video, you thought there was no real crafting, but there's tons of crafting. It's just basically not in SFF. Yeah, that's a problem as well, right? Like, they balance around the economy, so SSF. That's also one of the reasons I play a slightly modified SSF, right? Where I play it on trade, and I'm allowed to buy uniques, because uniques are fucking rare, some of them, and they're build enabling, or just really cool. And I'm allowed to buy crafting currency, because some of it is just not in the game, basically, if you play SSF. You hit a wall and have no money, no respec, no items, no currency. You don't want to farm a story map for an hour to swap something that might not work. You hit a wall and you have... But I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I've never had that experience. I've never hit a wall without currency or without... Like... That's never happened to me. If I hit a wall and I have currency, I've always used that currency to get through the wall. I've never ran my head into a wall that I couldn't overcome with the stuff I had available. I don't think. Yeah, there's been times where I've hit like, okay, I can't progress until I find a better weapon, right? But that's not the same, I don't think. SSF should have different drop rates. The problem with that is, if you do that, then a lot of people are going to be like, no, I want it to be... Then you're making it easier. And then you'll be like, okay, so what is easier, SSF or trade? And there's a lot of like EPing to it. So I think fundamentally making two different game types, basically, in that sense, where one has more drops, it would be probably more fun for a lot, but for the ones that really seek the challenge of it, you're taking it away from them. It's just one of those things where you just can't have it be... SSF is just a different beast. You just can't have uniques that are as rare as, say, Mageblood or whatever, be build enabling and work in SSF. It's just not possible. You just make a new character. You could always just make a new character, but also, you really shouldn't get stuck in a story map. I don't... yeah. I've literally never, and I've never followed a guide in PoE 2, never, and I've never, ever gotten stuck in the campaign. Not once. Not a single time have I gotten up against anything in the campaign that I couldn't handle in PoE 2. Not once. As if it's like Iron Man PoE and it's supposed to be like that, it should be the same. Yeah, I agree with that. But the only time I've gotten stuck in PoE 2 with my own build, and I then turned to go and look at what other people were doing when they did the same, is in like tier 5 to 10-ish Waystones. That's the earliest I've gotten stuck. And I could have gone through it with just grinding, but I didn't want to do that. So I went and found no, that was Matt that actually told me, I think, about the Herald tech in 0.1. And once I got that, my character was a god instantly. It just went, and I went past everything. It's just literally just slotted in 2 gems with 2 different, or 3 different, 2 different support gems each or something. And I just cleared the entire map with no changes other than that.
That we can get the idea of having 3 specs, but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic.
Would you use bone skills for damage? You use unearth and thought thorns would influence bone skills?
And they're like, you know, like this is the stuff that they're, you know, they're.
You thought thorns would influence bone skills? Well, I mean, that's a reading issue.
And then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then, funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you know, the way that you can select a thing when you run a map. I think, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like
Mainly bosses you got stuck on just 10-15 minutes fights and getting one tapped anymore. 10 holy what the we have so different experiences. How the fuck do you not combo? Like I've never had that. I've had long boss fights, but I don't think 10-15 minutes. You think you're playing Contagion Lich or something? Maybe I've just gotten lucky. I think it's on here. Let me just make sure I don't leak anything here. Let's see, date. Where are we? Here we are. Let's see. Don't need to hear me twice. I don't want to hear myself. Is there any bosses in here? I know it took a crap load of time. I know it's slow as fuck. How long is this boss fight? So the boss fight here, I mean, Act 1, it's the bitch in the tomb, and it took me about 4 or 5 minutes, and I died at like 0% HP because I suck. But it's always been a skill issue rather than
it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that. And
PvE1 players are lazy. PvE1 players want to press just one button. I mean, for certain things, right? Like, I don't want to press more than one button when I have to clear a pack of white mobs. Like, I don't think you should either. I think it's bad gameplay. But for bosses, I'm happy to combo. Second league, you're pretty sure it's my worst time in the game. You're working toward a goal of getting like 1-2 button. Feels like you earned it over time to be lazy. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think you should be clearing the map with one button. And then whenever there's a rare or a boss, you have to do combos. That's the way I would like the game to be. Really, the end game, you kind of only when you're using 1 or 2 skills. You still, however, your Contagion especially is fine for clear. Yeah, like the whole like one button for clear, all for it. That is the way I want to play it. But for bosses and stuff, I'd like the combos to be there. It's just, I would like the white mobs to have like less HP and the bosses to have even more. Spark is the only skill.
Because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content. This is the master that I'm using when I'm running that.
Oh, we're still talking about the map. We have to start this over because I've gotten on so much of a tangent that I have no idea what they're talking about. It's so hot in here. There's no wind. It's taking me 3 hours to get through an hour of this. Holy crap! We have to calm down a little bit.
Classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So,
Spark is fine. Need infusions.
You to be able to do
I don't like infusions.
Like,
they're a cool idea. I don't like picking them up.
Atlas Masters, and or is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important
played Elementalist and it was dog.
Is that why the old tree was a concern?
Wait, Elementalist.
So effectively, the old tree wasn't allowed to have.
Is it called Elementalist?
That could affect content that you could see that you were going to get in advance.
Isn't the Elementalist play? Is it called Elementalist in PoE2 as well? I guess it is. Elementalist is cool, man. Like, all damage contributes to things is cool. Spark in PoE1. Is Spark in PoE1 shit? Isn't Spark okay? I feel like Spark is usually decent, no?
And the reason for that is because you just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where,
Spark in PoE1 is not. I was like, yes.
Changes all the time.
I thought it was insane.
And the only way we had to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses.
Also expensive.
And then originally what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't
It was
require,
cool, but too many buttons
so
and not
much
enough
cognitive
damage. You wish Spark
overload
was
in
like the
terms of
first
doing
league
it.
again.
Like, and what I mean by that is like, okay, so
First league I played
the
Monk.
important thing to respec was
I
like,
played like
you know,
Freezing
like very
Strike or
small sort of
something.
keystone-y type things. Like there's a bunch of other bonuses, but like the stuff that kind of defines like what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So like if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's gonna feel a lot less threatening.
In fact, it wasn't Spark though, shit. It was just you. Spark is literally the perfect example for an OP one button build. Following guys is to take it over the build mode. I think Daru, he's talking about PoE 2 and you're talking about PoE 1 maybe? Or am I wrong? Or is it the same? Are you both talking about PoE 1?
When you want to change them. And so
You're
now
not a
you've got, like,
PoE 1, I know.
like
It's
a
PoE
nice
2 for
little
you,
menu on
yeah.
the side of the thing of like what one of these do you want to be playing under? And then after that, we were like, okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1, you've got like 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree. And I've never kind of liked that because like, I don't know, like how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff? It's like, it feels like it's adding even more complexity. So
And
then I
complexity
was
is
like,
cool,
okay,
Jonathan.
Is there a way that we can get the idea of having 3 specs, but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic and cool? And so then the idea of like, well, what if each spec was like a character, and they're like, you know, like this is the stuff that they're, you know, that they're doing, and then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then, funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you know, the way that you can select a thing when you run a map. I think
Maven
anyway.
stuff
So,
he's talking about.
Yeah, like it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that. And because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content, this is the master that I'm using. When I'm running that content, this is the master that I'm using, and you kind of like decide those kind of choices up front, and then it's just like one click to change between them. So now
You literally had one click to change between entire Atlas trees in PoE 1, Mark. Oh, Jonathan, sorry. Just spot the king and you feel like you got baited like in your first league when you followed Kite Games build. I don't know any of them. I'm kind of a shit content creator in the sense that I have no idea what most of my superiors are. Like, I have no clue. Like, I know Scissorin, I know Mathil, I know Steel Mage because he's pretty close to Scissorin, and I know Quinn, and I know Fobgun, and I think I know who Jong Rowan is, but now we're starting to reach now we're reaching the edges of my knowledge. I don't think I could name another one. And I don't even think I know anything about that Jung Rowan guy other than his Twitter picture. Oh, mate, there's that guy that... Is it Rue is the cat or something? That... unhinged raging. Oh, and Al-Kaiser. I know that guy as well. But now I don't think I could name any more. You learned the hard way. There are people who made AI builds? Oh, crap. You think they're a bait creator? Rip. Your first ARPG, you didn't know shit? Oh, that sucks. It's cool that you're still here, though, despite getting such a bad first impression. Personally, never follows his builds, but he put a very cool leak. Started a video, name is Ru2. Ru2, yeah, okay. So, yeah. Or a Stacker Tactician. I think the ones I mentioned... I don't know if they do. Well, Quinn, you're probably gonna have a bad time. If Quinn puts out a guide, probably don't follow it. But other than him, Scissorin, Steel Mage, Mathil, Rutu, Jong Rowan, Fobgun, Al Kaiser. Was there another one? If they put out a guide, I think you're pretty safe to follow them. Question is whether or not you can afford it, but I don't know Captain Lance now. You swapped to Tempest Fury Monk and you loved it. Oh right, yeah. So you did find a good build, and that's why you got hooked. Still, that's good. But there is, you could also just go to Mobalytics, right? Mobalytics or Max Roll. If you go to one of those two sites, you're pretty safe, I think. I don't know kind of Converse either. You're pretty safe with the quality of the build, at least. If you're just looking for guides. But I'm gonna be honest, if you haven't tried not following a guide, I would fucking pick whatever I think is cool and just go through the campaign. And you will see that you can actually figure it out yourself. Like, read the things, think about it, notice what issues you're having, try to come up with ways to increase your damage, increase your defenses, right? Like, I'm having issues, I'm not tanky enough. What can I do? Well, you could pick some points in the talent tree, you could upgrade your armor, you could pick defensive skills, or you could maybe, a reservation gem, right? Like, there's so many things, avenues that you can touch on, and once you start doing it, you'll get a more, like, in-depth knowledge of your character and what things you can actually pick apart, and like where you could optimize, what's too much, what's too little, what works, what doesn't. I had a lot of fun trying to get a crossbow build to work last season or last league or whatever, or the league before, because they introduced a thing on a crossbow shot called Riven Armor. Now, Riven Armor was supposed to let it, every subsequent hit you did on the character with a projectile skill, I think, did 5% of the original, like, blast you did, right? So the idea was, do one big blast that procs Riven Armor and then just absolutely hammer them down with small hits that would then get the 5% of the previous massive hit you did. And that was like kind of my combo idea. And I went through spears, I went through bows, I think I also tried like a melee weapon of a sort, and for some fucking reason they just didn't work, despite being hits, despite being projectiles, despite they should work. Everything I was reading said they should work, and they just seemingly didn't. And I ended up going fragmentation, but it fucking worked with fragmentation. Fragmentation always worked. I just tried to get other things, right, to work better. Because with fragmentation, I think they did like 10 hits and it was like bam, 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 bam. Whereas if I could get to do, the thing I wanted to do most was the spear, where you chuck 3 spears down and then you jump onto them, because that would do like, I think it was 48 hits in like that, right? But they all count as one hit, so it didn't work. But yeah, that shit was so much fun, even though it was a little frustrating the things didn't work. I was getting a little angry. But it was fun. Am I going to have drops? Yes, I am. I just checked it out. We talked about it yesterday, and it wasn't in yesterday, but I have checked my viewer, what is it called, creator dashboard, and it's there. Both the 3 hours for the portal and the 2 subs for the pet. Both of them are here. So every creator in the PoE 2 section has it. So assuming they turned it on, that is. I will have it turned on. I think everybody has it turned on.
And yeah, we put all those bonuses of like, and even in this case, we've been experimenting with having bonuses that are going to apply to the league that we're actually running right now. So there are bonuses that apply to the Runes of Alder on there.
Oh, I guess that's actually pretty good, right? Like if you get those, that's one thing the Atlas couldn't do before, basically. Ish. Not quite, but mostly. The Atlas Masters are going to apply to your every map you run, right? So even the new Runes of Eldor. I guess that's... But again, you could just... It's not like you couldn't do that with the old tree. Like, they did it in the Graveyard League or whatever, right? Like, there was one of the leagues where they had... It was a King's March? There was one of the leagues where they had instant support for the league in the tree. Was it Breeze? I don't fucking remember. There was one of them where they had it, at least, and that worked. It worked. But they could have just made the Expedition tree or Runes of Elder tree, right? Like, especially in PoE 2, because you have separate league trees. Ow. So you could just have that instantly.
And like, we feel like it's okay to do that when it's like the sort of separate thing that's on the these masters, where we didn't feel like we were comfortable doing that on the Atlas tree before. So yeah, I don't know. Like,
Nah, the problem with having it on the Atlas tree is that given it's the league, then it's in every map, so everybody feels like they have to spec into it, and that takes away from all the other things, which is not cool.
it's a different context of delivery that allows us to do a certain thing, and in this case the particular thing that it is yeah, like content that responds to like things that respond to things that you can see that are going to happen. So like I see that I'm going to run this type of map, it's going to have this type of content in, I select this master, which is going to synergize with that.
Okay. The league mechanic trees, when I was watching the review, one bit of confusion, like I know I at least myself was confused about this, so I was hoping some clarity. Are you actually able to max out the entirety of each one of the league trees? Okay, so what was the decision behind we wanted to make it where you max out the trees and entirely also in the league mechanic portion of it?
So for the, I mean, it's
You max out every tree? You can get everything in everything? I thought you at least had to pick in the league trees. You can max out the league trees as well?
same exact argument for the regular tree, right? Like it's we just think that it's important that for the types of bonuses that we can do. Sure. It means that we can do a bonus like, now when you kill this boss, it's going to have these additional these additional features or drops, something like that. There's like stuff like,
why don't they just make it baseline then? Why do I have to get the points for it? Dude, there are options, okay, but like, oh, I don't like it. It's so lazy and it's so boring. It's so boring, and it means they have to balance less, I guess, because now it's not like, oh, this thing isn't it. Now you have a thing where, because in PoE 1 they can have these, oh well, these nodes are never picked, let us make them better, right? Now every node is always picked, so it's just like, it's just a baseline. Who cares if it's shit? I guess they can still do it with the choice nodes, but like, why do I have a tree? Yeah, exactly. You don't understand why we get everything. What's the point of a tree if you get it all? Exactly. It's like, you could just give me a bar then, and I fill the bar up with blue juice, and once it's fuck. Not happy.
that you just wouldn't be able to do normally, because you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to have that allocated when I'm doing this content because I instead have this other thing. If you allocate all of them, we could just do those types of bonuses, and I think it just makes them
look. I understand what he's saying here, right? That if you have one that's like, when the boss now drops 2 uniques, right? Then whenever you're not fighting the boss, then you have to spec out of that node, and then you have to go spec into that node whenever you fight the boss. I get that. But if you're making something like that, just fucking make it a baseline thing. It can even be something you earn, right? It could be something you earn, and you just get the buff, and it's like a thing you have. But the fact that I have to get the point and put it in, fuck that. If you're making a tree, there needs to be decisions. Otherwise, it's just fill the bar, right? Like, if it's like, okay, the boss now drops whatever amount of uniques, right? Maybe you have to do a thing, like kill him 3 times, or maybe you have to find a thing in the rituals, and then you consume it, and now something, right? Like, whatever, right? There are so many ways of giving you a little quest line for a buff, or a little hunt for something, and then I get that it's an economy game, so you just go fucking buy it, right? But still, that also adds something to the game, right? Because then there'll be people farming it and selling it, right? Instead of this whole, like, yeah, we made a tree and you get all the points. Like, I don't want the tediousness of putting in points. It's like D4, right? You look at D4 Paragon board, you get like fucking 350 points, and 95% of them is like 5 strength, 5 dexterity, 5 intelligence, 5 willpower. I don't want to fucking put in 350 points into that shit, right? And it's just sitting there like, ugh. Right? Like, give me something interesting. At least there's pathing in D4 on that shit system, right? And there are certain nodes that are just a little bit more interesting, but for the most part, it's kind of ass. In here, it's just like, yeah, maybe all the things I get is cool, but there's no reason for me to put the points in. Why am I have the tediousness of freaking acquiring points to get to a baseline? Just have it be these things are active in tier 5 and these things are active in tier 15. And I get you could have the little choice nodes is fine. That's okay, but ugh, I don't like talent trees where you get everything. Like it's there's so much choice I could have had. There's so much individualization I could have had. There's so much thinking about things that I could have had that they just stolen away from me. And they tease it with like, oh, look, a tree, but you get it all. Oh, okay.
Interesting. But yeah, so then once again, you've got the multi-choice nodes that are there to control the like, do I want to have this league be like this or like that? The multi-choice nodes effectively serve as the those.
Or here's a crazy take, right? Maybe if you want to put in those nodes where it's like, when you fight the boss, you get 2 uniques or whatever, right? You just put in a buff for when you're fighting something else in the league, right? It could be when you fight the boss, it drops 2 unique, and when you do a regular breach, it drops whatever, right? So it does both. So it's not like you want to spec out of it before a boss and spec into it before a boss and spec out of it after. So there's a reason to always have it. That could be a thing.
Decision points.
For example, there, by the way, like you can have a node that specifically enhances the difficulty and or drops of the pinnacle boss for that league. You can have one that applies to...
Well, if every other node has an option or something, that's nice, but again, why not just make it a tree so you can fill fully, which you think there will not be many options? Yeah, exactly. So if every other node has an option, why don't just make 2 options or 2 nodes, right? And I can path to the one I want, right? Like, it's like, you just literally do this. I picked this one or I picked that one. Ooh, and now I get a choice. And I only have points. But then, technically, I could pick both of them, right? But then I lose out on something else. And that's the cool shit.
The lieutenant you can have. And so, yes, before, obviously, you'd have to then go, I'm about to do the pinnacle boss, or you save up a bunch of keys, and then you allocate those nodes, and then run them all, and then you unallocate those nodes when you go back to farming. So even with that, but the different variety of bonuses we're allowed to have invested into, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty awesome where you can be like, okay, I mean, there is the sense of ordering as you're like filling in the tree where you're like, okay, am I going to invest in...
Can you here's the thing, right? The whole like, oh, you need to respec before things, so now we can have the boss does things. Okay, do I get all the points at once? No. So am I still gonna want to respec before the boss until I have all the points, bro? Like, am I gonna just get all the points before I find the pinnacle the first time, right? Or do I want to spec out of the fucking points before I fight the first pinnacle boss? Like,
this now or this later. Obviously, you're generally not going to invest in the pinnacle boss when you're like, first starting out. Not that it's at the start of the tree anyway. And so, yeah, you're generally going to want to spec into that stuff later regardless. And often in those cases, it's even blocked behind killing the pinnacle boss to start with, where it's like, okay, I can't allocate these until I kill the pinnacle for the first time.
Well, I guess that solves my issue.
Fill them in, and then when you do the farm, you can get the full loot. But it does create this just like really cool sense of progression of like you're just like really evolving the loot, and you
doing the spec in order is just such a shit mechanic. You only have to do it once.
Whether or not you're allocating A or B, and whether or not it's
that's the thing. I really it also feels so. It feels so bad and so uninteresting, right? For me to like figure out what I want when I get everything. It's like, dude, I'm gonna get everything and I'm on the grind to get it. So it's just like, what fucking ever, right? And I get it, there will be something, right? But it's like, there's going to be certain things where it's like, let me path to this first because this is most beneficial for me now, right? You want to get to the big nodes fastest, right? Obviously there's that, but it's just gonna be solved, man. Like, it's just gonna be solved, right? Like, and I get you could argue that the other trees are also solved, but there's more than one solution to the other trees. There's as many solutions as there are things you could start by doing, right? And you also, for this, there's just gonna be one, maybe two, depending on what you're doing, and that's that. It's so like, and that is just, it's the same for the WoW tree right now, where when you level up, you get all of them, and don't care about which one I get first because I'll get them all. And it's like, okay, but by the time this is gonna matter, it doesn't. I have them all, or I have most of them, right? Because it's fine and dandy, you pick the most important node, but you're still doing like tier 5 maps that drop 0 fucking loot, so it doesn't fucking make any difference. It's something you won't think about ever after a few hours getting them. Dude, I don't even know if I'm gonna realize what the tree does, right? Because I'm getting them all, so I'm just gonna take all the points and I'll probably read them the first time, right? But then after that, when I get all of the nodes allocated, right, there's going to be like 10, 15, 20 maps. I don't know what's just baseline and what's coming from my atlas, because I'll never need to think about it again, right? As soon as you've put in all the points, you stop realizing what's giving you the content, right? It's not like, oh shit, the rogue exile spawned from this node that I picked. No, because you're not gonna think about it, because it has no bearing on anything you're gonna do further on in the game. Whereas in PoE1, it's like, okay, well, I want to get this. What's it called? League mechanic or whatever. So now I need to think about my atlas tree again. So I need to revisit what I've already done. Here it's just fire and forget, and you're over. I don't like it. I think it's so bad. It's definitely better than what we had, but it's so bad.
And so you can just do it with a lot more freedom, a lot less like, fear of missing out of something. You can.
Have I spent 4 hours?
There's still a little bit of that, like.
Brother,
thinking about the choice.
I need to stop less.
And which way you're getting.
There's an hour and a half left, and I only have 2 hours of stream left.
And something you can just fuck up. Of course, that raised the concern, and Jonathan mentioned it, where you then lose your build per se. And this is something we've talked about a little bit, but like this is where the Atlas Master circles in. It's like, we need a system that is your build. But we need that to not be like 150 passives, It needs to be something quite clean.
You woke up 3 hours ago, you were ready to play? You're going to have to wait a fucking 8 hours or something.
Your end points you get on a quite small tree, and it's effectively like, okay, as he said, it's boiling down the actual key decisions of how things behave, like meta-level decisions, as opposed to just like X% increased something. It's just like a little bit of thing. It's like very game-changing.
9 a.m. for you, shit don't come out until 4. Oh wow, that's like, for me it's 10 in the evening. Like, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have a chill evening, and I'll play a bit and just chill out. Because if they are, if they are, then what's it called? Like the first league launch, I have fucking PTSD, right? I was here, I was ready, I was streaming, I was ready. And they delayed it by like 2 hours. And I just ended up sitting until like fucking midnight. And then it released. It was just, no. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chill out. I'm going to just play whatever I can play. If I don't play, it's fine. And then tomorrow, I'm going to stream. So my league start on stream is tomorrow, 11 a.m. my time to 17. That's what I'm going to do. You thought your launch time was bad, but 10 p.m. is rough. I mean, it's worse for some, right? I think, but 10 p.m. is bad, right? Like it's really shit, and especially if they delay, right? Because that's what happened the first time, and I was just sitting here and doing nothing, right? So I'm the way I'm handling it is I'm playing 2 characters. I'm playing one off stream. I'm playing one on stream. So I'm gonna play a bit tonight, probably, whatever. Start a character up, just fuck around a little bit, and then tomorrow, 11 a.m. So what is that? Right now it's 15, so 4 hours ago, I'm gonna start, and then I'll play until my normal stream end time, and that's gonna be the league start. Whoever league starts in the AM is blessed. I'm guessing it's just New Zealand time, right? It's just wherever you are in the world, right? So if you're a New Zealander, you're getting the great league start, right? Past 6 a.m. rather. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, perfect would be like in 3-ish hour, 2-ish hours. Like 20 in the evening is fine as well, right? 20 p.m. is good, right? Like something like 20 would be perfect. And I think they do that for PoE 1, so I don't know why PoE 2 is different.
enables a mechanic or disables another. Gives you, as I said, things that reduce the number of
A lot of people
revives
off
you
work
have,
at
but
that time.
increase
Yeah,
the loot.
exactly.
And it's like, oh, do I want to risk that? It's like much more meaningful decisions all over the
It's
Atlas
so
Masters.
hot.
And because we can have multiple, because you can turn them off and enable them at will, and because it's not like just giant tree of overwhelmingness, it's quite easy to go.
The giant
I
tree is
understand
cool,
what this
Mark.
Is do. I understand I can try it. I can just turn it off. I don't need to have like multiple respec systems in order to do it, be it gold or some orb. And then I can just go and change it. And then maybe when I'm ready later, I'll turn it on again. But the other thing it allows.
The thing is, you don't need a respec system to respec the giant tree either. That's just something they want. That is to give it weight. Like, if you're fine with people being able to respec at the drop of a hat, you could just let us respec at the drop of a hat, right? There's nothing. You excited for the Breach tree, though? Never tried in PoE 1. The Genesis tree? It was insane in PoE 1. Dude, it spat out 6 links. It was stupid. Like, just fucking, you just got nearly perfect rolled gear out of that shit. And 6 linked. You like started your fucking end game out with a 6 link. Just, there you go. It was insane. I think remember seeing the 10x div and Mageblood drop from clip? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Mageblood just being printed out by it as well, because you could like limit it to only belts, and then you could like, yeah, the Mageblood, yeah. It was insane. It was fun, and it's probably good that it's nerfed.
Like this, which is, of course, it allows us to make new ones in the future. If we have new characters and new Atlas Masters, maybe we sub one out, add another, you never know how these things go. Maybe
hopefully it'll be secretly broken again. I mean, it has some good amulets.
Class B,
I think.
And some of B onto C, and you create different combinations of the classes and what they specialize in. Obviously, still remain.
I think the key to a game like this, and I say this in World of Warcraft all the time, like, you want to make it so that you feel broken. You want to make it so that you feel like you're doing something that you shouldn't be allowed to do. And then the balance comes in World of Warcraft specifically. You want your character to have certain things that feels like you're breaking the rules of the game, right? You want to feel like you're doing something. If you play it well, if you do it right, here in this case, if you spec correctly into the Genesis tree, you want to feel like I should not be allowed to do this. And then you balance that out by having a lot of things do that, right? So it's not just, well, the Genesis tree does this thing where you shouldn't be able to do, so it's the best in the game, and then everybody just needs to do it, right? That's where it goes wrong. But if it's like, okay, so the Genesis tree has this thing where I should not be able to do this, and then Expedition has the Recombinator where it's like, it feels like I should not be allowed to do this, and you go to Ritual and you get an Omen that's like, this should not be a thing. That's where it's fun. But then you run the risk of just printing good items, right? You're calling your own build to be nerfed, just know I'm having the best.
Thematic, because that's a thing that we want to stay bound to. And so there's a lot more like flexibility here in terms of changing, removing, adding, doing a bunch of like cool stuff with just like creating new builds where you can create an entire new in-game meta just by mixing up those classes. And you haven't had to change this entire 600-point Atlas passive tree kind of level grade thing where you're like, okay, like we can create
with
so many new metas with like.
This to me just sounds like taking the easy way out. And the thing I love, especially about Mark, is that they're always just willing to make more work to make it cooler. And here I feel like they just did the opposite. They just went like, okay, how can we limit the amount of work for this? And it just makes it less cool. It's like, dude, the whole like 600-point tree is so cool. And you having to balance that is obviously worse than you having to balance a fucking 3x3x3x3, bro.
5 changes, and that's it. You just move this here,
yeah,
this
5
here, this
changes.
here, this here, and it's like, oh, entire in-game meta changed. Now, that's if we want to do that. We don't have to, but that can be a cool level of shake-up that keeps in-game feeling way fresher and whatnot, and we haven't had to add an entire new system to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, on the topic of in-game meta and stuff like that, and the play.
I feel like you haven't seen much backlash on this, probably because most people here they get a whole tree and think they're going to be OP. it might also be that I'm fairly opinionated before I even try it, right? But it's because I know that I like the other thing better. Like, that, for good and for bad, like PoE's content creators are very invested, right? So they are always giving them the benefit of the doubt. And to be fair, they usually pump out good shit. But it's just like this. I don't need to give this a chance to know that it's worse. Like, you're taking away super cool thing I like and giving me thing that is just boring. It doesn't matter what's on that tree. I think having to pick it would be cooler, right? They could have the exact same tree and only give me half of the nodes, and I would think it would be cooler, right? Now, it might not function because of the way they designed it, right? But in practice. And it's also one of those things where I'm criticizing it a lot, but we gotta remember it is way better than what came before, right? Like the tree and the shit it's replacing, so much worse. So there is also the aspect of this is just undeniably a massive upgrade to PoE 2. It's just bad, right? Like, it's like stepping in dog shit is really bad, right? And then instead you step in some mud, right? That's not great either. You still have to wash your shoe, but at least it doesn't stink like shit, right? Like, that's the way I'm feeling, right? Like, the old tree, you stepped in dog shit. Fucking hell, it's disgusting and it smells. This new tree, you just stepped in a pile of mud, and your shoe looks the same as it was dog shit, right? Like, it's the same. It looks the same. It's brown. It's all over everything, but it just doesn't stink, right? That's the way I see it. And I will complain about the mud and not praise them for removing the dog shit, right?
You can see control of not just the Atlas Masters, but also the multi-choice nodes we have on the Atlas tree itself. It's something you brought up, I believe it was you, Mark, on the Q&A with Siggy D, was that something that you don't have in PoE 2, but you do have in PoE 1, is the ability to respond to market changes by targeting different types of drops. So, like, this is kind of in the topic of combating inflation, which has been mentioned, as well as price stabilization, where you can make those choices to, hey, this is lacking a supply in the market or whatever, and then you can choose to say, well, I'm going to do that farm.
You sure they'll change it up next launch? We never realize they just don't remember the Atlas tree. Well, I don't know. Like, Mark's vision, Jonathan's vision is really set, right? Like, I think people have been complaining about the skill gems and like the limited of them since PoE 1. I think people have been complaining about the combo since did I say PoE 1? Since 0.1, right? I think people have been complaining about the combo since 0.1, and they have done nothing. They've done everything around it to change it. So I think if he hears the talent tree, the Atlas tree is boring, I think what he thinks is we just need more masters, right? Or the masters just need more points, or the keystone nodes needs to be more interesting. I guarantee you that that's what they're going to try. Well, I don't guarantee you. I think for sure that that's what they're going to do first. But I really hope that the Atlas tree gets the backlash that I'm giving it. I usually come out right on these things, and I don't want to toot my own horn too much or sound like a fucking an annoying prick or anything, but more often than not, when I have this strong of a reaction to something, given a patch or two, people usually come around to start saying the same thing I did. So far, it's only been the armor innovation discussion that hasn't been, but Mark has agreed with me, so I think I'm right still. But usually when I have this strong of a reaction, it's mostly because people are more focusing on the good things, and then down the line, it happens again. Like, people start chiming in about the same thing. That's what usually happens, and then I'm hoping that means they'll change it, but we'll see.
And then maybe the market changes, and now the next mechanic is going to be the most lucrative, if you will. And
Yes.
one of the questions is this one of your implementation to help combat your issues with the rarity affecting turn?
I know I said I don't want to sound like an annoying prick, but I just totally did. Just this know-it-all. I'm just better than everyone. You just take longer to figure out my brilliance. Just seize it immediately. Feel like most people that play this game a lot like know what the game needs, and you're usually on the same page. Haven't seen that much in any. Nah, I mean a lot of people. One of the things I think is really cool and something that GGG has been saying a lot, and I think Chris Wilson made a video why you shouldn't survey your players. Players are really good at identifying issues, but they're shit at finding solutions for them. And I think for PoE specifically, you find a lot of fucking content creators. And a lot of the Reddit I don't read Reddit, but a lot of the community consensus generally that I pick up is focusing in on the same thing being an option or being a problem, but the solutions suggested are fucking insanity. Bro, if half of the solutions were come through, I would not be playing the game. Some of the things are just like holy shit. So it might be that me saying I want choices on the tree is like my issue is that I don't have like that I get all the points or whatever, and it might just be that they're gonna take the tree away, make it baseline, and then just have the masters, and that's the better option. I don't think it is. I want the choices, but we'll see. I just don't understand. They have PoE 1, they have the Atlas tree. It's one of the most, as far as I can tell, it's one of the most beloved things. Like in the end game, that you get this Atlas tree, you build all the points, and then you finally got the 3 different ones to swap between, and everybody was just like, fuck yeah, because one of the things was, we don't want to spec our Atlas point that often, right? Because we want to do all these things, we want to make all these choices, but we don't want to do them as frequently as we're doing them, because it's too restrictive. So they gave us 2 more, and ever since then, I've not heard a peep. It's also perfect, right? Because for PoE 1, you have 3 influences, right? You have the Maven, you have the Eater, and you have the Exarch, right? So it makes sense that you'd have a tree for Maven, a tree for Eater, and a tree for Exarch. If you are like a casual or just mediocre, casual to intermediate player, right? If you're at the top, obviously, I think is it Eater? Depending on the strat, right? Eater or Exarch is just superior, right? So you might have 2 Exarch trees or whatever, right? But for somebody like me in the like probably the top end of medium, right? Maybe I'm even in the beginning of the late, depending on how many play the game. I'm not really sure. I'd consider myself more of like a middle of the pack kind of PoE 1 in terms of how much, how far I get. I have killed all the Ubers, so I don't know what that puts me in percentage wise. I've killed all the Ubers without a guide. Tooting my own horn again. But for me, it's like I have three Atlas trees, 1 for each of them, and then I swap whenever I want to do something else. They gotta add a mechanic like that for this game. You don't think they have anything similar in PoE 2? No, but they're adding the masters, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to the influences. There's corruption, maybe. There are a few of these like overarching things. It's not something you can toggle on, but they're kind of adding something similar where the entire zone is infested with breach. The entire zone is affected by abyss. The entire zone is affected by delirium, and now you spread the fog, right? So that kind of puts an influence on the maps you're running. So it is sort of coming with the influences, but no, it's not an overarching bad boy that this is the way you get to the boss, right? Like the buffs that make all the currency drop as divines for minions in PoE, that shit was cool. I liked in the, I think it was Grave Necropolis League, they had like, you started a map and you got to pick like a thing, right? So maybe a bunch of difficult packs was replaced with frogs or something. But there was also like things now drop, they now drop chaos, or they now drop divines. Those things were fun because there's like all of a sudden you just got this moment of like, what the fuck? Everything drops divines now? And you took like 30 divines out of it, and like, for like a guy that usually gets like a divine every other map or something, it was insane. It was so cool, and I really enjoyed it. So every map you opened is like, there was these things where you'd you'd move them around and you got certain bonuses and stuff. I don't remember exactly how it works, but there was stuff like that was really fun. A bit overpowered as well, but it was really fun.
Currency and combating inflation in general, or what's the take here?
It is 100% good at that, and go for it, Jonathan.
Well, I was going to basically say exactly that, right? Like we are trying to make it so that not only do you have things with the Atlas Masters, but you've also got things with the like which league you're focusing on. You know, like Ritual now being a much bigger source of uniques, for example. Yeah,
I think it's really good both for SSF and the economy that you can focus on what rewards you want, right? Like you want to do this for currency, you want to do this for uniques, you want to do this for exceptional or whatever gear, right? Like that's really good, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Like you think, you know, like we do want the idea that if things are in the market are off in a certain way, you feel like you can profit. Going to doing a different league, being a thing that matters more is, I think, pretty important. So that was an explicit goal. Like let's try and make it so that we can.
You're getting more and more excited. Yeah, I think it's going to be really good.
But it was one
like
of the things we
I don't want to make it sound like, because I am really unhappy with the talent trees, right? But the thing is, what they had before was worse, right? So it is an improvement, right? It is an improvement. It's going to be much, much, much better. So it's going to be a fun league, I think. But I am unhappy with the direction they've taken. I'm not unhappy with the direction they've taken in comparison to PoE 2, but the overarching direction on the Atlas trees, I'm not happy with. Is melee still trash in PoE 2? It's never a top build. You've seen some good ones. Wait, that depends on how you look at it, right? Because I think melee has been a top build in some of the leagues, right? Like it depends on what you classify as a melee, right? Because I think there definitely was a league where first league Ice Strike Monk was like one of the best. Is he still better than Armor and Evasion? Probably. Because I think defenses, right, with both evasion and armor is getting buffed a bit, and ES is getting nerfed, I think, quite heavily. But I think the overarching issue with evasion and armor is that you just still don't have enough life. That's the thing. Your health pool is just not big enough for the DRs you're getting. And I don't think they're really doing anything about. There's still a little bit. You're getting a little bit more life on the. You're getting a little bit more life on runes if you want to pick it, but the question is if that's worth it or not. And they might have done a little bit with the. You're getting more armor. You're getting more evasion rating, more so than you're getting more energy shield. I'm not sure if you're getting a bit more life. I think. Sounds like better off rolling hybrid armor ES. So Mark said literally that the defense type that dies the most, and it was 300 times more, is armor and ES. So armor and ES was by a mile the worst defensive choice last season. And I have yet to see something that really changes that. Unless armor gives you a unique or a keystone or something that makes your armor recharge your energy shield, then maybe it'll be good. But energy shield recharge is disappearing. Like, most of the nerfs to energy shield recharge was like they cut in half or more, right? Oftentimes the new value, if you multiplied it by 2.5, that would be the old value, right? So more than cut in half. Like, I don't know what the percentage is when it's 2.5, right? Like, but it is. I guess it'd be 2/5 of what it was before. So whatever that is, I guess that's 40%. So 40%, I guess. Damn, I could have just, instead of sounding stupid, I could have just worked that out real quick. Hoping the rune reward is good. Yeah, that would be cool. Armor ES simply doesn't make sense together so far. Yeah, I think also one of the issues with armor and energy shield together is the Templar is not released, right? So if you look at just the distribution of classes, right? for energy shield, you got both the sorcerer and the witch, right? So energy shield area should be fleshed out. Then on top of it, you got the druid and the monk, so they're also interfering with the energy shield. So it's getting a lot of attention here. But for the armor side, you're missing the marauder and the templar, right? So the things that are supposed to flesh out the armor and event energy shield side of the passive tree is simply not just there. And then you look at evasion, you got monk is out there, you're missing shadow, but you got both the Amazon and the huntress as well as the duelist and marauder, right? So evasion is also in a pretty good spot. And because you have so much energy shield and you have so much evasion, the hybrid area is maybe a little bit lacking, but it's still there and it's pretty good. So if you look at it through that lens, yeah, I think armor and evasion might be okay. It's getting some buffs and some targeted buffs to specifically armor and evasion together. So that might be a way of going. The energy shield recharge thing scares the shit out of me because I've been joking about it, right? Like, it seems like you're going to get the amount of energy shield you start the map with, and then you finish the map, and then you get to recharge your energy shield. That's kind of the change they're going for, it sounds like, with the nerfs, but yeah, I think energy shield's probably still going to be the best. Probably. But I don't... Take that with a grain of salt, because I'm not an authority on the matter. It's just a gut feeling that I have nothing to base on, other than seemingly how little armor and evasion was viable before, and I haven't even really looked into it, so I don't know. Armor evasion has some very good ascent support. Tactician actually likes it. Yeah, but the nodes on the tree were just bad, right? Like, the hybrid nodes didn't give you increases to it, and the activations were too conditional. So effectively, you just didn't have any capstones. Or sorry, I don't know if capstone's the right word, but you didn't have any of the... Is it capstone points? You didn't have any of the good big points that really worked, and they're changing that. They're focusing on it, markedly said. So it'll be interesting. But I think fundamentally the issue, keystones, keystones are the big ones, right? Keystones are stuff like CI or Mind Over Matter or Black Flame, right? Like, those are the keystones, right? Yeah, I'm talking about just the final points in a cluster. Notables, right? Notables, yeah. It didn't have good enough notables on armor evasion. Those were too bad, and they are focusing on it. But I think the main problem of armor evasion is still just the hit pool. I just don't think you have enough HP to warrant the level of reductions they do, right? Like, evasion doesn't do reductions, right? But if you can't survive that one hit that goes through, then you're still dead, right? So, and then it's like, okay, but then deflection. But deflection only... That's another thing, right? Like, if deflection is supposed to be your failsafe, then how is your deflection 95%? And I know, okay, so you dodge 90... Assuming max evasion rating, max deflection rating, let's not think about the... what's it called? Let's not think about the investment that takes. Well, holy shit, right? But deflection rating, so 95 evasion, 95 deflection rating. Well, there's still those, like, whatever % of times where you just die. And it's like, that's not a good defense, right? That means it's fundamentally not viable in hardcore, right? So I think the fact that the deflection is 95% cap, I think that's bad. I think it should be 100. Read the tactician branch. I do like the tactician. I think the tactician is really cool. I looked at it last season, and I really like the gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor and 100% evasion rating as extra ailment threshold. And then you got defend with 200% of armor. Enemies have accuracy penalty against you based on distance. Maximum chance to evade is 50%. Oh wow! Maximum physical damage reduction is 50%. That sounds bad. I like the you get deflection rating based off armor. I thought that one was really cool. The maximum chance to evade is 50. That sounds really bad. But you always defend with 200% armor. But if your maximum physical reduction is 50%, you're gonna hit that quick, right? Very mathematically stimulating. It sounds kind of bad, but the first one is really cool. But then you got other things you want to pick on the tactician, right?
That was different about PoE1 versus 2 when we were talking about this,
I think I'm gonna
this
sit
kind of
down.
stuff. So we thought, like, hey, let's add that ability a little bit more.
But like to go further into that again with the response and player agency side, and I don't actually know if we made this. It was in one of my mini spreadsheets at some point. But like, let's just say ritual gives uniques, which yes, we've made that change. And let's just say that there was a master who had somehow an occult, or let's say a multi-choice, and it just said all the uniques offered by ritual are now currency. And you could, with a click of a button, go click, all right, now I run rituals and I'm just getting currency instead of uniques. Not to say that's necessarily a thing, I can't remember.
Oh, I think it's raining.
But that's the level of thing where it's like, well, why not allow someone to change that?
Wow.
Now, one might be quantifiably better than the other, but that's somewhat market dependent and somewhat what you need for your gear, for your build, your character, and what.
Dude, the smell of rain is so good. I don't know what it is. It's just so good. It's like just certain circumstances where the smell is just good, man. Fuck. I need to be a little bit aware though, because it rains inside. Fuck, but I can't close the door. I'll fucking die of heat. Let me just check.
Oh, but that is a level of a literal just click one button, click another button. Like if that's a thing you want to do, that we will now be able to do with this, where you can completely transform what you're farming by just the click of a button. And you can do that for many of the different leagues where you're like, okay, well...
Can I just... As much as he's making it sound like it's really good, right? You can change what you're farming at just a click of a button. That sounds so fucking unappealing to me. Is it just me? Like if my entire end game, what's it called, interaction, or my entire end game experience is defined by a single click of a button, and I don't mean a single click of a button in this, like in PoE1 where you click and you change the fucking talent tree, right? But the single click of a button, as in that is all you ever did and all you will ever do. That sounds so boring. Like, holy shit. The good thing in PoE1 is that the single click of a button is me deciding between presets that I have made. Whereas here it's just like, well, this is all the choice you get. That sounds so bad. You think it's just me? Fair. Do I know the armor formula? I don't know the armor formula specifically. I know that it teeters down with the size of the hit, right? So smaller hits mitigated up to 90%. Everything's up to 90, right? But smaller hits is it 90? I think it's 90. Smaller hits get mitigated way better than larger hit. That's the only thing I know. But the exact parameters are no. But I know how it works.
I want to target this instead of that, or I want to specifically turn off A and B because C gives more currency, or I want to, I'm farming more bosses, so I want to make the bosses do this at the cost of something else. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do, and it's so much more approachable and simple, which is awesome. So I do expect that to happen, by the way. I do expect people to be... those who care about it to be dynamically responding their builds to the economy, which I know a lot of people care about, myself included, right? That's what you're going to do. So what you have as a day one build might not be your day two build, might not be your day three build, entirely just due to I want to make the most amount of wealth from an economical standpoint, as opposed to necessarily like what's best for your character, because I understand getting wealthy is often what's best for your character. So, it will happen, almost certainly. And it's not going to take a whole bunch of gold and unshaping orbs and everything to do it, so that's good.
That's a good sign.
But you could just not have that, though, right? Like, I understand using it as a selling point, right? But the fact that it takes orbs in PoE1 is a decision you make as a developer. You could just remove that, right? Like, you could just make the swapping free. It's not something that has to be there. Like, you have decided to put it there. It is not intrinsic to a talent tree that it must cost gold or orbs to respec it. You could just have it be free.
I know you guys put. I think it was in the patch notes. You guys said you put like Exceptionos and Fracturing Orbs are on the Atlas tree now as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
Correct.
Sort of one more example of it.
That can be seen as taking something away, which I actually, obviously it is to some degree. But what it's also allowing you to do is be exposed to it, the fact it exists at all. Which is kind of cool because you can see the node.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you go, what the hell is that? And you can click the keyword, and you're like, oh, I see what
The larger the hit, the less your armor works.
You're like, oh.
Tutorial, which is quite cool. You know, like you now you know those mechanics just because the tree tells you about them.
Mm-hmm.
I think about that angle. Okay, one more question about the Atlas, and we'll move on and talk about the League mechanic. Destructive play is like kind of one of my favorite ways to farm in PoE1, right? And you were talking about the more focus on unique map bosses. It's not really a current strategy in 0.5. Like you're not really going and targeting down, map bosses currently. Is this something you expect? I've seen you've been giving love to unique map bosses, farming strategy so far, the way from what we've seen on the Atlas tree. So are you guys trying to make that into a potential strategy?
Should ideally be one.
It should to some degree for sure. I mean, it depends if you think of it as the map boss versus, say, I would say an example is the summoning circles, being able to invest in that and do stuff with that is a way of getting more boss fights. I understand it's not the map boss. There are definitely ways to...
But I think there are other ways of getting 200% defense, right? There are other avenues for it, isn't there? Or is that in PoE1? I think there are. You can get there's a node called Impenetrable Shell. Defend with 150% of armor against hits from enemies further than 6 meters away. And there is defend with 200% armor against critical hits. There is 10% chance to defend with 200% armor. Defend with 120% armor against projectile attacks, right? So there are defend with 120% of armor while not on low energy shield, right? So there are avenues to getting a similar stat to this. Now I know this one's like permanent, right? But I feel like it, at least in PoE1, I feel like you'd be able to make it so that enemies always crit you, but crits don't do extra damage. There's also a belt for it. Those effects stack together. Do they? No way. Really? That sounds like it shouldn't be the case. So if I get hit by a projectile from more than 6 meters away, do I defend with like 220% then, or do I defend with like whichever one comes first and then 120 or 200% of that? Like, is it multiplicative or additive? So do you just get like 100% extra armor against certain thing? So you get 120% extra armor on projectile hits from 6 meters or further away. That does not sound like that's the way I should work. Okay, cool.
Wow, I guess you got the
sounds
Overseer's tablet,
wrong.
of course, which is a way of trying to be more boss-centric. I get it's not quite the same as what you're mentioning, which is...
What do you mean, no? Yeah, Proj is 120, and 6 meters away is 200%.
more just like fighting a bunch of ruckus at
Is
the
it
same time.
200%? I think I just looked at it. Is it only 150? Oh, I just closed it. I thought it was 200%. I thought it was. Maybe it was only 150. Oh, I need to find it. Defend with... it's only 150. My bad. So you get 170.
But as something that we're trying... There's a little bit of like, okay, and Jonathan said this to me literally today.
It was 200% against crits.
Fighting multiple bosses at once is almost always worse than fighting one at a time. Like, you just lose that cohesion, you lose that combat feel. Now, you can have a twinned fight that is designed and they're a bit tag teamy and all that, but it often isn't good to just spawn a bunch of bosses on you all at the same time. Because it just implies, it's one of that same thing again, where now you just have to have the defenses to not insta-die because you can't tell what's happening. So adding more bosses is something that summoning circle mechanic tries to do, and there are other ways to do that for sure. There's like a new type of delirium mirror that spawns.
So he's saying that it's not good to just let you fight multiple bosses at the same time, yet they literally introduced Rite of the Nameless, where you have to fight 5 or 6 bosses at a time as a core thing that everybody has to do. Am I missing something here? Like, he's saying that it's not good to have multiple bosses at the same time, and yet their one of their flagship things for this is exactly that.
A cloned boss from a map. So like, we want to definitely spawn more bosses, but I don't want to just spawn like 6 bosses in a room all together and just let you deal with it, right? It just, the combat just goes out the window.
Which we do have in the Rite of the Nameless, but in the Rite of the Nameless, we do offset them from spawning. Like, they don't all just suddenly spawn to start.
Okay.
Like, they spawn. They're not like one at a time, but they do stagger so that like you've got time to potentially kill the boss first, and then before the next one. And so ideally, it's kind of like, you know, like it's a bit of it's a tough fight, but you're not it's not just like 5 bosses enter a room with you.
That being said, we have a bit of work to still do on getting ritual combat to be a bit better, right? Like, it is one of the things, like, I mean, obviously getting that many monsters in a bit of a claustrophobic situation can just be a bit of a mess. And so
once
that's
again,
still something we are gonna
always
work
favor
on,
of the
is
glass
getting
cannon.
that.
Well, yes and no, right? Because if you're tanky enough, you just fucking don't care, right? That's one of the things one of the things about PoE is, it is not that if you're tanky, you die slower, right? Well, obviously, but it's not just that, oh, I'm tanky, I die slower. A lot of the times in PoE, it's, oh, I'm tanky, now this can never kill me, right? It's not so much that, oh, let's say you fight the Quadrilla, right? In PoE 2, or PoE 1 at least, you get to, also in PoE 2, I think, you get to a level of tankiness where the gorilla can now no longer kill you. It's not that, oh, it kills you now, but it takes 10 seconds instead of 5, or instead of 1 shot, it now kills you like in 3 seconds, and then after that, it kills you in 6 seconds. No, now you get to a point where it cannot kill you, right? So if you're tanky enough, you'll get to a point where it cannot kill you, where nothing they can do unless they all hit their big, massive attack at the exact same millisecond or something, then you're immortal, right? That's one of the problems, I think, that the game has, especially PoE 1, where it's like, yeah, you just have to get 1 shot, otherwise you'll never die.
That combat to be a bit better as well, just as a thing to hopefully do between 050 and release. But yes, in that context, definitely staggering them is the play, because yes, what the hell is fighting 5 bosses, and not now just 5 bosses in the boss arena, you're talking about 5 bosses in this little circle with a bunch of rat tornadoes or something going around. You have no idea what's going on. So we'll try and make that as clean as possible.
All right, well, let's talk about the Runes of Aldor then, this season's league mechanic. Now, one of the major, sticking out points is obviously Runic Ward. I don't think many people saw that one coming. That was a bit of a surprise when I saw that one. So what was the thought process of coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need another defensive of some sort, and this time we're going to put it under life? Like, that's pretty unique. So how'd you come to that point?
I think it maybe started... Did it start with skills first or the ward first? I can't actually remember which way around it was, but I feel like it might have been the skills. And we were talking about, like, what resource could we consume... I mean, it came together in one conversation, but I'm trying to remember exactly like which way around it was. But the skills and the Runic Ward were definitely designed together, like in terms of what that. Like, we sort of knew that we wanted something. So, okay, for a while we've wanted to have.
What am I gonna play? I'm definitely playing a monk, and I'm not sure if I'm playing the monk on or off stream, but I am 100% playing a monk because I like the hollow form technique. I like the stone fist. I'm thinking about hollow form technique with stone fist, and then maybe even hollow palm, because now you get like massive gloves, right? I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do there. I like the bell as well. So there could be something with the bell is cool, but I really like the, and then all the monks just go crazy. I'm gonna do martial artist for sure. Now, I haven't really decided on the second character. I really like the idea of the Chronomancer with the repeat and the echo and stuff. But I also just love quality. So the Gemling Legionnaire is up for grabs. I also had a lot of fun with the crossbow skills. So like playing a crossbow character again could be really fun. I'm probably playing martial arts. Everybody's going to be playing martial artists, aren't they? Is it going to be a bit samey if I play it as well on stream? So maybe I play that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But definitely martial artist, and I'm probably going to go hollow form technique, and then maybe hollow palm as well. But I'm not sure. I'm not entirely certain there. But I want to do something with the monk spawning in. I want to try and build something that just runs through the map channeling. That is my goal. Try to see if I can invest into movement while channeling or movement while casting enough to just... But it's like 3 seasons ago they nerfed it, right? So I probably missed the boat on that one. But something like that. And then Chronomancer or Gemling Legionnaire speaking to me. There is some shenanigans with the Spirit Walker that I can't really put down either. And there's the classic just warrior big bonk that is playing a little bit up as well. So... right now, if I had to lock it in right now, I think it would be martial artist and Gemling Legionnaire. Would you be down for setting an absurd goal for the league? What do you mean? Like, my goal right now is finishing the challenge, all the challenges off. That's what I'm going for at the moment. But it depends. Like, it depends on how hooked I get. Honestly, it also depends on viewership. Like, I have to be... but I mean, like, what did you have in mind for the goal? Because I'm definitely down to hear it. It also depends a little bit on viewership, if I'm being honest. Like, I have to think about it a little bit, as much as I would like to just do whatever I want and hope people find it interesting. If nobody's watching, then I'll also be quitting the league sooner. Right, like if I'm getting good interaction with chat and I'm getting decent viewership, then I'll play the league longer, obviously. And it's just the name of the game. And then the question is, how much am I going to be playing off stream, right? If I'm really hooked on the league, I'll be playing off stream a lot. You might try and get Temporalis. That is cool, yeah. The thing with that is you need to build for it, right? Now, the no-hit run in is really interesting, and I would love to do it. But it's just, I feel like I would have to follow a build guide for it. And my very clear goal here is... Oh, you mean more like buying one? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know how much one of those are in terms of... I've never actually really played the economy in PoE 2, so I don't know how much currency I'll be able to make. But in PoE 1, I've always felt like I'd be able to buy whatever I wanted if I just put in the work. Like, please check how much the cheapest Temporalis is. Yeah, but the thing is, even checking the price of it is not really going to tell me what that means, right? Like, this could be like 10,000 exalts. 2 mirrors. Now, I know for PoE 1 that that's a crap load. But I don't know how much it is in PoE 2. Right? Like, I don't know what it is in PoE 2. Like, I don't know if it's more or if it's less. Like, inflation happens a lot in PoE 2, right? But that's because people get a lot of currency, right? Like, in terms of 90 for the best one, I guess. Last league, 1 mirror was 10k divines. Yeah, but again, like, it's one of those things where, because the currency is the same, you might think the value is the same, right? But you can't make that distinction, right? Because you don't know, like, what is a chaos, what is an exalt, what is a divine, what is a mirror, right? It depends on how often they drop, right? So it could be that a mirror in PoE 1 is only worth like 2,000 divines, and in PoE 2 a mirror is worth 10,000 divines. But if divines drop 100 times more often in PoE 2, right, then all of a sudden the price is lower despite it being higher, right? You're shocked they're so cheap? Maybe they weren't that good this league. Or pretty niche, I guess. But yeah, it's one of those things where you can't really just look at something and be like, fuck, if I pause anymore, we're not going to finish this. Fucking hell. It's all standard now. Yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is, right, like, it depends on how fast you earn the currency. Like, how expensive something is, how much X amount is, depends on how much you make, right?
It's like, you start with having it so that all of the skills are limited to weapon types, but then after that you then break the rule and actually have the stuff that goes between the weapon types. And so we knew for a while we wanted to have skills that can work across, so you can do some interesting stuff, and it like expands the universe of what builds are possible by quite a lot. So it was just a question of like, what can the restriction be so that it's like,
I'm gonna hammer on it again. I say it every time. I say it every time I play the game. I say it every time they have a release. I say it every time. Some skills needs to be usable with multiple weapons, and not just the Kalguran ones. I mean the core ones. You need to be able to bleed certain things together to get true, like, customization that feels endless, right? Right now, they'll need to, like, 10x the amount of skills you have for me to feel like I have just a fraction of the choice that I have in PoE 1, right? Like, right now, you open up the mace skill, you need to 10x that menu in order for the mace skill to be interesting enough, I think. And what you can do instead is make it so that some skills of quarterstaffs can be used with maces. Some skills of axes can be used with maces, right? And you do that with every single weapon type, every single thing, right? Where it makes sense, this weapon can do, right? So if you're doing a slashing attack with a sword, you can do the slashing attack with an axe. You can do the slashing attack with a dagger. In some sense, maybe you could even do the slashing attack with a spear, right? Where it makes sense. Now, if they can perform the action reasonably well, or in a reasonable sense, it should be able to do the skill. And then you want your mace twisters. I don't. So for a lot of things with this, where the reason I say mace and axe is they're both top heavy, right? And the reason I say quarterstaff and mace is they're both blunt. Now the twisters don't really have a so much of a thing here. Only that, and this is my thing, right? But a twister spins really fast, so it makes sense that you'd be able to twirl your weapon around really fast. That doesn't fit with a mace. But it fits with a quarterstaff, and the quarterstaff does produce wind, so I think you should absolutely be able to do whirling slash and twisters with a quarterstaff. That is, I think, definitely 100%. I don't know about the mace though. It would make more sense for me with an axe, because again, you can twirl an axe pretty fast. But I guess that's kind of the same as the mace. But then comes the thing with the axes. It has a sharp edge, which I don't have on the quarterstaff. So the question is, what is valuable here? What brings it in? But I think spear and quarterstaff for the twirling around is definitely comparable. And there will be some things that doesn't make sense. It's not that I'm saying that every single mace skill should be used with axes, right? Because no, a mace can't slash. Right? And I'm not saying that every single sword skill should be used with axes, right? Because an axe can't really stab. Then you need a pole, specifically polearm, right? And there's also a thing with handle, right? Depending on what you're doing with it, you can grab the head up to a head of an axe. You can't do that with a sword, right? And for daggers and swords, they should be very much the same, right? Except some things with a sword you can't do with a dagger because it's not long enough, and some things with a dagger you can't do with a sword because it's too long, right? So it would always be a skill by skill thing, but I really think the game would be better off if you bled some of them together, right? Some of the things for crossbows should be able to use with bows. Some of the things with bows should be able to use with crossbows. There's a bit of an issue there because crossbows have the ammunition mechanic and bows do not. So there is a bit of a thing there that might mean it can't really have any overlap. But I still think it would be cooler. I do. I think the game is worse for not having it because there are some things that would be cool to combo together.
To make it so that there's something there that we can have that, you know, still sort of limits it. Because we were talking about how if we're doing skills like this, we didn't believe that something like mana would actually necessarily work for the type of skills that we want to do, where it's like sort of unrestricted like that. So then we're like, okay, if we've got another resource and like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like, you know, do we make it like Vile skills where you've got like, you know, the soul thing? We kind of didn't like that either. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that depending on what you do. So yeah, that it ended up pretty well, and I'm enjoying playing with it as well. Like I do now, especially that there's a proper sound when you run into it, like you do know that it's saving you. So that's been pretty nice. So I'm a big fan of that. But ultimately, yeah, it came from the skills first, I believe.
Jonathan, generator spender.
A new resource that can power something like that.
Nah, it's not. It's not a generator spender, right? Like because it you're not. Val skills is kind of generator spender-ish in a sense, but it's more so you do it from kills, right? Like I'm just gonna say it, a lot of the combos are just generator spenders, right? A lot of the combos in PoE 2 are generator spenders. A lot of the things where you got something that generates power charges and you got something that spends them, it's kind of just generator spender, right? The whirling slashes, right? You whirling slash 3 times to then do a bunch of twisters. Bro, I know there's no resource, right? But there is. It's the whirling slash, right? Like it's the big tornado. That's your resource. Right? And they just introduced a unique where every 2 times you fire a grenade skill, you get a stack of a thing, right? And at 10 stacks you get the stuff, right? It's not Fury Warrior from World of Warcraft, right? Where build Fury, spend Fury. It also lacks the finer details of generator spender, where maybe you can generate enough to fire 2 times, or maybe you can generate enough to fire 1.5 times. So let's say it takes you 10 generators to fill your bar up, and then the spender spends like 6, right? Oh, then it's all of a sudden just... Then you get, for every 15 you do... Or sorry, for every 12 you do, you get 2, right? So it's like, you build up to 10, you spend 1, you do 2 more, and then you spend 1. So it's a little bursty, right? PoE doesn't have that. So as it is kind of just the simplest form of generator builder spender, right? Builder spender. But it just lacks like the things, because it's not quite that, it lacks some of the depth of it. But I guess it also confuses the masses in thinking it's not just builder spender. But then again, if you take a broad approach to builder spender, you could call everything basically a builder spender. You saw the cool idea with the unique crossbow. Yeah, for me it's not. I don't like it, because you gotta fire 20 grenade skills to get the buff. And then the buff lets you fire grenade skills, right? So it's very much just fire grenade skills. It's just spam grenade skills, right? But you can't keep uptime on the buff because the buff it's all about limiting your downtime, and you can never get to 0. And that is what I don't like, because the buff lasts 10 seconds. And then you can't gain charges while you have the buff. So if you extend the buff, well, then you extend the uptime, but you don't decrease the downtime. You decrease it percentage-wise, right? And if you then up the time it takes, or well, if you then lower the downtime by, say, attack speed or cooldown reduction or whatever, right? well, you still have it. It will never go away because you can't automate it. It has to be things you use. So it's not even like you can just have 20 fucking artillery ballistas out that every second they fire 20. So it's just like go, go, go. So you have like literally like less than a second downtime because you have to fire them. So it's cool and all. I don't mind it, but it's not for me.
You know, you mentioned
I honestly can't remember the conversation, but yeah, we started with like, well, PoE1 has Ward, and we're like talking about things that we could do that are of Kalgurin theming, and we ended up going. It was just like, we're not really satisfied with how it works. Like fundamentally, it's like very niche. It's very end game. It relies on all these unique mechanics to actually be good, and we need something that's fundamental to the campaign here. Something that can help everyone. And then we went through all, like, as we do, we just have our meetings of design rants, and we went through many iterations and somehow ended up with what we have. And I think it is a significant upgrade over what, if we had just copy pasted from what was in PoE1 there, it would have not been anywhere near as good. So
I think PoE1 Ward is very niche, but it fuels some really cool builds like the ward loops. And I think a lot of people are going to be sad that the ward loop so far isn't in PoE 2. Now, they could absolutely add uniques to make the ward loop work, right? So it's not that it'll never be there. But I think there is a danger to reworking things that some people like. And I think the ward loop is really cool. And I think you could have had the design that you have now and still had the ward loop. But yeah. There's a skill called Mirage Archer, and you have the buff and then spawn the Mirage Archer. He gets to keep the buff. But can Mirage Archers, they can only use bows, right? I think Mirage Archer can only use bows, and this is a crossbow. So again, you'd need, that's what I was talking about. Your idea is super cool, but you'd need crossover between the weapons for it. They can use a crossbow? Really? Okay. Well, then you could probably get something cool out of it. That sounds cool. That sounds like a cool little burst. The only thing I'm thinking here is it sounds a little bit like overkill. But I guess what you could do is spawn the Mirage Archer last second of the buff. But does he get... No, but he gets to keep the buff. Does he get the buff with a duration, or is it just spawned and he works the way you did? Or because if you have to spawn it the same time, right? So you say I don't know how long the Mirage Archer lasts, or if he gets the 10-second buff, right? If the Mirage Archer gets the 10-second buff, then you have to use it whenever you get the buff, right? Because otherwise he's only going to get like X amount of seconds. And that just sounds a little bit like overkill. Because this buff makes you go crazy, right? It's just like bam, 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 right? Like you're just attack speed and no cooldown on your grenades. So you're just slinging grenades everywhere. And if you then on top of that put a Mirage Archer, if anything requires that level of damage, you have bigger issues. Right? So it just sounds overkill.
It's quite satisfied with how that ended up, but it is always hard to forget these frantic conversations we have where we're just like, it's honestly like sometimes it's 30 minutes and you have like 500 iterations, and sometimes it's several hours and you have like 3 iterations, but easier to remember those ones. This was one of those short and fast, snappy, ruckus conversations for sure that ended up quite satisfying.
I am hoping that people find use for runic ward skills and like whatever build that they're doing. Like I think that probably will be the case. Like we've made quite a few. There's quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones. So Gazi will be happy to hear about that, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a bit going on there. The one I'm using on my current build is like honestly pretty fun. It looks simple. It's this thing where you called repulsion, where you it actually, I think when we did the live stream, it was a mark, but then we decided that we liked it as a curse better. So it's a curse that you apply to the monsters, and when they take a bit of damage, the curse gets removed and it does an explosion that pushes all the monsters away. And if you've got large monster density and you use it on a pack, like the monsters just get absolutely like just like when they just spread everywhere. Like it's honestly it's quite fun.
That sounds
So
really
I'm enjoying
bad.
that one, and hopefully we don't need to nerf it because
That sounds horrible.
But that's the one that I'm using at the moment. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting ones.
Why would you spread the monsters?
And,
You want to?
I suspect that I want to.
That sounds horrible. I don't want to spread them. I want to gather them. Give me like a vortex, bro. Jonathan always has the best ideas. Dude, that sounds terrible. You want to gather them so I can blow them up. I don't want to blow them apart so that they can come at me from all angles. Give me something that tethers them. Like fucking chains come out of the ground, grabs them, and pull them in. Give me that.
Hoping is that there might be some like ward only builds even at in-game, which I think will be interesting. Like we'll try and build one in the office, and maybe we'll even do a video on it to see if we can do like a ward only character just to see how that goes. But the skills are primarily designed to be used as sort of like, you know, extra things that you can use on your other builds as well.
One question about the league mechanic itself is I was re-listening to the Ziggy D Q&A while I was prepping, and Mark, you said that you thought you could get up to 22 rare mob modifiers
Jesus.
when paired with the expedition.
So imagine you're a melee mace user and you have skills locked behind heavy stunning enemies. Wouldn't it be cool if you heavy stun an enemy and knocks him off the screen so you can't follow up after the stun? Yeah, you don't want that. Like the only thing I could see being good about this is kind of if you have a... Like dude, knockbacks in games are used for pushing mobs, well, away from you, obviously, if you're dying, right? But that's so rarely the case that you want to use it for that. More often than not, you want to use it to knock them into other mobs. And if they just go everywhere, it's like... And they'd also need to aggro somehow. If they, like, I don't know, if you could knock them off screen and it would aggro the mobs off screen to come to you, then maybe we'd have a conversation here. But if you're just fucking knocking them away, then it's bad, I think.
When doing the...
I guess there is one thing, though. There is one thing that could be good. I think Contagion, right, spreads when monsters die. So if you do your whole thing, you spread Contagion, and then you knock them out, and it truly blasts them far, then it could give you some screen clear. Like... That is an option. That is something I see it being useful for. But if you're playing a regular build, I feel like it's shit. Knocking enemies away sounds so bad if you're just playing a regular build.
The Rune of Aldor, right? So one of my questions for you is this kind of intended to be a strategy, sort of like, I don't know, like the Alva Temple, for instance, where it's like, okay, you can farm it for specifically what the drops are, but also like it can be a juicing mechanism where we're building this. So another way to play it is you do this actually just to juice the rare mobs themselves, and you're actually farming the mobs for the drops by adding more and more modifiers on.
That was the intention, yes, that both are a viable option. Now, the example I gave there is obviously the extreme.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that happen every time, for sure. But I do want it to be a strategy for sure, especially now that the mods don't display all vertically down the screen. Those specific mods don't. There's just like a little line of runes under the monster's life bars. And but my hope is that there is a strategy in game. Obviously, it's a relatively high-end strategy.
Somebody watched My Hero Academia?
Once you are using logbooks and doing those grand expeditions, as we've called them. I don't know if there's an official name yet, but that's what I'll keep. The big old expeditions that you are thinking, okay, on some of the remnants, you're like, okay, I want this chase reward. And on others where you're like, nah, I don't really care too much about, this and that. Like, I think I can push the monsters to be more valuable than the things that are offered by them. That you're actually thinking, okay, I'm going to try and pick the highest variety of different runes possible so that you pass them along and try and get as many remnants as possible in the dynamite chain. And then you just like, okay, obviously each one then passes them on. So you're going to get every monster. The first one will be like, okay, pretty standard reward. Second one, a bit more. Third one, a bit more. Fourth one, a bit more. It's like, how long can this dynamite chain go? How many remnants can I get in it? And then you get to the point where you're just like, all right, like, what am I actually even fighting now? that's the hope, is that there are still people, and again, because you can control what the mods are, what the rewards are, what the where the bombs are, the order of them. You can control the difficulty and rewards entirely as you please. One other thing we've changed with expeditions, but
I am going to definitely be blowing up way more than I can handle rather than controlling it. You love people trying to find your name origin. You used to be compared to the character Selkie from Fire Emblem Fates when he was younger. Stuck as the nickname. Fire Emblem Fates. I have no idea what that is. Fire Emblem Fates. Oh, it's a Nintendo DS game? Which one's Selkie? I guess I could search for that. It's a blonde girl with fox ears. Am I correct? Is she like the fox spirit or something? Okay. Yeah, that's definitely not Selkie from My Hero Academia.
by the way, which
She's a kitsune.
significant
Oh, okay.
upgrade, though a semi-controversial
Tactical
internal
RPG.
one, but
Dude, the tactical RPG, man. I played. I remember playing. I think it was Final Fantasy one, and it's so fun. And I only ever played the one. I never played any again, and I loved that shit. It was so good.
I think it's way better. I think
feel
it's way
the
better.
same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain. When the first one goes off, you have to kill a certain number of the monsters before the dynamite will continue. So what would often happen is that a fast build, when doing the logbooks were before or expeditions, you could just kill as you're going. And what some people did is they'll just detonate the entire chain and then just like clear backwards almost. And what some people would do is just clear with it, but effectively now they're not even seeing the bombs. Like the bombs have all detonated off screen and they're just following the chain of minimap icons, clearing everything. So now like it's like finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb. So you're following it, actually following it, seeing the detonation, seeing what's emerging, doing the fight, and you're following along. It just feels
This is better for me because I don't get overwhelmed as much. Because a lot of the times things will go off while I'm clearing or I'm dealing with it. How long until the patch, please? Do I have it open still? 6 hours exactly. Like a minute. Selkie is based on the wealth, I think, myth. They're basically seal members. Oh, I didn't fucking know that. Oh, that's cool.
so much.
I thought it was just a seal of some sort, or a seal was called something like that. But it's like a freaking... Oh, that's cool.
Smoother. Though I know that there's
I like it way more, by the way. Like, it's way better.
I agree. I think it's significant.
The explosions waiting for you to finish is probably slightly worse for the fast players, but probably better for everyone else. Unless you wanted the challenge of letting everything explode and then start clearing, but... Yeah, I don't know.
But I know it immediately had people going, but I like to just detonate the whole thing and then just wait ages and then clear it all, going backwards or whatever. And I was like, wow, too bad, because the pros outweigh the cons here. I am.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah, it is just significantly better.
One couple other changes I noticed was 10 runes instead of 8 in the patch notes, right? I think the reveal said it was like 8 cap, and I think in the patch notes it said it was upwards of 10.
I think the reason for that is because there's a
Yeah, it's 6 hours.
that might have been me accidentally disclosing a hidden thing that was supposed to be a hidden thing.
There's
there's
a
like
if I mean I can put it on, but there's a countdown on the like the official site. I should have that on screen. We can do that real quick while we watch this.
secret thing that you can get up to 10. I think I might have accidentally said that. Like, I think the normal limit is 8.
Okay.
But
Yeah, there's like a bespoke 10 length and 9 length one. They're not like traditional. It's something that when you find, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing.
Yeah. So there's like, yeah, that was probably just my bad, just like looking at the table, being like, okay, here's the maximum one being 10. Like, there's probably a few things I accidentally disclosed in the patch notes that were intended to be hidden, but it's fine. We'll just we'll see.
How do you? Yeah,
By all means, we don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it here. How do you actually decide what you want to like leak or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming.
Fuck,
like,
is
you
so
got tease
big.
what's coming. You can't tease what it is, right? So, like, how do you decide what makes the cut on the teaser and what you want to be like discovered, like, the hidden ascendancies, for instance, like you did with Abyssal Lich?
I don't know, really. It's sort of hard to decide, but like there are certain things.
SCBA.
Well, okay, like a random example is like, not to, like in the patch notes we said there are 3 barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean. Like there are things like that where
crap.
like this, like in some ways, like it can be obvious to people what the hidden things.
Dude, my OBS is so fucked after I swap my screen. Like, I need to redo all the settings.
And that can be its own form of excitement, because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So, we'll have to see whether people do that. I know Jeff actually was saying to me, he's like, as a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is
Wait, what is he talking about?
We'll know. So, it's fine. We'll just we'll see.
How do you?
By all means, we don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it here. How do you actually decide what you want to like leak or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming, be excited.
John's and Mark and the PO team are really excited, proud of this update, and it shows.
Like, how do you decide?
Yeah,
what makes the cut on the teaser
they
and
are.
what you want to
And
be,
I
like,
think
discovered, like, the hidden ascendancies. For
I think in general they're very proud of PoE 2, and they're really excited and proud, right? Like, they're really into it, they're really invested, and it definitely does show. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's going to be the best ARPG. I don't think it is right now, and I think some of the decisions they've made for this patch, in terms of like, this is what we're doing for Path of Exile 2, is not the right ones. But I don't, the whole like, you get all the point. I've been fucking complaining about it all day, all week. You getting all the Atlas points is just wrong to me. It is. Like, you're taking away an avenue of customization, and it's bad. But yeah, it's better than what was before. But I think it's gonna be a fun one. I think it's gonna be good.
Abyssal Lich.
I don't know, really. It's sort of hard to decide, but like there are certain things. Well, okay, like a random example is like, not to, like in the patch notes we said there are 3 barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean. Like there are things like that where just like this, like in some ways, like it can be obvious to people what the hidden things are, but that can be its own form of excitement, because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So, we'll have to see whether people do that. I know Jeff actually was saying to me, he's like, as a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is one, and then everyone will know. So
there's 3 barracks rings. There's an ascendancy that has 3 ring slots, right?
Like we want to make sure there's just enough things where it feels like people have found something. And actually, there's that other whole system we didn't tell people about. Oh, I'm not even going to mention it. No, screw it. There's a whole bunch of like, I would say there's more like. I don't
even know what he's talking about.
No, you do know what I'm talking about. The one that's the most ridiculous.
You have to tell me afterwards, because obviously
the one that's the most ridiculous.
Why wait?
The one that's the most
there are surprises that we want to have. But anyway, the thing is, we actually got enough hidden surprises in this patch that I feel like it's kind of okay to disclose a lot of things, because there's quite a lot more of them. Like, I feel like there's probably more hidden, random, weird.
You think it'll be good overall, depending how how game changing the choice notes are, dude? It's just less, bro. It's just less. I don't know. I get that the choice notes and all of this. I don't know if you ever played World of Warcraft, right? But they literally did it. They had a talent tree. They went to exactly these kind of choice notes where you got like X amount of rows with 3 options. You could pick one. And now they're back to a talent tree again, because it's better. It's just better. Dude, just imagine... I do a lot of gender language, I'm noticing. Imagine that especially when we just established that you look like a female Fox character. Imagine that your character talent tree was these choice node changes, right? Now, instead of the talent tree you get when you open up and you spend your passive points in there, imagine that was the the change nodes or whatever, the choice nodes. Like, wouldn't that be shit? It's just the same for the... Like, it's obviously better than what the other was within PoE 2, but for PoE 1, putting in that atlas is so fun. It's so interesting to like be like, okay, I want to do ritual. What goes well with ritual? Oh, let me do whatever. Like, let me do these two things together. Oh, I want to do breach. What goes well with breach? Well, I'm killing a lot of monsters. Let me add beyond on top, right? Like, that is so much fun. And then, okay, I have a few points to spare. Should I try and get some scarabs? Should I try to get some maps? Should I try to get some more currency? Should I just get rare, like a quantity? Should I go for Eater? Should I go for Exile? Should I go for Maven? Like, what should I do, right? That's so much fun, and it's just gone now. You get to pick between, do you want a shrine buff, or does the boss want a shrine buff? Like, that's the choice node we've seen. And then you got the masters, right? Where it's those like 3 things you can pick between 4 times, and it's just less, and it's less interesting. It's faster, there's less friction, it's easier to spot, right? But it's just less interesting
stuff in this patch than we've probably ever done. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Matt, but it seems like it to me.
It should be. I'm a huge advocate for pushing for like, and I just declare it at the start. I'm like, this is a thing no one's allowed to know about, and then I just hope that no one says anything.
It's easy to make mistakes though, because people don't know what stuff's going to be hidden, and so I might just randomly, blunder into things and like
there are other things where we're like, okay, but is it just going to get data mined in minute 0 anyway, and thus people?
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, oh, maybe even that in itself is exciting because people don't know if what's data mined is actually enabled or not.
Yeah,
So you start adding bait and you put in little things that are just like, to
He's having a fucking field day with this shit. I think it was Jonathan's, I think Chris Wilson's interview with Jonathan with the whole like PoE 2. I think Jonathan said that Mark makes things and he tells everybody, don't tell Jonathan. He's not allowed to know. You think they want PoE 2 to be easier for new players before 1.0? Hopefully we'll get fleshed better. Yeah, so I just really don't agree with the whole like, I don't agree with dumbing down the game to making it easier. I agree with simplifying it, but I don't agree with dumbing it down, right? And the way I make the distinction is dumbing down, you take away functionality and cool, interesting things to make it easier, whereas simplifying it, you take away extra bloat that doesn't add anything on its like that just makes it more convoluted and difficult, right? Like, if you have, I think there's a difference, at least from how I'm using them. That's what I mean, right? Like, if you take away stuff that is just in PoE 1, if there's 3, 4, 5 different ways to do the exact same craft, maybe there should only be one, right? Like, if there's one thing you can do 5 different ways and it's the same, basically, like, let's say there's 5 different types of currency that produces the exact same result, right? Then maybe you should only have one, right? That would be simplifying it. But if it's like, okay, you need to go through this chain of 4 or 5 crafts in order to get a certain result, and they all have their reasons and their, like, it makes sense, right? You do, if we do from one of the PoE 2 seasons I played, right, where you use different omens to craft because it's simpler to explain, right? If it's like roll an item with defense and then use omen so you get prefixes, use omen so you get homogenization, right? And then double slam a perfect exalt to then get the armor base, right? And then you need to add an essence, say, and then use another homogenization to get whatever, like, the resistances you want, and then remove whatever, right? Like, something like that, right? if there's several steps to it and they all have a point and there's a reason you do them in that order. If you then say, okay, well, we're gonna remove Omen of Hybridization because it's too difficult, and that's it, then you can no longer do it. They dumbed it down now. Well, I mean, they're right, but that's the example. I'm not saying is if you know what Omen of Hybridization did, and it's me saying dumbing it down, then that's gonna sound a little out of whack. But the point is, if you remove something in order to simplify it, and there's then no avenue to do what that did, then you're dumbing it down or nerfing, right? But I don't like that. So I don't like that they're taking away the choices and the individuality and the customization of an Atlas in order to make it more appealing to the new player. Because, yeah, it's going to be appealing to the new player for exactly 10 minutes, and then they'll never think about the Atlas tree ever again, like the rest of us. And now it has less replayability because, oh, right, fucking Atlas tree, let me just blast in my points real quick, right? It doesn't matter, I get all of them. So I think it's all bad, nothing good.
Usually make people feel the sense of mystery. So even if it is a thing that will get data mined, it doesn't necessarily mean it's there. If it's like, you know, I mean, there are things that are unintentional. Like I don't know if I don't know if the patch notes actually ended up with this, but all of the, for example, have we disclosed all of the hidden anoints? You know, like we expressed some. We're like, here's some that you get from the.
We didn't list them. We didn't.
Yeah,
we didn't list them. We just
we went over some in the live stream and the presentation, and we went over here's a few examples. But then there's there's a whole bunch undiscovered, and so it's like I wouldn't say that's a secret. It's just like we want people to discover stuff. We want some people, and then there's the stuff like the actual secrets where we're just like, nah, good luck finding this, and we look forward to day 29 where someone figures this out or something. I want some sense of discovery over the league that's more than just like what is your build and what is the meta, like stuff that's actually in-world discoverable things.
That's cool.
And yeah, sometimes it gets figured out in like an hour and you're like, oh well, whatever. But
it's funny that you mentioned this with the bait thing, because I'm still looking at the data mine of Demon Magus and just waiting for something to happen. Like oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm sitting here with you balls.
No, it was a real thing. It's not.
It was.
It
so
is a.
I did have a quick. Sorry.
It will be a real thing one day. It wasn't intended to.
Okay. I'm just trying not to go off on my notorious 15-minute minion rant here after Jonathan's comment earlier. I did have a curiosity about the league mechanic, which kind of weaves into the history of GGG. You guys have never shied away from trying out-of-the-box crazy things, roguelike things like Sekima, Sanctum, Auto Battlers, Todia, DM's favorite TD Blight. And we saw a meteor crash.
I like Tower Defenses.
Atlas, utilizing Infinite Atlas for the immersion.
To be fair, though, I don't think Blight is a particularly good tower defense, but I like Blight.
Meteor crashing down. It looks really cool. This small little snippet looks fantastic. And then the question I have for this is the idea of changing /or terraforming the Atlas something that you'll want to explore further in future updates or even leagues moving forward?
I definitely think that we're going to do more of that for sure. I mean, Doyani does have, as one of the Atlas Masters, does have a light terraforming ability. He's got the ability to change one biome into another. Like as part of his Atlas Master abilities.
Okay. All right.
It's not completely controllable. You can't just make the whole world a desert, but he does have some light ability to do that, and so there's things like that we can do. That actually matters quite a lot with the new Atlas tree, because the new Atlas tree has a bunch of things that are biome specific. Like this is a thing that happens in forest, and this is a thing that happens in deserts. And there's also the ability to say like this biome behaves as this other biome in addition, stuff like that. Like with
in addition,
stuff.
Oh crap,
so
that's
like
cool.
Things like that going on that like make the biomes matter more, and then the ability for Diani to then be able to do some terraforming means that there's some strats there ideally that you could do with him.
That sounds pretty cool. But, I like that.
Yeah,
but I mean, yeah, like.
But you didn't need a new get all points Atlas for it though.
Less hypothetical. This has not been discussed before, but it's like, okay, what does it look like for Blight using for whatever Blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time. But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the Atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from here, and you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination can run wild.
We've got the breach domains appearing on the Atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean, the fog bank thing and Delirium, the Delirious like area, this sort of feels a little bit like it as well, where like the Atlas gets transformed, this event happens and that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we're absolutely going to do. Like, we want every league to have.
Jonathan reminds you of Rebecca Ford from the Warframe dev team. They both can't be trusted not to spoil shit. I think he's been pretty good about it, but I think it's because some of the things. I think they talked about it, how Mark really wants to keep things hidden and Jonathan would rather tell a lot of people. So they're kind of balancing it out. And I think Mark has just some of the things he's just like, Jonathan is going to want to tell people this and I don't want him to know. But it might also be that they have like a little bit of a how many things should be hidden and how many shouldn't. And it's just Mark is not agreeing with the amount, so he's just sneaking shit in there. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's not causing too much drama. So has he? I don't feel like he's spoiled a bunch of shit, has he? I mean, maybe he is a bit talkative, to be fair. he does sometimes go like, "Can we talk about this?"
More mechanics that happen on the Atlas,
and
like,
he's the top guy.
Like,
isn't he? I mean, I guess they're together, but
that interacts with the Atlas in a more interesting way.
Because like my mind went completely off when I saw that. I was like, they're probably gonna do something like Catan.
Jonathan's so much cooler.
Play where we're like pushing out settlements. Now we're playing RTS on the Infinite.
Jonathan's so much cooler than Mark, or so much cooler than Rebecca Ford. I really like these two. Like Mark and Jonathan, I really like both of them. I like how much time they spend interacting with the community in these kind of interviews and stuff. I love that. It's so good. It's so good. But I don't agree with everything, but the fact that they're spending this much time is really amazing. You get like these, it's the highest you can get at GGG, right? So you really get the top down look, and they really sound like they really have their hands in the pie, right? Like Reb is known to reveal huge content shit in Warframe on a weekly dev show. Well, so I mean, I guess that's a way to get a lot of viewers, right? Just spoil a bunch of shit. It's like, what's you gonna leak this time? We're gonna watch.
That's where my mind went, and I was like, I can't wait for that.
Well, I do have a discussion I need to have with Mark actually about some 1.0 league ideas. So we'll see how we go with that.
And you guys are adding so much, like such scale of content here. Like you're adding tons of crafting, for instance. You're just all of the different changes to the Atlas Masters, like you're talking about the terraforming Atlas. How much of it is it when you're creating something, you're preemptively looking at it and being like, oh, well, this could be a problem. Like this will make crafting too strong. And like how much of this is like emergent gameplay, which we're just going to put it out into the wild and like see what the players do with it. And then we'll do changes after. Like, what's the balance?
But they're gonna say bit of both.
We try to think of everything we can, but we also assume that there will be a million things we didn't think of. So it's kind of like it is really both of those things. But yeah, we do try as hard as we can to try and understand the interactions. But yes, there's just a lot of inherent risk the moment that you add all sorts of stuff like this, that you just do get something that you didn't expect. So yeah, you just assume that that's also going to happen.
That's fair. When it comes to like the progression, PoE 1 has had years, a decade plus of content and lessons learned, and the progression of new leagues and trying things out. PoE 2 has only had, or quote unquote only, it's pretty fresh out the gate, but we have had 2 considered full-blown league releases, and with the 0.3 Abyss and 0.4 Alpha, which we had recently, right? So I'm just curious, what kind of lessons have you guys learned from previous league releases, which has been helpful for the 0.5 one when it comes to PoE 2?
It's a tricky question because, like, I mean, we effectively learn these lessons every time. We've been doing it for so many years. The thing I guess we've been fighting. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking. Actually, is like in a way we've been fighting this content war against PoE 1. where it's like, okay, it's like PoE1 has all the stuff. We need to get PoE2 to some kind of standard, and so that's been like why we've needed to in these recent leaks to like make something.
That's
that
a
feels
lip
very,
sync
very
battle,
substantial.
bro.
Like 050 hopefully wins the war there now, and it's like we've reached the point where we've reached the point where we can say that we're an ARPG that has enough content, and that's why we're now able to say like, okay, before 1.0 we can focus more on like balance and all that sort of stuff, right? But it's like I honestly feel sorry for other ARPGs in some way where like they have to like they in order to even get to the point of being able to say you're competitive, you have to first win this like war versus PoE1 of like the amount of shit that's in a game. So like that's very hard. It's like it's weird that how we also have to fight that.
If you go into a war with PoE1 about having content in your game, you're gonna lose every time. The only games that can maybe compete with that is like World of fucking Warcraft, and that is if you count all the shit stuff. Like what? Maybe EVE Online has been around for that long. Final Fantasy has been around for that long as well. Maybe. What else is there? Like, it's fucking impossible.
But yeah, like. Look, I feel like we do know how to make a league at this point and all the things you need to have in it. Like, I mean, in fact, there's a very popular GDC talk that Chris made, which I still think is 100% correct in terms of the stuff that you need to have in a league to make it work. And ultimately, all of it with PoE2, it's just we need to just take that stuff, even better, and like get it to a polished level that is like.
You've changed your mind on what your league's starting. Did you find some sort of crazy build or whatever, Tuma? Like, what are you doing? Did you find some guide that just looks insane, or?
Like higher than what we even needed to do before and that kind of thing. But like, I mean, we know how to do it. We've done so many leagues at this point.
Honestly, the newest discovery, I would say that is probably the hardest thing, is integrating it into the start of the game.
Yeah,
because the start of PoE2, like one thing that we didn't want.
You found explosive. Have you seen how that looks at the end game, though, bro? Are you sure you want to go down that route? You need to buy some sunglasses, as far as I'm aware. You need to buy some of those gamer glasses or just sunglasses if you want to play that.
Want to do, and I'd say PoE1 has failed at this numerous times, is like all of a sudden you start the game and then you're just in some subzone that's in some other dimension and you're like, what is happening? And it's like, okay, can you really say your game is like gothic horror if you're, going into some person's memory or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you just where am I? Like, what's even going on? It's like can get a bit techie, can get a bit sci-fi, can get a little bit like just out of there. So honestly, when we're thinking like, it's a big thing that comes up now. Where we were even thinking like, what the hell? Like, can we really just have a bunch of Val stuff in the forest at the start of
that one
the
was interesting. That one was interesting because we
Just
weren't
special
going
glasses.
to do like
Fair.
when we designed that league originally. Going into the past was the only thing. Like we didn't have the past versus present temple, and the present day temple was a response to the fact that it felt immediately strange to walk out and be in Act 1, and then you're randomly traveling into the past in this Val thing. And so like we effectively had to make another version of like a bunch of those rooms in order to make that work and sort of still feel reasonable in Act 1. Yeah. And so that is something we never would have done. We never would have done that in PoE1.
For sure, 100%. Because you had that full pristine temple with all the living Val and everything, but like
you discovered a really kind of scummy bug too.
Like,
oh no!
Second half of Act 3, it's a whole movie.
Oh no!
If you
what
just
are you
come
doing?
out and you're fighting some basic zombies, a couple of crabs, and then you're just fighting like the full force of the like maximum power Val armies with and then you go back and you're just in a forest fighting a wolf, and you're like, what the hell's going on here? And so it was a stupid amount of work because now we had to make undead versions of all the monsters. We had to make and that some of them needed, and as soon as the thing's undead, it can't use the same animation set. It has to look more death. It's just a ton of work. And then all of a sudden, all the environment art, you have to have a destroyed version, a rundown version of every single room. It's like, and I'm like, why do we do this again? So Act 1 and 2 but it honestly makes so much of a difference than just like, the world doesn't matter because I can just, apparently
this is going to be something that in 1.0 is going to be a real challenge, right? Because we're expecting obviously a lot of people who haven't played the game before. It's really important that whatever we choose for the league to be, it has to be in every area, and yet it also has to be that it doesn't feel out of place.
That's difficult.
Honestly, like looking at it now, I'm like the Runes of Eldar actually does that pretty damn well.
Yeah, I was about to say they should have waited with Runes of Eldar because that fits. So if you log out to character or log out screen in general, did you know that your grenade counter resets? No, I did not. But that sounds like it'll take you a lot of time, no? Like log out, log in, and then you got grenades again? Don't you think the cooldown is just faster?
And it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0 because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But yeah, we have to effectively somehow pull that off again and make another league that feels like fine in Act 1 and but also fine in end game, that kind of thing. So
well, we have to do it 1,000 more times, right? So
I suppose so, but like it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because we get so many new players. But yeah, it's always going to have to be something that we can
log out, log in also works when you fall over a pebble.
We won when we were designing leagues. There, it was just whatever like I guess the feeling always was that people have played this a bunch of times.
It's very quick, at least early when you have no CDI.
Have, like a weird Eldritch Nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
That Eldritch Nightmare on the beach. What did he say?
Everyone as well over time.
And honestly, like looking at it now, I'm like the Runes of Elder actually does that pretty damn well, and it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0 because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But yeah, we have to effectively somehow pull that off again and make another league that feels like fine in Act 1 and but also fine in end game, that kind of thing. So
well, we have to do it 1,000 more times, right? So
I suppose so, but like it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because you've got so many new players. But yeah, it's always going to have to be something that we consider
1,000 more times. Mark is planning on being like 300 years old.
That we never really thought about in PoE1 when we were designing leagues. There, it was just whatever, like I guess the feeling always was that like people have played this a bunch of times. Like like it's okay to just have like a weird Eldritch Nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
I mean, we have gotten better at it in PoE1 as well over time, but it certainly had its moments where it was like, what the hell is going on this beach right now?
Mm-hmm.
In the swamp with the rowers, and all of a sudden I'm in some other place. It's just...
It's kind of funny. It's funny you mentioned it from that way. I actually never thought of it that way, but you're like, it does kind of make sense. Like if you're not really familiar with PoE at all, when you play the game for the first time, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah. But speaking of league mechanics, talk a little bit about some of the ones that are reworked here. I got a few basic questions around that. So Breach. We'll talk about Breach for a moment here. The Genesis tree is coming. Big surprise. They brought it back from PoE1 goes to PoE2, and it looks even bigger in PoE2, notably only jewelry, right? But like, what kind of changes and lessons did you have to learn from the PoE1 to implement it in PoE2, and what did you know you wanted in it and what you didn't want?
A big decision we made, and this is like a big, honestly, philosophical thing that could have future ramifications that we end up having to go back on, because it wasn't too long ago where we had, tile loot versus ground loot versus all that kind of stuff, being a thing in PoE1, and I'm sure it will come up again another 100 times. But you have this thing where, should a league just give the same drops, aside from ignore the bosses and their unique drops, should a league's reward...
Their beards, I'm just seeing this now because, again, I get distracted. Their beards are very similar, aren't they? Like, Jonathan's here and Mark's here. Now, Mark obviously has let this grow, but if he shaves this off, they'll have basically the same beard, won't they? How do you feel about King's March in PoE1? So... it feels like a mobile game mechanic. So I don't like it. I do think it's cool in a sense, but I don't like all the timing things, and I don't like the grind for gold that it enables, right? I like the boats. I like you farm resources, you sell the things, you find ore and you sell the things. I like the concept, but I don't like the you need to farm gold for your farmers to make crops, and then you need to log in 13 hours to pick up the boat. I don't like that. They kind of changed it last league majorly. Yeah, they changed it so that... Wait, what did they change? Yeah, also gold is definitely not a problem anymore. It might not be a problem, but it's still if it still fuels it, then you still have to fuel it, right? And I don't like it. It's very mobile gamey to me. It's one of those things where you gotta log in at the right time. You gotta keep it going. It's like if it ever falls off, then you're falling behind. I don't like it. I don't think it's one of those things where when you play the game right? If you play fast, then you get more shit done. But the King's March just goes at the speed the King's March goes at. You don't need to fuel it anymore if you don't want to grind ore for currency. No, but like, it's still one of those things where it takes, you get, did they change it so that the ore is now currency and the passive one is items? Was that what they did? Made the ore give currency and make the the crops give items? Was that what they did? So that it wasn't like, yeah, everybody needs to do it because it's just free currency. And now if you're not farming the ore in your maps, you're not getting it, so you're not getting currency, right? But it's still, you'd still have more shit if you sent the farm things out than if you didn't, right? That's the thing I don't like. It's like, it takes them X amount of hours to grow X amount of crops, and there's nothing you can do about it. It takes that long to grow crops, meaning it takes X amount of hours to get X amount of rewards, and there's nothing you can do to speed it up, and there's nothing you can do to slow it down. So if you're not just fueling them with gold all the time, then you're falling behind. Now, it's obviously better now, right? Where it's not currency you're falling out of. I will say thematically, it doesn't make too much sense for me that you get currency from ore and items from crops, but the farmers don't feel that good anymore. The only thing worth is doing mappers, and they nerf mappers. Well, then the entire mechanics just feel ass, right? It's just the whole crux of the game, the whole crux of the mechanic is mobile game, and I don't like it, right? Like, it's like terminally online, log in on X amount, log in on X time to pick up your boat and send a new one, right? Like, there was a game back when I was was the start of uni, but it was older than that, right? Like, it was maybe it was back when I was in like elementary school or whatever, right? Like, but I played it a little bit in uni because one of my friends played it and we played kind of together. It's like, I think it's called Grepolis or something, where everything was based on time, right? It was predatory, pay to win. But you would send attacks, right? Or somebody would send attack. And it'd be like, attack lands in 6 hours, right? So it took X amount of time to travel X amount of distance on the map. So if you wanted to attack something, what you needed to do was time your attacks to within X amount of seconds so that he couldn't respond. And what you then try to do is make them hit as close to each other as possible so that you could take the city. So if it took 6 hours for one ship to get there and 4 hours and 42 for another ship to get there and 1 hour and 54 and then like 74 or whatever, like 74, 47, right? Then you'd have to, okay, I have to log in at X hour, X hour, X hour, X hour, X hour, right? And send them. And on the other side, when you got attacked, what you would try to do is send reinforcement to your harbor so that they couldn't see what they're fighting, so they couldn't turn their ships around or send more. But what you try to do then is maybe you'd let them hit the first one and then send in to snipe the next one. Or ideally, because there were different types of attacks, right? There are different types of attack. There'd be things that clear the harbor, and there'd be things that took the city, right? So you want to clear the harbor and then take the city, right? So what you wanted to do was, whenever their first initial attack, which was just boats to clear the harbor usually, when that hit, you'd want the harbor to be empty, so it doesn't do anything. And then you snipe all of your defensive boats in on the second attack, if we're assuming it's the way it was, right? So you sink all of their personnel ships, right? And it's so like, I have to send an attack at 3 a.m. in the morning. And then I have to log in at 5 a.m. in the morning. And then I have to log in again at 8 and then at 9, right? And then it happens. And it's giving me those kind of vibes because, oh, your ship comes out X hour, log in, send a new one, right? Because time ship not sailing is time you're not getting rewards. And that's why I don't like it in a game like this. Now, other than that, the mechanic was fun. It introduced some cool things. I liked the league, but it was a lot of log in X hour to claim rewards and send new ones to maximize. Because it will always have that pressure, especially when it's real-time stuff. But if it doesn't, it not feeling that way is either because you don't care or because it's not lucrative enough for you to care. Because the mechanic is unchanged, right? You can only have so many ships.
Just be the same as world drops? Should it be at its ceiling worse than world drops? Should it be, there's all these different questions here. And the thing is that what we have decided here, and this is an actual conscious decision we made, is that we wanted the rewards from leagues to be able to be better than world drops. And then thus comes to the important part that comes from it, which is it can't be better than everything. It has to be better than some sort of category for some sort of build. So it's not exclusively better. It's not like, the thing that comes from here is 100% better than everything else. It's like for this build, for that build, these types of characters or whatever are definitely going to want items from this kind of league. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to get. It's not like it's just trivial. It's not like it completely demeans the world drops, but we have made the decision here for sure that we wanted to say, and the Genesis tree was the big thing that we discussed when we were doing this, is like, well, do we want to be able to get things that can be better than what you can find in the world? And now, obviously, you still have to do the league in order to get the crafting material in order to create them. So you can't just fully bypass the itemization as is. But this is a decision we made. And as a result, yes, you get some pretty powerful stuff on the Genesis tree, and it's going to be pretty hard to get, but it is a thing you can do. But that is something you'll start seeing a little bit more from every league, where some are, for example, the Runes of Elder, and let's say it goes core and all of that. I mean, probably for some builds, the socketables that come from it are going to be better than any you could probably find in world drops for certain gear or certain slots, right? There's these avenues for each, and hence why the Genesis tree is focused primarily on jewelry. Like it just straight up gives some of the best items, especially for casters and summoners in particular, that you'd be able to get compared to things that you could find in the world. And I understand some people are like, I don't want that, I just want the world drops to be better. And some people are like, no, that's the target farming. That's what I want to be able to get. That's what I want. I see that and I want to go for it.
Yeah, target farming is good.
There's a bit of a different crowd for both there, and sometimes it tilts too far where it's like, well, what's the point in doing anything but breaches?
Sure.
Just do the breach and move to the next area, do the breach, move to the next area. So there is a balance there for sure, and it can pretty easily over time tilt one way or the other. So we'll see what happens here, I guess. But the important thing Theory 2 does that...
How the fuck have I spent 5.5 hours on 1.5 hour podcast?
Theory 1 hasn't been doing as well at, but is still something that we have a similar philosophy on, is that it should be that at least it's not for like every slot. Like if the Genesis tree could get best armor, best helmet, best gloves, best boots, best weapons, best everything. Well, what the hell why do anything else? At least now it's like, okay, I can possibly for some builds get the best amulet, probably for all builds actually get the best amulet.
I think that's fine.
And then for some, get the best rings for summoners and casters, and for that kind of example, then at least you're wanting to go, okay, here's why I want to do breach. I'll get these items when I have them good, and then I'll do this other league for this other slot, and do this other league for this other slot, and that's the 3 leagues you're farming. And then once you've got those gear, maybe you change to some other leagues. All the meanwhile trying to get mage bloods from World Drop and to do headhunters and all of that, and your classics. So. Yeah, that is a decision we've actually made here. That is, I suspect, something we've never really necessarily talked about, at least not for years, about whether or not we want rewards from leagues to ultimately be better than world drops or more exclusive, or things that are ultimately exclusive to it. So it's a decision. It's where we're at, and we're going to try it, and hopefully we'll see how it goes.
That brings up 2 interesting
I like target farming
for me. One is, how do you educate the players on knowing if there's the best of each of these? How do you overcome the challenge of making sure that the education portion of the players, so they know that you can get the best of each one of these leagues from each? And the other portion is then, how do you handle the situation of things like Alkengo, like the most standard, I'm going to run a map? Like if every other league mechanic has the best of something, does that mean Alkengo has like the worst of everything? Like how do you handle both of these challenges?
From the educational standpoint, well, that's kind of in each's league's responsibility. You'll learn that over time, generally speaking. But that's where the things like, okay, the Genesis tree, you can read the nodes, you can see the helper text, you can see what kind of stuff you can get out of it. You might not know
reading
exactly
the
what
things
mods or
are going to
tiers
be
or values, but honestly, I prefer that to be within the discovery axis anyway. What it does say is your rings can now be X, and you're like, okay, well that like summon a bunch of
one way people might find that out now is because when they mouse over their item, there'll be a little build guide note there being like, you need to go to the Genesis tree and do this. So that can be one way that people will be finding that out.
Oh, there you go.
True for sure. And so okay,
The
so
build guide.
the other
I'm not
thing is
using that,
let's
though.
say there's enough leagues and every league covers every slot. So like let's say there's 10 leagues and each league is best at one slot. Well, why do I need to do anything but you can't do all 10 leagues at once, which is good, but it is obviously still important that for example, you still have to craft these items. You can't even if you could print the base type, you can't just infinitely now craft that item, right? So that's an important thing of needing to make sure that you're still acquiring all the core currency. You still have to do the content with the leagues in it to do it, obviously. But yeah, this is a risk. For sure, I can see a world where this is just okay, well, any ring or amulet that ever drops in the wild, sure, it can be okay, it can be good, but it can't be the best. That is the consequence of this. It is 100% the actual consequence. And I do believe they can generally be good enough, and as long as that we're niche enough with what the leagues are doing, that it won't be too problematic. But shit, it's easy to cross that line, and now rest in peace, all rings on the floor. Just manually filter them off and you never see them again.
Rip.
It is a fuck up that can occur. It is the actual risk, and as we add more and more content and it fills more and more of these voids, yes, you will reach that tipping point where now world drops suck. You will, almost certainly. It is something we will try to not have happen, but in leagues down the line, yep, probably will.
I mean, world drops almost already suck, don't they? With the heavy crafting in both PoE 1, but to an extent also PoE 2, albeit I think it's a lot less than PoE 1, at least it was. It might be better now. Like I said, I didn't play too much 0.4. Ground loot is almost always going to be worse, right? Than what you can craft. Now, I guess you don't have scours, so maybe that alleviates a little bit. You need to have a way of targeting things. You need to have a way of targeting basically a Genesis tree for your drops, right? You need to have a way of targeting things on your drops in order for them to ever be good, I guess. And if you start doing that, then you just make an item printer, don't you? That's kind of the danger, right? If you want ground loot to be competitive, then you need to be able to influence what's on the ground loot. Or at least ensure that it rolls better. I guess the tier ones... But they have the tier ones, but the tier ones... maybe they're just too rare, but if you make them too not rare, then all of a sudden it becomes trivial to get the better items in a sense, right? I don't fucking know. It's not a problem I envy them having to solve, that for sure.
And there's always a way to address it. It's often just some one of those, then, okay, we've done this massive rebalance of this, retargeted this, and this, but it's obviously hard to know when we're not there yet because we don't have enough leagues covering enough slots to actually result in this problem yet. So still quite hypothetical, but I know I can see how it will occur, a year to whatever after release. It will just be okay, whoops, we did it. And,
whoops.
Now there's, you filter out more and more items eventually. You run certain leagues. But at least there's the other benefit there, which is you can only run a certain number of leagues at a time. So at the very least, you'll be varying your gameplay. You're still going to be chasing for, and because your tree juice is everything, you're not I'm only, because that is another actual benefit, and it's something that suffers a little bit in in PoE 1. So let's say on your core Atlas tree, you like juice Ultimatum. That doesn't do anything to the rest of the map, generally. I'm talking at like a general level here. And so if you're fully invested in that league, or in League A, B, and C, you'll generally zone and do League A, B, and C, and then because the rest of the map isn't invested in at all, you could just say, I'm going to leave, right? Because the value of doing more of those as fast as possible, assuming infinite map items, which you have probably most of the time, you'll just go farm that thing over and over and over and over again. In PoE 2, because you can get full investment, like that map is as valuable as it's going to be. And that league, every league is fully invested, and those leagues are as valuable as it's going to be. And so, like, aside from tablet modifiers specifically being one of the only access, and I guess technically choice on the Atlas Masters, but those are quite broad, or can be quite broad, you're generally going to want to kill everything, clear everything, and you're not going to have this thing where some stuff is hyper juiced and other things are just at like base level worthlessness going on in the map.
Well, I don't know whether it was in the patch notes either, but it probably was. But do people know about the whole thing that we've done with tablets and like the random content? I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you guys are aware about this. Like, that's on the same vein, by the way, which is that it was really important to us to make it so that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Because like, this is coming back to that idea about like, like reducing the amount of time that it takes to kind of get to the point where you can do infinite farm. There was this thing we wanted to say is that once you've filled all your tablet slots, you actually don't get random things appearing anymore, and that means that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Like, you can juice the several mechanics that you want to do, or like maybe it's just even one mechanic if you want to. You put all the tablets as being that thing, and then now no other random content doesn't appear, so you kind of don't have that. It's fighting against that same problem again of like needing to, of like making it like. So once again, you'd have the situation where if we had it so that to what Mark was saying, where a random breach could appear even though what you're doing is delirium, then it would mean that you've got content in the map you don't actually want to complete, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to avoid there. So you still can go the random route if you want by using like irradiated tablets and stuff like that, but if you want to, but if you're just focusing on a specific leagues, you just do it that way.
I had a quick follow-up to what you were saying, Mark, about you have to do the league mechanic to engage with the crafting part of that league mechanic. And as someone who very much enjoys being a hideout warrior, crafting items in PoE 1, just sitting in your hideout and just doing my crafting, it sounds to me like the idea is to kind of like funnel the people into, for you to engage with this quote unquote best in slot items for XYZ builds, you have to engage with league mechanic. You have to quote unquote play the game. You can't just sit in your hideout. Is that an intentional design, or is that just a byproduct of the current design that you have right now?
I mean, you can still buy the items. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can still. But is it intentional? I'd say most of the time it is intentional. I'm just trying to think of all the examples.
Is Hiveblood the only one like that, though, really?
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, like, you can either always shortcut you can either buy the thing to do the crafting, or you can buy the thing at the end, right? Like,
we can't buy
generally
Hiveblood.
Some element of, because we try and keep
It's like you can't buy the gold
tradable.
either.
But Hiveblood in particular, yes. But then, okay, you can't trade, excess tribute offered. For wanting to do Rite of the Nameless spams. You can't trade, what else can't you? Obviously, you can't trade breach biomes, right?
Right.
So there's like different things of stuff that can be traded and can't be traded. But generally speaking, we've tried to make sure, all the rewards can be. We've tried to make sure,
except for Hiveblood,
pinnacle keys can be traded and stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be some leagues where you won't just be able to entirely sit in your hideout to do the crafting. You'll have to just buy the product if that's what you're wanting to do. Like, if you don't want to breach, you're just going to have to buy the breach items. And if you do breach, well, then you get to sell it to those people, I guess. So win-win for everyone, ultimately, at the end of the day. Which is a cool thing, by the way, because it still comes down to that meta market shifting. And I actually think this isn't... I don't know how I ultimately feel about this when I actually will play it in an actual economy. But let's say minion meta. Let's say everyone's playing summoners. Let's say everyone's some sort of minion across the board. Let's just say, well, now am I going, well, I have to run breach. I have to, because the economy is such that it would be bad not to. And when I hear that, it's kind of like, well, now I'm not playing the content I want to be playing, but on the other hand, I'm getting rich, so like, and maybe I am playing the content I want to be playing. So there's a little bit of like, I don't know, but then like all of a sudden, let's say a new build gets discovered and everyone's like, oh, this build uses this item comes from this. Everyone quickly change leagues what they're doing, which you can just do. Like that's a thing you can do aside from, again, you know, there's some tablet farming you'd have to do and whatnot, but it's quite interesting. And generally speaking, this isn't, even though no one necessarily puts a label on it, that probably is how it naturally works. Like even in PoE 1, that's somewhat true to some degree, where there's certain things you want to get, but it's just probably on less of an extreme and less of a less intentional level for sure, whereas we're being a bit more intentional about it here. So I think it will have that impact, and I don't know, like there's something I like to, I'm happy about that in theory, but I don't know if I'll be happy about that in practice. And so that's an interest. And again, I can't test that internally because there is no economy, right? So none of us can. I mean, the 5 of us trading to one another is whatever. That doesn't matter, right? There's more than 5, but you know, you get my point. And then the idea that you know, if I feel like I have to play Breach because of X, or I have to play Delirium because of Y, or I have to play this or something like. Because I'm someone who cares about trade and cares about the wealth of my account, you know, that could be something that actually makes me feel a bit sad at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I might want to just play the content I want to play for what the content offers, not for the economic value of it. And some people would just be like, play SSF,
Yeah.
which, you know, fair enough, I guess. But
then
we'll
you have
see
to
what
play
happens.
everything.
I don't know. I'm curious to see now that we're being more intentional about certain builds being more powerful due to certain items from certain leagues, whether or not that's going to then result in a feeling of having to play content you wouldn't want to necessarily play, but now you feel like you have to. So we'll see. Maybe people ultimately like that. Maybe people don't. I have no idea.
You know, speaking of really strong items in the Breach, the new Absinthe Amulet looks pretty good. Implicit is granting an aura. You know, can you have any aura on this, or is this a limited pool?
It should be every persistent buff skill that is on the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet.
Wow.
Okay.
There are 3 amulets. There's one for 30 reservation costs, one for 60, one for hundreds. It's obviously harder to get the hundreds.
Video audio source is really low. Oh, you can't hear it?
30s and whatnot. And
I think it's on double over.
But again, like there's a little bit of like good luck as well. You probably have to do a lot of farming to get what you want here. But this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of, like, you know, the rare equivalent of the Mage Blood of amulets, you know, is like, it is there, and I want that to be something you can get. Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will.
You're at max.
100% will indeed.
You're at max and it's low. Am I low as well then, or is it what's it called? Is it everything that's low, or is it just the video? What the fuck's the word?
Result in that.
I don't know the word.
And the same way that the existence of a Headhunter and a Mage Blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state. Hopefully a less sad state anyway. But rare belts
it's just the video
are demeaned by the existence of very broad.
You're the first one who said
items.
It today.
And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, you know, there's a bit of philosophy around that. And people
I can still turn it
tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get. It shouldn't be easy to craft. And it should be something you want to chase. And there's a very clear path to it, not necessarily an easy path.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet is competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
you
what are
can't
we talking about here?
those at all.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet.
Headhunter and a Mage Blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state. Hopefully a less sad state anyway. But I want that to be something you can get. Good luck as well. You probably have to do a lot of farming to get what you want here, but this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of, like, you know, the rare equivalent of the Mage Blood of amulets, you know, is like, it is there, and I want that to be something you can get. Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will. It 100% will indeed result in that. And the same way that the existence of a headhunter and a mage blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a sad state, hopefully a less sad state anyway, but rare belts are demeaned by the existence of very broad, very chase items. And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, you know, there's a bit of philosophy around that, and people tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get, it should be easy to craft, and it should be something you want to chase, and there's a very clear path to it, not necessarily an easy path.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet is competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one.
Yeah,
you can't reinstill those at all, right? Like the Delirium amulet, you get the 2 instills, and you can't reinstall one of them or something, right? Like you get the 2 and you're locked.
I believe it unintentionally allowed you to replace one, but I did say it shouldn't. Like, it should just be you want to get as many as possible, and when you get the right one with the right 2 notables, you're just like, holy fucking thank God, I think I'll buy 6 or whatever. Like, you know, it's just, you know, you want that really, really, like, again, these are super rare but super chase, right? And you'll get one that has 2 okay instills and you'll still be happy, but like when you get the 2 that are the 2 you actually want, you're gonna be, I want you to really be stoked. So the point where every single time you find this, you're like, holy shit, this could be it. This is this is the, you know, the 5.
That is really cool though. It's one of those things where as long as the game doesn't need you to have one of these perfectly rolled or like good, right? Then it's just fun to have that chase, and it's that moment where, oh, is this the one, right? Like, and it's cool that you have to pick between a free reservation and then 2 instills, right? And it's also one of those things where they could probably quite easily balance those out. Like, if everybody's going for the reservation, then maybe you get 3 instills, right? Like, it's crazy if as that sounds. You can always just knob a little bit, and it's also probably going to be that some builds are wanting one and some builds are going to want the other, and it'll be perfect. I am looking forward to this. This is cool. I like those kind of things.
Mirror drop here.
On the topic of Delirium and jewelries for that matter, in Delirium we're now getting, you know, some additional crafting options when it comes to jewels, not jewelries but jewels. And I mean, they're already let's call it a fairly strong place is where we will put jewels, at least from most of our perspectives. So how do you guys feel about the balance of standard rare jewels versus something like adorned as well as time lost jewels in the current state of the game, or 0.5 rather?
Well, the crafting for jewels was mostly that, like, the rationale behind adding that was ultimately, okay, like when you finish like a full sanctum, you end up with just like 45 jewels in your inventory if you take all the jewel chests, and you're like, okay, like 4 of them are okay, I guess. And it's just extreme item saturation just to get the good ones. And it's like, well, we're missing crafting here, really, right? We need something here to help guide it to be that they're okay, especially given that the jewel sockets are on kind of core pathways.
Yeah.
You get them, and then you're like, I don't even have anything to put in this for like a while.
Yes.
So at least now, and obviously you get some of these in the Act 4 in the campaign, you'll be able to, you know, craft something that at least has 1 or maybe 2 useful stats for your character. If it had 1 by default, and you add one that's decent. So that's just a win for like your more broad player base of just interacting with base jewels as a base level. In terms of the actual jewel balance, well, yeah, you'd kind of just end up with get all the jewel slots. You know, like there's so many really good end game unique jewels, as well as just like what you can do with the top end power of jewels, that like you end up with that thing with a lot of passive trees, just like I need to get every jewel slot, and then you end up with these kind of really shitty looking builds, honestly, where they're just not even taking anything. And it's like, what's the cheapest stuff I can take along the way? But otherwise, it's just dual slot, dual slot, dual slot. There's definitely some problems here. How do I feel about it? I mean, I kind of in one end I'm like, well, it's like a very it can be a very satisfying, advanced, and honestly complex crafting system that a lot of people probably like to overall engage with.
Yeah, jewels are cool.
Their more traditional build ends up looking like this crazy jewel fest. On the other hand, it's got the problem where, you know, every character kind of devolves into looking like a very similar thing.
Yeah,
you know,
if everybody's going for jewel slots, I guess.
Ultimately, enjoy it or not as a player, probably less so. Like, I probably think it's ultimately not a good spot. Like, I would say if I had to not, I would, you know, I don't like the idea that ultimately 95% of the passives on the tree don't matter at all, even though some of them don't matter anyway. You know, it's something we need to fix, but I don't like that it just ends up being that. But I do like the, like, I want to chase all the really chase unique jewels. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like a bit, you know.
Is this not just is this just not an indication that the power of the passive tree is set too low? Like, because you don't want to nerf down the jewels because they're cool, right? And they're interesting, especially the unique ones. Don't you just need to overall up the power of the passive tree a little bit so they can keep up? That's what it sounds like to me.
You know, hit and miss on it ultimately. I don't know. I'm curious what, like, you know, a lot more people think about this kind of level of meta and itemization. Because, like, you know, I see a lot of stuff that's quite, you know, I hate jewels, or like, you know, keep these unique jewels but not the rest. And then obviously timeless jewels are a whole different level of complexity. But yeah, I mean, ultimately going back to
time lost are cool.
The original point here is we wanted to create a thing that's just improves the experience from the average player who's just engaging with a few jewel sockets, more than, you know, thinking about what it does for the end game, you know, the end of the end game, I should say, kind of situation with character builds and itemization. So because it buffs that as well. It's obviously just an upgrade for them regardless. Which is maybe not a good thing, but I think it's one of those things where that's a thing of, like, do you think about every consequence? And it's like, well, kind of, but this is a good enough improvement for, you know, regular players, such that, you know, it was worth doing, and we weren't caught up too much on the consequences of what it means for later. But I would expect more changes later, much later, of course. Like
much later, not now. Much later. Don't get excited.
But I am also very curious to see what you know, what everyone actually thinks about this. Like, do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you, you know, do you like? I guess the bigger question is, do you like that a lot of characters just end up wanting to as many jewel slots as possible, and wanting to just have jewels everywhere? Because once you can craft, it's effectively a way of saying your passive tree goes from what we've said it is to what you want it to be, based on the fact that you can craft and put in there exactly what you want. And that sounds like a good pitch in isolation, but then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of, like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like, the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing, because we have.
It definitely sounds like ass if your talent tree is just jewels, right? Like, it's one of those things where certain builds in PoE 1 is just all what are they called? Cluster jewels, right? This is not great. It's not great. It's fine if some of them are, but yeah. I like the idea of crafting jewels. It means that I won't have as many shit jewels, right? And it means that you don't have to just churn through an insane number of jewels. And unique jewels are really cool. I really like them, especially in PoE 1, where it's like, oh, let me solve this issue. Oh, there's this unique jewels that does this, blah, blah, blah. It's so cool. Already in PoE 1, I find myself hunting jewel sockets a lot. I haven't done it in PoE 2, but that's been a lack of knowledge rather than, well, and a lack of, whenever I've had a jewel that's been good, I've definitely hunted for it, right? If I had, like, 2 or 3 good jewels and I only had 2 good or 2 socketed in, I would definitely hunt for one. I haven't gone to the full like just branch out completely just to get jewels for sure, and I haven't seen anybody do it either because I haven't looked too much into it. But that definitely sounds like an issue. It's going to be interesting to see how much that voices. I think that gives you 4 jewel slots. How much that's going to turn things into absolute degeneracy, right? But yeah, I think jewels are good. I think honestly, this is just a question of powering up the Atlas, the talent tree. Like, it's just because everything else is kind of sad, right, and boring. The way you get us to not just go spam jewels is just make everything else more powerful, right? Like, if the notables and stuff were as good or interesting as the jewels, you'd just go with that, right?
To let the, because enough jewels.
Oh, what the fuck?
That sounds like a good pitch in isolation, but then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like,
okay,
the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing, because we had to let the, because enough jewels had to be found and or created in order to create that many characters. So I don't know, there's wins and losses to this, and I'm on the fence, honestly.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the miscellaneous portion here. We're at over just about 2 hours. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, so we'll do the miscellaneous portion. We got a few questions here, and we have like just a handful of patch notes related questions, and then we can kind of wrap up. So, to start for the miscellaneous portion, what's going on with Toda? Like, where's Toda currently at?
Well,
in development,
we don't have it. But yeah, like I was really hoping that we would be able to get that the final Ascendancy trial, and when we did Act 4, we couldn't quite make it. We didn't have the time. We obviously couldn't fit it into this cycle in 050. So the question is whether or not, I suppose, whether it comes in 1.0. I think that's looking unlikely, to be honest. Like, I don't
really?
think
Not even for 1.0? Okay.
But we'll see what we can do. It's kind of come down to whether or not we can somehow make what that does sort of merge with something else, I suspect. If there's quite a lot of work.
What we've been trying to do is, talking about the merging, is similar to how Runes of Elder is a kind of like expedition Kalguran thing. Yeah, to be whether or not, like, it's like kind of like, are we able to create a kind of Karui league that links into Tota somehow, and thus we get to double dip on the content.
Exactly. So if we're able to make a Karui themed league, then that will mean that we can effectively share some of the monster workload and like boss workload across both, which would then make it more viable to do alongside some of that other content. And with Runes of Elder, we got to effectively do an expedition upgrade at the same time as what we were doing as doing a league, and so that kind of like really helped with that. Like, and part of the reason we did that for this one is because we had so much other stuff going on with the other leagues as well, that we figured making the core league be integrated somewhat with one of the leagues we're upgrading would help quite a lot. But yeah, maybe we might be able to squeeze Tota in if we were able to do a similar, if we were able to do a similar move like that. But otherwise it'll probably have to, if we can't do that, then it would have to wait for like a 1.1 or 1.2 kind of situation.
Oh wow.
But
it's quite interesting when we look at Tota, because when we made it for PoE 1, we were obviously still developing PoE 2, and we were like, oh, this will be cool to kind of be able to then use there later, and like, and then now the quality bar has risen so much that when we then look at Tota in the context of PoE 2, like, we thought all of the animations, the models, the art, the combat, and everything would be able to just like, we can just copy paste it, it'll be fine. And now when you go look at all those monsters and like just how long it's been and how much we've stepped up our game with stuff, it's like, these don't hold up at all. Like, we have to, and so
not even at all.
For
okay,
it to be a
bro.
way
Jesus.
easier thing to just transplant from one to the other and like do some some polish, some touch ups. So now it's like, okay, we have to like effectively reanimate all of these. We have to, and so it's a ton. You've got the multiple monsters of each tribe. You had the 10 chieftains, and let alone all the story moments and advancements we've done there. It's like, this is a shit ton of work. Where it's like, I mean, it's the monster work of. it's probably like 75% of an act levels of equivalency of actual monster work. Like it's quite a lot. Obviously, an act, a lot of it is the unification of the environment, the monsters, the narrative, etc. Whereas, like, obviously, the part that is easier for Toda is it ultimately takes place in one arena with one back room, and thus it's faster to ultimately make. But in terms of just raw animation work and raw effects work for all the different skills, all the like scripting on the game design side, it is a ton of work.
I'm surely they have some of the models already.
And so it's just been, again, when we were like, okay, is Toda...
Like, they have a decent amount of Karui things, right? Like, because they got all the ancestors in this area where Toda's supposed to be. They got that whole Hinekora area. So, right? Like, and they got some from the... I don't know how much of it can be used because it's obviously corrupted and stuff. But they do have some Karui things from the... Wakanui or whatever it's called, that the city that falls to corruption when Tavakai goes nuts, right? So they must have some done, and all of the ancestors in the Eye of Hinekora, that should also be usable, right? They should have some. So I don't think it'll be quite as much as he's saying, but.
Being missing or the end game not having goals were obviously the end game. And so when we're just coming up with the stuff, we're just going, what is the most important thing we need to do now? And Toda has not been it, given like it would be different if it didn't require a ton of work. Sure. We could probably chuck it in alongside one of these things, but it just somehow is not held up at all. And yeah, so if it weren't for just straight up being too much work, it would be there already. Like, it just is an insane amount of actual work to do that is going to cost some pretty important stuff.
I appreciate the answer.
That makes sense.
Toda is just a personal favorite of mine because that was the league I joined, PoE, actually. It's my first league ever with Toda. So I was curious. Go on, Gazi.
Well, I was just going to move on since we're kind of over the time already. I do apologize for that. Appreciate you guys sticking around. The next...
Bro, they wanted to keep it under 2 hours. They gave them 2 hours to begin with. I think most interviews I see, they give like 45 or whatever, right? Like 45 minutes, 55 minutes, just under an hour, right? Now they gave them 2 hours and they went to 2 hours and 35 and they're just there. There's nothing. It's just fine. It's insane. It's so good, man.
Question I have is kind of a twofold question. I'm going to start with the first half of it, which is more about the design philosophy of unique items in PoE 2. PoE 1 has their version, and PoE 2 seems to be more build-defining options in terms of the unique items. So just a little short pivot on cool. What's the philosophy differences here? What's the focus?
Well, this changed a lot in recent time, by relatively recent, I mean the last couple of years. Because we had a bunch of uniques. We honestly believed at the start that we would be able to just take a bunch of PoE 1 uniques, modify them slightly, and put them in PoE 2. And that just completely 100% is not a thing we can do. Like, it's interesting because the combat systems in PoE 2, working the way they are, had a way larger influence on what's an acceptable unique than what we kind of expected. And it's honestly surprising because, like, you'd still think, oh yeah, why can we not, like, how is it not that there's just like 50 PoE 1 uniques we could just literally take and just put in PoE 2 if we wanted to? And then you go through each one and you're like, okay, well, this one can't be for that reason, this one can't be for that reason, like the dominant stat would just totally have to change. Like, it's weird how it sort of ended up that way. And so even also, when we did add a pile of uniques in, I can't remember what patch it was like after 0.1. There was like a patch where we added a bunch of uniques, and those uniques, which were kind of like more on the PoE 1 design scale, have not really held up either. And honestly, we're going to have to go back and probably like remove and or change a bunch of those as well. Like, and this is like the sort of issue that we have in the kind of the sort of mid-campaign kind of like, you know, like those uniques.
I did see it was one of the previous ones that the bar for uniques just need to be way higher in PoE 2 in order to actually be useful. That's kind of interesting. I do think not every unique has to be build defining, right? Like there is definitely room for just well statted uniques, right? That just do something a little interested, or maybe it just moves a couple of mods that you can't get on, say, gloves, right? Like, or to amulets or whatever. Like, maybe it gets you some things that you could otherwise not have gotten. Not everything has to be completely build defining, but I do like when they have like they introduced like 3 rings this patch, was like they give you 2 resistances based on what resistances are on your other items. Stuff like that I think is so cool. Really cool.
They're just like really not holding up, and yeah, it's just funny how we just no longer have the ability. Like you kind of it feels like we've kind of got to have a skill or something on a PoE 2 unique in order to make it sort of somewhat worthwhile.
Oh, really?
So yeah, like I don't know I could even necessarily say exactly what it is particularly that's caused it to be that way, but for whatever reason, like when I look at a like a PO1 style designed unique at this point, it just does not rise to the level that we feel like you'd actually use it. And so yeah, I do wonder if one reason can be that
bro, if they're saying that unique from PoE 1 does not rise to the level where people will use them, what the fuck did they do for Mage Blood? Blatantly ignoring the unique standard level and the tree only offers increases, so weapon is massively important. Yeah. That is an issue, right? But they're also fixing that a little bit, right? You can upgrade uniques to higher levels now with a thing. But yeah, that is always the problem with weapon uniques, right? That do they even have enough damage for like they might do something really cool, they might be really good, but can you really afford that downgrade in DPS, right? Well, for weapons specifically, that is, but I think that's an issue in PoE 1, albeit probably less, but yeah, absolutely. A slow weapon is always slow, yeah. And you can go around that, right? With adding a skill to the weapon, right? So if you get something like, oh, these things do XYZ, this unique does XYZ, and then it gets you a skill, and that skill is something that will boost the damage up that you're lacking, right? That's a way to get around it, I guess. Or that skill just has an insane baseline or something. But yeah, there is definitely an issue in the... But it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because there definitely is an issue with the uniques not having enough damage to compete with rare weapons. But on the other hand, if the uniques had the damage to compete with the rare weapons, that would be a deterministic way of getting a weapon with X DPS, right? And that would be a problem, and then it would outcompete the rares completely. But they nerf levels, so it might already be better. Yeah, I think getting the problem with unique weapons, like I said, right? If we say 1,000 DPS is the benchmark, right? Like that's the rare weapon you go for. That's where you are, right? 1,000 DPS. Let's just, for the sake of argument, if you then make a unique that has 1,000 DPS and doesn't have a bunch of downsides in its effect, but maybe it just enables something, right? Then everybody's just going to use that unique, even if they didn't want to use it, right? Then it's just going to be, oh, wait, you just buy this unique and you have your weapon. There you go, right? Like, so it needs to... There's a fine line there, and I don't... It's one of those things that I don't envy them having to find. But unique weapons often feel really disappointing, at least when damage is based on the weapon, for sure. They also adjusted a bunch of ways uniques drop in campaign. Yeah. I really like uniques. They're so cool. It's more likely you get them when they're good. Oh, right, yeah, getting them in the campaign rather than after, right? That's the thing for PoE 1 as well, where you get basically a bunch of the uniques you get early end game is for your second character, right? And it's kind of felt the same in PoE 2. Maybe it'll be better now.
I sort of suspect it's got something to do with the fact that in PoE 1 build, you tend to just optimize one skill, and that's all you're doing. And so then, like, in PoE 2 context, we've got to care about more about that, like the larger build. Like, there's a lot more going on with with a PoE 2 build. At least that's the intention. So I sort of have this feeling it's got something to do with that, but I don't know if I can necessarily promote exactly.
He's saying there's a lot more going on with a PoE 2 build. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like there's less. I get that you have more skills. I get that you're trying more things, but there might be more things influencing it than there is in PoE 1. I still feel like it's less. I feel like I have much more things to care about in PoE 1 than I do in PoE 2. And it's probably just because I've played PoE 1 to a higher level than I have PoE 2, but that's what I feel like, and it's a little bit sad.
Why it is that we do feel like, yeah, a unique has to be just a significant amount more going on.
I mean, that's fair. The follow. Sorry, go ahead.
I do got a thing there because like what we're making now, like a lot of what we've been showing with 050, like a lot of the stuff you've seen recently, this is kind of this age of uniques is probably it's not something we've done before really. Like all the uniques we're making are definitely the most expensive in terms of development costs that we've ever made. And as a result, they are more build defining. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you do have then the uniques.
Mazeblot's going to be insane.
They kind of have their single.
They're really hyping up Mazeblot for me here. It's like, oh, it's the most fucking expensive in terms of development and all that. Oh, there's a standard it needs to reach, and now they got made. This has to be insane.
Special stat. It's kind of like 4 stats. One of them's a bit special, and it probably just has some sort of end game when combined with 6 other variables as a thing. And the problem with those is that they don't hit for like most people when they get them. They're like, what the hell? Why would I want that? And they just end up being these really like hyper niche end game things.
Those are cool. Those uniques are cool as well. They need those.
The type of philosophy we had where they were effectively meant to be the puzzle piece, right? And you need multiple puzzle pieces in order to do the thing. Those uniques are generally failing when you find them, like generally speaking. And Jonathan did this exercise with me yesterday. We opened up that same character when we were looking at something. He showed me every unique. We went through all of them, and he just goes like, and he was like, why would I want this? Why would I need this? And I was explaining the like end game build used with them. And he's like, well, how the hell, like, okay. But then it drops at level 23, you know? It's like, and so there is a problem with that. And so our new philosophy has just been like, let's try and make these way more for full of fantasy. Because that's my biggest thing is just, I want you to feel like, you know, and that you saw that with the grenade launcher thing where it's just like, I just want you to just be a freaking grenade man. Like just run around
grenade man.
Come on. Right. And then like the face breaker thing, obviously recently is pretty cool. You had the like, the Raven and more summoner like delirium things. It's like, what if you were like Tangmazu himself? Like you had his powers. Like that's a cool fantasy where you can like create mirrors and illusory things and like bend reality, and like that's a cool fantasy to me, you know. So some can be more narratively driven, some can just be like fire grenades everywhere, and that stuff is resulting in way cooler things, like way cooler, also way more expensive to make. And so what I want to get better at yet, I think something we haven't nailed. So I think we've now got the puzzle piece side. We understand what that looks like. We understand what the other end, which is the more expensive fantasy fulfilling build defining thing looks like. What we don't have is the middle ground where there's that kind of not as expensive to develop, but pretty impactful, just not like ultra impactful ground that we still need to do as well. And I think once we've figured that out and we've got our understanding of all three, now you are going to see generally that middle ground and higher ground. You're probably not going to see as much of those original set, and we're going to have to go back and honestly raise the bar on all of those, or a lot of those at this point.
Yeah, they are getting upgrades to some extent due to the Calgar and like unique upgrading things, so that has helped. But there's still some of them that are a bit unsalvageable that we just need to do something with.
And by the way, there are unsalvageable uniques in PoE 1 as well, right? It's just that there are 1,500 of them or some number, you know, and so they kind of get lost in the weeds, as opposed to right now, the I would say, you know, there's a mid ground of them where they honestly, you get it and you're like, I don't know why, I don't need it, you know. So there's, to me, so I think what we've now made is like, a lot of what we've made is so epic. I really love them. And like, you know,
I like the puzzle piece thing. Like, I'm not good enough to see through the puzzle yet, for the most part, but I think those are cool as well, man. Like, I hope they don't go away from those. I also like the big, just one punch build enablers, right? Like, if I can get a hold of that staff, I'm gonna try and play it. If I can get a hold of that staff before I'm closing in on being done with the game, I will make a character for it. It's so cool. But I also really like the, if you combine this unique with this unique with this unique jewel and this particular skill or whatever, you get this insane effect on a build. I love that shit. That shit's so cool to me. So I hope they don't go away from that. But it would also be nice if there were some uniques that were just like bridge gaps, right? Like I said with the weapon damage, right? Like if you need, like, let's say the highest DPS you can get on a weapon is 1,000 DPS, right? And everybody reasonably gets like 800 DPS on a weapon, right? Then maybe there's an 850 DPS unique that, look, if you're playing this type of build, you can slot that in for an easy weapon upgrade until you get something better. That would be cool.
You know, even talking about them and doing the videos, and there's so many more that haven't been, you know, talked about or found yet, which is awesome. That just keep going, and some secrets, and, you know, the barracks and all of that coming in. So once we get, like, now that we've got that rhythm and we're working that, we're just going to get more and more efficient with it. But I honestly think, and this is a thing that I've said to Jonathan as well, where I'm like, I think maybe our number one problem in the game, like after 050 comes out, now that if Endgame's in a good spot, now that we've sorted that and we have a good progression, we've got goals, my personal number one fault with what we haven't got doing well, especially because of our reputation, is that I think that our thing that we need to step up and do the better at, that we currently have done very poorly, is our unique items. Like, I straight up think that we were meant to be the, like, weird epic in terms of ARPGs. Like, we're real good at items and itemization and uniques and crafting systems. And, like, I do believe...
You already thought a bunch about how to make the perfect boots? Like crafting them or unique? What?
Believe that we generally are, and I don't think PoE2 is an accurate reflection of what our capability should be. And so now that we're delivering like real cool shit, I just want to go and just fix up all of them. And so that's another one of these, like, 055, 050 and between 1.0, I want to be like, nah, we have to save the uniques. Like, that's a goal I have. Unique. Now, obviously, different people have different levels of understanding of what's important to the game or the most important to the game, but, like, I would be shocked if that's not on, like, most people's top 3, top 5 list of, like, things that are the most wrong with the game currently. There's a lot of really good. There's a lot of really bad, and we can't have that. And I think the biggest thing, like, to give a more specific example, you know, on my big rant, a lot of our uniques are level 1 to 30, right? Level 1 to 30-ish, and a lot of them are the puzzle piece. Some are good, some are not good, some are whatever, hit and miss. And we've got this, like, now...
Double socket, then you add 1 suffix, rune, triple res, socket effect. You need movement speed though, yeah? Like, you gotta get movement speed, no? Because you need to add and craft the item when you add the extra mod. Like, it needs to be done before you corrupt. I mean, everything has to be done before you corrupt, right? Like, when you corrupt, it's over.
Endgame band that we've added, and we've added a bunch to the new pinnacles. We've got a bunch of things you can farm for the different leagues. What we don't have now, and I think this is a huge problem, is between level 30 and 60, there's kind of just nothing. There's kind of, honestly, it's like barely...
Usually you can swap sockets around even after corrupting. Oh yeah, I mean, you can always do that, but you can't swap anything. If you're maybe I'm wrong, because they were talking about it and they said something, right? But in the preview, when they showed off the socket in to craft special modifiers, right? The runes you socket in and then you can craft it for something good, right? On those runes, it said they could not be replaced. So that means you cannot resocket or change it. Right? That's what it said. The Chronomancer mods or whatever it was, the rune stays in the socket. That socket is filled. You can't use it. It's gone. Right? Well, it's still there. So you can't get, like, whatever runes you want to put in there. That one is staying there. And you can't swap it or anything. So yeah, I mean... But yeah, other than that, runes can be swapped around in corrupted items, I'm pretty sure, right? It just, you can't do anything. You can't add more runes. You can't change any of the, can't add quality. You can't change any of the affixes or any of the modifiers on there, right? Like that's what corruption does.
Any start to drop, and I don't mean the level requirements. I mean when
It's gonna be crazy fast, yeah.
And the annoying thing about that as well is that often, like,
expensive.
when you're in that band, the things you're getting are the ones that are like level 1 to 30.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up feeling is like you get these and they just feel like they suck because like if you'd put them on at level 20, they would have been fine. But you're putting them on at level 40 and it's kind of like, well, this is just garbage.
Because of how our uniques work, our unique drops work, where it's like, first I'm going to decide if I'm dropping a unique, then I'll figure out what the unique is. It's like, I'm going to drop a unique. And then it's like, okay, let me go and find one. And it just so happens that every unique lower than that level is between 1 and 30. It means pretty much any unique drop between level 40 and 60 is just going to be bad. Like, a niche cases aside, like some jewelry in some cases, but like that is a big problem where pretty much every unique you find in the current mid game, and thus ones leading into end game, you have very few ones that allow you, like, get you set up for end game. Like there are some, again, there is a few, but like it's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near, not even in the right, you know. We're like 20% of the way to good enough there. So
Jesus,
you know,
okay.
I don't often talk about what I consider to be, you know.
You're still not over the divine corrupt change.
What's new, what's happening, but we don't really get to talk about what's like just fundamentally wrong. And I'm trying to be a little bit more
The cheap, just buy 20 of X, corrupt them all, is so expensive now, or you just live with mediocre divine outcomes. Yeah. True. But at least you don't have like those. At least when you get the item, you can also get the corrupt, right? Kinda.
But yeah,
it's expensive as fuck. It's going to be expensive.
That is the stuff we're aiming to fix and address and really try and salvage and save and get perfect between 050 and 1.0.
So yeah, we're hoping to fix that in one of the kind of economy resets that we'll do between 050 and 1.0. Is here just like add a shit ton of mid-game uniques.
On the topic of fixing things, my follow-up questions that I really was curious about this. I do first want to say that I'm a big fan of the Kalguran upping your uniques. This is the first time since PoE, 10, 12 years ago, I think, since I'm actually considering using Chober Chabber on a build. So, I mean, that's just because of the Kalguran upping. That's funny. But my question is, regarding these build-defining uniques that you're adding, they're supposed to be interesting and
that's the way of
impactful,
thinking,
giving you
Divines.
skill, and people make builds around them, like the Grenade Man, for instance, a prime example. A problem that I've seen being discussed a lot in the community has been that your main skill is supposed to have maximum sockets. It's a quote-unquote 6 socket, but it's actually only 5 sockets, right, in PoE 2, with maximum sockets. And that is gated behind a level 20 version of the skill, which means it's going to cost more if the item is popular in the market. It's going to be rarer to find. It has a higher level.
Is this before they added in the patch note that you can do this with a Jeweler's Orb?
Requirement to drop and all those aspects. But there's already a power scaling difference between having a lower level skill of the skill itself and having a level 20 version in terms of what the benefits are. But the socket difference is so massive. So I was just curious if this is something you haven't thought of, or if it is a design you're happy with moving forward, that the max sockets is only on the level 20 versions.
We've discussed this many times, just FYI, like it's come up a lot. But I think for 050, and I'm hoping this gets done in time, and if not, it'll be shortly after.
This must have been before patch notes.
Like, as a kind of, like, in an ideal world, you'd just be able to either, well, at least you'd be able to just like, okay, why not just allow using a perfect Jeweler's Orb on it, for example, and then just.
I was literally about to say that. Why can you not just Jeweler's uniques?
But for now, you can't currently, but that will be the goal. But for now...
Is there a reason we can't allow that?
I think just time constraints, but I mean, feel free to look into it yourself, but...
I mean, like, is it really that hard to implement that?
I don't know.
I have no idea how it works in terms of the way the storage is, but there should be
exactly. I have absolutely no idea, so we can find that out. But
this is
we might be able to just do that, honestly. Like, it might just be possible.
They just did that. Okay, that's insane.
If that doesn't work, because that is the ideal solution, at the very least, I was going to get a temporary, just like recipe thing added where you can get a level 19 item, a level 20 uncut skill, and a perfect jeweler's orb, and then level 20 and 6 link the item as
like
a thing that we were just going to enable. That is
So just doing the perfect jeweler thing. I feel like that would be. Surely we can make that happen. I don't know.
well. Follow up on that if you want. I have
Yep.
either way multiple solutions. We will hopefully get one of them in time.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we're going to cut out the patch notes related and some of the other ones here since we're kind of at the edge of the time. If you want, we can do just a couple rapid fires from chat, and then we can call it there. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to follow up on something that Ziggy D asked. Very selfishly of me, admittedly. I'm playing the Spearwalker. I think it's the funnest looking thing like in the entire review that I saw. And it was about Tame Beast. And he mentioned that Tame Beast is like a level 9 cut gem. However, you can ascend and take the node that lets you capture beasts way before you can actually get to the cut gem. And you mentioned you might have a solution to this because it's a little bit of a noob trap, right? You take a node that you literally can't even use for like 10 levels or something. So I was wondering, when I saw the patch notes, it still said the gem starts at level 9. So I'm curious, do we have a solution for this coming to 0.5?
I thought we were going to just change it. I thought we were going to change it so that the uncut gem was lower level. I thought we were going to make it so that Tame Beast was just a lower level skill, but that's what the last I heard about it.
Certainly, the last discussion I had was that we were going to move it down to a lower level skill tier. So it could be the patch note was wrong. It could be something caused that to not happen. But
didn't they say it was level 7?
That was definitely both Jonathan and I's understanding of the last of that conversation. So, but yes, we don't want that to be a problem. We will do something about it.
James just messaged me that Tame Beast min level 7 is level 7 now. Patch notes missed it for some reason.
Perfect.
So he just messaged me that as we're talking. So that is the answer to that. So all good.
Well, unless Ghazi got a last question for him before we start the rapid fire and wrap it up here.
I was just wanted to have some sort of curiosity into your minds with basically the progression of what's going to happen between 0.5 and 1.0. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I'm curious because you, Mark, mentioned something that I keep referencing, and that is the plugging the holes. And I love that. I don't know why I love that comment, but plugging the holes and getting balance fixes and changes between 0.5 and 1.0. So my question, just to keep it short, is what are the things you want to prioritize in the updates between now and end of the year during this time frame?
So unique items, as Mark said, very big one. A lot of skill balance, a lot of just like character balance, adding some skills to existing classes where necessary, and or changing functionality of how they work for just like where we're going back and just making sure that everything that we already released in the in 010 is like in a better place, like just like all of that sort of stuff, like that's big. Passive tree reworks, just like improvements there is like another big one.
Oh, this is all shit I'm excited for.
And I mean, I guess that's probably the main stuff, really. Like, I think, and then
it's a lot of the other chaos damage, getting that to be better, and thus acolyte, ignite builds, burn damage over time in general. Just all these things that we've been, and honestly, it's come up in a few expansions, and it's just like, well, we just haven't got there yet, And as I said, the passive tree, the base types, the bloody hope, the general. More replayability improvements certainly would also be good if there's any new one. Like, I've been really nice after people play through this and get a feel for it to obviously identify the new evils, what's bad, what's annoying. Like, now that people are going to be replaying through Act 4 for the third time,
that's 100% a thing, right? So like, is that like Act 4 didn't get a huge amount of changes in this patch, and I suspect part of the reason for that is because we haven't had the time. Like, there hasn't been
I think Act 4 is going to hold up.
Resurgence of people saying I hate things in Act 4 because people haven't necessarily replayed it that much.
I think it's going to hold up.
I'm sure there'll be things in Act 4 that after this patch, people will be like, "Oh, this is."
I think I've played Act 4 like 4 or 5 times, and I know that people that have played more, I don't really get annoyed with it. I can go wherever I want. There's maybe a little bit with the island, where the shark's at. That one's a bit big and a bit mazy. That's a little annoying. And like fighting in those little what's it called, paths, so it's not the best, but I think it's gonna hold up. You hate the drowned prison, the water slowing you. I think I'm just looking forward to the boss when I get there. Holden and Holden Mansion. See, Holden and Holden Mansion, I feel like are so easy because the guy is the beast guy, dog tamer, wolf tamer, whatever. He's to the right, and the couple is straight up, and then you need to find the ferryman, kinda. And there might be something to the left as well, like that one. I think is so easy. I think Act 4 is gonna hold up.
Horrible thing
pretty
in Act
well
4 that I don't like. So we'll see. We'll just have to see what that is at that point.
I'm not sure if they'll come sooner or later, but I'd like to do sooner. I'd like to, if we when
Resident
we have our,
campaign hater?
next economy reset between.
Are you one of those guys that want to skip the campaign? I don't think that's a good idea, by the way.
We have either the third ranger or the third druid ascendancies come in. Like, it'd be nice for all existing classes to have all ascendancies before the full release. What else? You know, it's just the things, because they're just missing, right? It's just clearly like, okay, they're just missing the class.
So they're definitely not getting
that as possible would be really, really ideal.
New classes before.
And yeah, I don't.
I thought we weren't going to get any ascendancy, but he's kind of putting it on the table. But I thought that would count as a content drop. You fundamentally prefer a handcrafted campaign or random map layouts? Well, it is, isn't it? I don't think they're random, bro. Are they? Not that random, at least. Are they random? I guess some of them are a little bit. I don't feel like all of them are. Are they? They're generated from a tile set? Yeah, okay. But you're getting the not yellow paint now. So if you're a good enough player, you'll realize, right? Like, you'll get the footsteps leading away from butchered cows to go to the Morrigan guy, right? Like, you'll get a signpost that says this is where Ogam is, right? Like, so I think that'll help a lot.
So up there, just wanted to verify. You said that economy resets. That just to verify that I heard you right. There will be economy resets leagues.
There will be economy resets. So there will effectively like there will be leagues. It's just that they're not going to be like they're not going to be the same as what a proper, you know, like it's not going to be an 060 what an 060 would be. And the reason why we say that is because we don't want to set the wrong expectation, and like it's not going to be like the giant mega content release in that way. Now there will be content, right? Because we're talking about adding uniques and skills and all that stuff, but it's not going to be quite the same. I think, like, I wouldn't expect necessarily to be like you know, like the big. On the other hand, we're generally pretty good at taking little and turning it into a lot. So I guess we'll see what we end up with there.
He did say they were gonna do remixes of stuff, right? So they're gonna add like little. It's gonna be like little leaks that it's probably still good. It's kind of like a fresh air, right? Where it's just they just took a bunch of ideas they already had and basically implemented and then sent it, right? Like, but then when PoE 1 was having a drought, they kind of resent Fresher League. It's going to be something like that, right? Where they just change things up a little bit, I think. You think the campaign is immersive, or like, do you care about this? I do care about the story. I think it's hard to make something super immersive when you have the top-down view, right? Like, it does take you out of the experience a little bit when when you're looking down on what's happening. But yeah, I do care about the story. I do talk to all the NPCs. I hear all their voice lines and like I go through it. I do care. I enjoy it. I think it's fun. I like it. But given that it's gonna be my, like, I don't know, 20th time playing through Act 1, 2, and 3, if not more, because obviously, well, it might be my fucking 40th time then, because in the beginning you had the what are they called? You had the cruel difficulty as well, so you play through them again, right? I'll probably skip a bunch of it this time and only really listen to the new things around the league. But yeah, I fucking enjoy it. It's so good.
But I mean, the thing we've referenced before is like Legacy of Phyrexia type of stuff, right? Where you just take some existing stuff, you jumble it around, you like come up with some.
I literally just said Legacy of Phyrexia. Did he say Phyrexia? Isn't it PHR? How? Okay.
a few things like, hell, maybe you frickin' add an Atlas Master or do the Jumble and Atlas Master stuff like Mark was saying earlier, like as a league, and just little stuff like that you can do that doesn't take too long to.
What really turns you off are these humanish zones where the area itself is so nonsensical, like it doesn't look like people live there at all. Which one specifically? It has to be like the first little area, I guess, and then the burning village, I guess. And then what, the big manor? Asak Bog? Utsal? Well, the Asak Bog, they live up in the trees, right? Aren't there little tree houses around? Am I missing something? Like you walk around the walkways, but aren't there little like tree houses? Any map where you slaughter these vile people? What's yeah, I mean, I think for Utsal, they live in the walls, kinda. Right? Because there are places where you can enter and take those little there's places where you enter where you can take the statues and stuff. I think you should consider that they live in there. I don't know, maybe
Make it sort of worth playing again, but really the main reason
I haven't
we
thought
want
about
people to
that
be
at all.
playing again is so that they can test all the new balance and changes to kind of core systems that we're changing.
They're just areas
Whatever,
like that's
whatever the league end up will be something that has the least amount of impact on the team doing the balance, right? So as long as we're not using their time to then not solve the things they need to solve, that will be a big thing. But just things that are hard to even think about. If there is an economy reset, well, then we have to look at Runes of Elder, how it succeeded, how it failed, and integrate it into core. If it's fully successful, add an Atlas passive tree for it, all of that stuff. So all of that will be happening around the same time. And, then we'll have here's what our minus the 1.0 league, it's like, here's what our end game is and what our end game looks like. So we'll just,
which is the other thing, right? Because who knows what random in-game changes we might then find we need after this is released, and then we have to make it. We have to presumably any patch we do is going to involve improving that, whatever problems might end up being. Like it's just stuff like that we're going to have to do.
I had one quick follow-up to weave into this last question, so I'm going to keep it real short. You guys have done an excellent job in the past, track record history of shaking up the meta with character balance changes on a consistent basis, where people are not just playing the new content, but we're playing the game in a different way very often from league to league to league. So the question then goes to the changes coming from 0.5 or between 0.5 and 1.0. Will they also include character power balance and meta shakeups?
Lots. Okay. That's one of the big focuses.
It's like the main focus.
2/3 of what it will contain is that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
That's the goal, right? It is 90% of the goal is, and because Unique's ultimately about this is just how characters are built. Well, let's say 80%, whereas 20% is like improving the content more. So most of it is going to be more oriented around character builds, character powers, etc.
That's exciting.
But, and even to the degree of like, okay, there are some skills that don't feel good to use. There are some, so it's not just power, it's also feel.
As an example, imagine Utsal or whatever, you go through the portal and you end up on this temple thing, and then instead of entering the city, you stay on top of a wall of some sort of, and the city is the backdrop. You'd love that, and it makes sense that you only encounter military people. You can waste the logic stuff in the background. I don't know if I get I don't think I get the impression that they're all military people. I get the impression that I'm just slaughtering the inhabitants of Utsal. And it's just everybody had weapons back then, right? But some of them don't even. Some of them just cast spells, right? I only really see like the big guys with the massive swords and like the stealth guys as the ones with that's like military. But a bunch of the guys that are just casting stuff, that are a decent amount of them, I don't see those as military. But it might be a lot of military to regular citizens. You might be right.
How these things feel to play? Are they rewarding to play? When I do A, B, C, D and do my combo piece, does it land or is it just like meh? You know, so going back and revisiting even some of the effects and some of the audio, some of the, and obviously the numbers, you know, like whatever we can do to really just go and say everything we've now, or maybe it's like, you know, there's an A and a B, but we need the C, you know, you need the finale piece to it. And so we go and add that. So you have new skills, modified skills, changed both aesthetically, cosmetically, and in balance. Potential new classes, potential a whole bunch of new uniques. I'm hoping with a bunch of uniques being rebalanced.
New classes? I thought that would be content.
Now, normally, you know, when we have a big reveal, we don't talk about all this stuff because we like everything to be, you know, new. But like, it's pretty easy to talk about all the things that we need to make better, and so that's really what we're going to do. And we'll just hopefully be able to get through it all. But you know how these things go. We don't stop development. So even though full release occurs, we're going to still then balance in 1.1 and 1.2 and 1.3. And, you know, it's just never going to end. So if we don't get 100% right, you know, we'll just keep going.
All right. So we're going to do a couple rapid fires here.
Lost TM's audio there.
Oh, how about now? Am I back? We good?
There we go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that.
Good.
I was typing in the chat to tell them to put their questions together, and I hit the mute button. Okay, so we're going to do rapid fire from the chat here, and then we're going to call it a day. So first one here, is there anything added to the game you guys would consider to be like aspirational content? Basically, they're saying extremely difficult content coming to the game like Ubers, etc.
Nope.
Look, everyone has their own definition of this, I assume, to some degree, right?
Sure.
Some people are just going to find the farmed pinnacles to be that. In terms of Ubers, we've specifically made sure to not. So you obviously have you have your quest version, your non-quest version. I didn't want a then Uber grade of that, and the reason is
I can't unsee that there's a black line here now.
Is that it puts a bit of a difficult skew on what is considered an acceptable character at a fundamental level, because now they have to be able to do the hardest content in order to be good. And with so much incomplete character balance and stuff we still need to work on and fill the gaps and everything, I wanted to make sure there wasn't just stuff that is like for the, you know, the most OP of the OP of the OP builds, because it was, and this is something that it already was doing, where all of a sudden the viability of a character was being judged by some people against whether or not it can kill a pinnacle, some whether it can complete maps of certain tiers, and some where it can kill the Ubers, and it creates a bit of a difficult thing where it's like, what is considered acceptable? And so the new pinnacles are hard, like for sure. You know, all the fights are pretty damn difficult, and as I said, you can generally juice these things and do like there are ways via the Atlas Masters to take them to slightly next levels. There are things with the different leagues, with the different league trees, to both add rewards and make them harder in the form of multi-choices. And so there are ways to do it, but they wouldn't say they're classically defined as Ubers anymore. I wanted to get away from that. We'll get everything stable, we'll get everything good, and then we'll look at re-adding some of that stuff back. Be it either via an actual Uber fight or be it via, you know, a master or something like that.
Please have Uber fights, man.
Quick question about Recombinator was moved out of the game, so we're kind of curious about what's going on with that.
Yeah,
just kind of didn't like it, to be honest. Like it's always been in this annoying balance position where like the numbers that it has to be like to not be completely cracked and broken never been satisfying for the players, and we've never been able to somehow like get that right. So we just decided, you know what, screw it for now. We'll see. We might revisit that again later if we can find some way to change it in some way. But yeah,
I think all the new runes we added, all of the runic ward, it's just so much better. It's so much more understandable, so much more broadly usable. Like not insanely overcomplicated. They're just better. So we were like, look, it had recombinating, it just doesn't need it. Like, here's all the stuff that we can do that is clearly better. I mean, at first, we kept it because there's like a little bit of a loss aversion thing, but it's like, okay, look, we're at like, do we really need it at this point? So ultimately, we just decided to axe it, noting that like everything we're adding in its stead is just significant upgrades IMO.
Okay. I'm assuming similar logic with like the expedition shops. They're still in the game, but they're kind of like not the primary
Nope,
focus.
they're gone.
The
Expedition shops are dead.
gone as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
They were basically just taken from PoE 1, and like they never really were proper stuff, and
well,
yeah, we just
it was taken and then downgraded, and then kind of like, oh, we don't want it to be. They were just not good. So again, it was like we're like, let's get rid of the stuff that's just clearly subpar and replace it with stuff that's just clearly better. Like we don't have to be so attached to it, and you know.
Sure. Okay. On to the next one here from chat. Corruption. So you guys made like a fairly significant change, actually, the corruption, where instead of it like randomizing it, it's like a multiplier, right? So you want to divine it first before your corruption. Would you like to speak to that change, though?
Well, that is what we did. Yes. What was the goal there? I guess ultimately liked the idea that when you get I mean, I agree. I understand why some people are going to be like, no, I have to use divines now. Well, yep, that's what you got to do, right? You got to make it much more, a bit of a harder decision to decide, am I going to divine this item to be its perfect role and then do it, or am I not? And I guess, I don't know, I just prefer it more. It's a bit more hardcore. It's a bit more Val. It's a bit more, costly, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of that, as opposed to just every time I find this, I just Val it no matter what. Which, I just think it's personally better, but I can see people not entirely agreeing with that, and you're right to that opinion, and too bad, I guess, is my answer. But I just 100% prefer it, and I'd say most of the people we spoke to definitely preferred it as well.
I've seen it overwhelmingly liked. I haven't really seen almost anybody saying they don't like it.
Well, in that case, then win.
in previous interviews we've had, a conversation has been brought up multiple times, has been inflation and wanting a divine sync, and every time the comment has been, we need more uniques, we need more interesting uniques to divine orb, and I never really felt that it really did that job enough. And I think that with this change alone and continuously adding more uniques, you might actually hit the spot where this is doing exactly what we've been screaming for the past year.
Right.
Speaking of divines, one thing that came up was divine orbs that are now more common, which was one of the patch notes. I mean, small line, big decision. So is that there to balance out like the changes of the Atlas, unless Quan it's really not that more common, or what's that line mean?
It's definitely more common, divine orbs. I'm almost tempted to not mention the reason why we did that. But I don't know how you feel about that, Mark. Sure. All right.
Just do it. Do it.
Yeah, all right. So basically, okay, so this is going to sound ultra dumb, I suspect, to some people. So we'll see how this goes. But okay. So the temple, right? The temple had ridiculous amounts of loot going on due to snake strategy and all that sort of shit. So there was stuff like going that, right? So basically there's this concern that we had that people are going to be like, okay, so the temple is obviously nerfed, right? Like snake strategy no longer a thing.
Oh, it's pity divines.
It means that like, and so then what we believed was going to happen is immediately people are going to be like, oh, previous league I got X divines per hour and now I'm getting Y divines per hour, and like just annoying shit like that. And so we're like, if we just change the drop rate of divines, nobody will be able to make the comparison anymore. And there won't be like this ability to say like this thing about that. So now I just want to know I just want you to know, by the way, that the troll answer that we legitimately thought we might do for a second is, what if we just removed divines from the game? That was like a legitimate troll answer that we had as like the opposite of this. But instead of doing that, we're like, okay, no, let's make them more common. They're not like, it's not like they're dropping like candy or anything, right? But they are like, they're an amount more common that is like such that that doesn't make them quite comparable anymore. And that's just down to the fact that divines, for whatever reason, are the thing that people use as the sort of way that comparing loot. So because the loot is kind of like there's a lot of changes all over the loot everywhere, you'll kind of I guess it just makes the whole thing less comparable, and that is truly part of the reason why we did that. But yes, we do want to divine syncs as well, which is the Varwarp thing. So yeah.
All right, well,
That's
I'll do
fucking
one more
dumb.
here, and we'll call it right. 2 hours and like
Yo.
35 minutes here. So just a real common one that keeps popping up is people are just asking about performance improvements. Like with every league, you guys typically do quite a bit of performance improvements. Are we expecting that going in 0.5? I know you talked a little bit about Steam Deck, for instance, but console, PC, all of it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, there have been changes, but I wouldn't say that they're revolutionary to the point that I would call them out specifically as like we made big performance improvements. Like, there's just the sort of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things that we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is. But like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back. Like
That's
that
fucking
thing.
annoying.
And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it. It's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. Is like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work out what's going on. But like, yeah, there's been a lot of trying to sort out like this kind of stuff and like work on crashes and that kind of thing. So there's less like performance in the sense of like, frame rate higher. But we still will be doing more about that and like the 05X patches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, you know what I like? One last kind of random question here, which I don't know if you have an answer for, but I'm going to try, okay? I know Hex Blast was the skill people were using before. It got changed at one point. It really hasn't hit a point in which it's really seen much use. I know it was beloved by some people out there. I know you might not have the answer off the top of your head, but could we see some love for Hex Blast or Fix or Revert or anything at some point? Like, where's your stance on that skill?
I have not thought about that one for a while, I have to admit. So it'd be one of those things that would look at an 05X timeline, I would say.
Sure.
Because it's just if it's not working and people aren't using it, then that'll be one of the things that we want looking to buff, I suspect.
Okay, I'll just throw that there. All right, well that's it. Oh, go on.
I was going to say the Chaos Hits and Chaos Dots just needs a whole bunch of love, and reviewing all the skills and the mechanics adjacent to it is just part of that. So, there'll be some adding skills, some changing of roles, so like anything could happen really, but it is on the radar for sure.
Okay. Well, there we go. We could go all day, but we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, so I think we'll call it here, boys. I would say thanks for your time. Yeah. You guys went really in depth on a lot of stuff, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So, thanks for the opportunity and the answer, and for taking your Sunday. I know you guys are at home, so chat seemed to enjoy
It was a
well.
Sunday thing?
Wow. Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, and hope everyone enjoys the league. And what's it, 6 days now or something, however long it is?
Oh, that's insane. Okay, that was really cool. Holy shit, that was long. I also went a little over an hour over my usual stream time. So this is going to be it for today. Have a good league launch tonight, guys. I will be back tomorrow where I start the league. Well, I'll play a little bit tonight, but I'll start a fresh character tomorrow. The thing is, the league here releases at 10 p.m., right? And if they have delays and stuff, then all of a sudden I'm sitting here until like 12 or whatever. I will not, Midas. I will stream tomorrow for 24 hours stream, dude. I'm too old. I'm too old. And I also have shit to do on Sunday, so I can't be that tired. So I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central European Time, or GMT +1. And I hope I'll see you there. Have a good league launch, guys. Make some good builds. And I'll try to catch up. Bye-bye, guys.